Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The three brave men, each with a small horse, found a seat and sat down. The brave man of law said excitedly, "Zio, have you found the specific location of that damn Fat King in Warcraft City?" TCH, there's no need to investigate. There are so many soldiers around, and everyone knows where that damn fat man is. The Fist Hero replied angrily, while the Charm Hero beside him looked a little unhappy. "No, are we really going to snatch that damn fat man's magic core? Otherwise, how many magic beasts have I killed during this period? How many magic cores did the fat guy buy when he came here? We're trying to rob him to do justice to God. He is a corrupt feudal king who does all kinds of evil, so why not rob him of some of his magic cores?" The hero of the fist looked very excited and said angrily, but the hero of the charm looked unhappy. The hero of the law also noticed, as if he had thought of something, "Mei Yong, there won't be any licking dogs to give you magic cores, right? I feel like your strength is growing much faster than us." The charming hero quickly explained, "What a liquor! It's so unpleasant. They're all good people. Fa Yong and Quan Yong somehow feel that their teammates deserve more and more beatings." Where did she learn these words? The two of them took advantage of the opportunity to vaguely look at the charming hero and seemed to see an elongated watermelon with a face on it. Okay, I agree. Don't look at me like this, although there are a few good people who often give me gifts. But what happened before really affected me. Several good friends ignored me. I was really speechless. That's so stupid. Putting aside the facts, aren't they wrong? And they said I was some kind of Aquaman. Really? The charming hero watched his two teammates looking at him with uncomfortable eyes. He made a few remarks and agreed. As a result, he complained about these words, which made the two teammates even more uncomfortable. Why did the fragrance of tea overflow after these words? After a while, three figures shrouded in black walked out of the world of Warcraft Forest and walked towards the temporary residence of the Fat King in the city of Warcraft. There are many soldiers guarding and patrolling the place where the Fat King temporarily lives, but the three file size can be regarded as brave men. These soldiers guarding have no effect on them at all. Sneaking directly in, the place where the Fat King temporarily lived was a manor of huge amounts. The Fist Hero looked at the luxurious scene in the manor and subconsciously complained, "Damn feudal bad habits." Fa Yong and Mei Yong on the side rolled their eyes. I don't know who said what when he traveled through time. In this feudal era of a different world, it's so cool to be a brave man, and his face changes quite quickly now. The three of them evaded the patrolling guards and searched for a long time, but they couldn't find Mao. The hero of the law thought for a while and looked towards the room where the Fat King was. "Let's go there." Quan Yong and Mei Yong looked shocked. The warrior of law said coldly, "He collected so many magic cores before, which was a huge amount of wealth. I'm afraid he put it in his portable space prop. Don't worry, it's not easy for the three of us to work together to deal with a Fat King." This is indeed true. The Fat King is actually pretty good in strength and can be considered top-notch among ordinary people. When converted into one punch, Superman's level is probably Tiger level. Although the three brave men have not recovered their strength has barely reached Ghost Shame. You must know that in this world, apart from brave men, demon kings, and evil dragons, there are those who can reach the dragon level. The ghost level strength is basically the ceiling. If I fight against three ceilings and one tiger level, how do you want me to lose? Just play with your eyes closed, okay? If even one of the three of them can be counter-killed, the Fist Hero, will just jump off the second floor without even frowning when I jump. The three of them determined their goals and headed towards the Fat King's room without saying a word. After taking care of the nearby guards, the Fist Hero kicked the door open. At this time, in the room, Brother Banana, Brother Steegee, and three other strange guys were looking at the Fist Hero with shocked faces. Immediately afterwards, The 5 guys in the room showed extremely evil smiles, which frightened the fist hero's buttocks. At this time, I heard the Dharma warriors screaming loudly, "Damn, it's the 4 heavenly kings of philosophy. The 4 of them are the top experts of mankind. They all barely have ghost-level strength, and the wind is so tight. Damn, what's going on?" The fist hero was about to cry. Why did he encounter special circumstances every time he wanted to do bad things? What evil had he done? The fist hero turned around and saw that his 2 good teammates had run a few hundred meters away. The fist hero realized that in order to protect his innocence, he ran away without saying a word. 3 figures galloped past him. They were 3 of the 4 heavenly kings of philosophy. They seemed to be chasing his 2 teammates. When the fist hero saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief and was about to change direction. When he was about to run away, the remaining banana brother grabbed his shoulder. Jiga's voice slowly drifted over. "You wanted to make my head green before, right? How do you think I should take care of you?" The fat king's words were sinister, but he paused, then gradually came closer and continued to add, "But I see you still have charm. Jia, 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 jia." Ah! There was a roaring sound in the Demon King's city. It seemed that there were masters fighting, and the fighting was quite fierce. The Fat King temporarily lives outside the manor. A guy holding a photo ball to leave an image watched the fight scene in the manor and was extremely excited. Fa Yong and Mei Yong looked at the speed at which the 2 of them were escaping, and they estimated that they could escape. It looked like the small universe had exploded. The fist hero also exploded, but it was a pity that just at the cost of losing a shirt, he was allowed to run a few meters away. He was surrounded by the 3 philosophical kings who turned back without catching up with the other 2 heroes. Those 5 guys surrounded the fist hero and almost tore off the fist hero's clothes. That scene was so exciting. If this video is collected and handed over to the people in Demon King City, it will definitely be exchanged for money. The unscrupulous paparazzi from another world had a calculation in his mind, but his hands did not shake, his eyes did not panic, and he took pictures of the contents of the manor clearly. The fist hero looked completely devastated. Why did I feel like I was the one who got hurt every time? Suddenly, the fist warrior's momentum surged, and then he kicked Jiego hard with a kick that would end his descendants. Along with his screams, Quan Yong took the opportunity to snatch away the waistband of his pants. He saw it right. That was the space prop. The magic core must be inside. Although this operation was a bit humiliating, the goal was successful. The fist hero seems to have matured instantly, and he can run so fast with that belt. He disappeared into this area with lightning speed. The unscrupulous paparazzi from the other world outside the manor put away the photo balls and disappeared with cheerful steps. Having his magic core taken away and being fatally beaten, the only victim in this incident, Brother Jia, appears. In the manor, the Fat King, who saw that he and Xiaoping almost became friends, swore, "I will never forget this grudge. Just wait for me." Quan Yong. At this time, the escaping fist hero had unknowingly arrived at the meeting point that he had discussed with his teammates. At this time, Fa Yong and Mei Yong caught a wild beast somewhere and were eating barbecue. They were surprised to see Quan Yong escape. The fist hero felt heartbroken. "You won't go back to save me? Are you making barbecue here instead? Huh. We don't need to discuss and formulate a plan before we can rescue you without fail. I didn't expect you to escape alone. By the way, are you holding space props?" The brave man of law laughed, his eyes fixed on the brave man of fist, and the belt he was holding in his hand looked unusual. It must be a space prop. The fist hero looked at his unreliable pig teammates, looked at the space prop in his hand, turned around, and left, leaving only one sentence. "I took this on my own merit, and it's all mine." Fa Yong and Mei Yong were stunned, and then looked at the fist hero walking further and further with disbelief. The next day, in the Demon King's city, Li Yuqian sat on the throne and watched the video provided by the informant. In the video, the fist hero was almost stripped down to his underpants by a few strong men. It was quite miserable, to say nothing of it. However, according to the intelligence, in the end, The fist hero stole the magic core of the dead Fat King, and it seems that it cannot be destroyed. Without saying a word, Li Yuqian immediately summoned the three major cadres and also recruited Sunspot to handle the affairs. After setting the general direction for normal development, he made many copies of the image stone and let the information dealer continue to sell it publicly. After finishing all this, I asked little Sunspot, if you have any special questions, please ask them together. Recently, many humans want to join the Demon King's castle and obtain the status of a resident of the Demon King's castle. Do you think that? Little Sunspot answered Li Yuqian's questions respectfully. Li Yuqian thought for a while. Let's look at the contribution. If the contribution reaches a certain level, just let him become a resident of Demon King City and be treated the same as those demons. You know my standards. Little Sunspot nodded and said that he understood immediately. Although the humans were required to make great contributions, the demons were now treated very well. You only have to work 4 days a week, get a car and a house, and get all the benefits except not paying your wife. When Li Yuqian watched little Sunspot gradually walk away, he suddenly thought of something and said more. If someone can beat up the brave, it can be considered as a huge contribution. The same goes for providing important information to the brave. Remember to make an announcement. Receive. Evil Dragon Mountain is a bare, very unattractive mountain with an evil dragon inside. The cave where the evil dragon lives is extremely conspicuous. Li Yuqian didn't even need anyone to guide him, so he led the three major cadres to the entrance of the Dragon Mountain Cave. The demon butler Pete began to perform his duties. Evil dragon, come out. The big devil is looking for you. Suddenly, a pillar of fire spurted out from the hole. Li Yuqian waved lightly, and psychokinesis turned into a barrier to block the pillar of fire. The power is really average. At this time, a figure came out of the cave. It was a man with closed eyes and super slanted bangs that could rival a killer. He was wearing red armor, with two blood-red words on his head. Evil Dragon. It's not the Dragon Queen, bad review. It's actually a man. Li Yuqian felt bored for a moment, frowned his eyebrows, and said directly, "Can you please open your eyes and look at people? You dragon monster is rude." Oh my God, I've opened my eyes as wide as possible. The man in human form said unhappily. Li Yuqian took a closer look and found that he was squinting his eyes, which was embarrassing. The evil dragon man looked at the two people in front of him with a puzzled look. Demon King, why have you lost weight? Have you lost weight recently? I really didn't realize that you are still a potential stock. You have lost weight and are quite handsome. As soon as this statement came out, Li Yuqian was a little confused. This guy is quite discerning. The evil dragon man continued to add, Faya is actually here. Are you two planning to invite me to a wedding banquet? Yes, after all, my evil dragon is also famous in the villain world. Pete and Bob were ignored by the evil dragon, and a big question mark slowly appeared on their heads. Pete couldn't help but said, don't we both have such a low sense of existence? The Demon King is the new Demon King, and the fat man you mentioned before is me. Anthony, you are still as blind as ever. Anthony is the name of this evil dragon. Although Peter, the former devil, is not very familiar with the evil dragon. But after all, they are in the same camp, and they will be hacked to death by the brave every time, and everyone will be resurrected. After a long time, it is normal to know the names. Anthony turned his head and looked to the side with squinted eyes, and then he realized that there were two men in his field of vision. Li Yuqian was silent, walked over slowly, and lifted up his slanted bangs. Do you feel that your field of vision is wider like this? Holy shit, it's really true. Anthony replied with a shocked look on his face, which made Li Yuqian's eyes darken. What kind of stupid evil dragon are these? Anthony took Li Yuqian and three cadres into the cave. The outside of the cave looks shabby, and the inside is also shabby. The only thing worth mentioning is that it is full of gold coins. There are also some items that looked very expensive. Anthony looked at his treasures and smiled. The ring on his hand radiated light, absorbing all the gold coins and belongings. Li Yuqian So what's the point of putting these things out? Anthony seemed to have noticed Li Yuqian's thoughts and explained casually, put all the gold coins on the bed and lie on it to sleep. It'll be very cool. You could try it. Everyone is a villain or in the evil camp, and Anthony knows that Peter is stronger than him. The person who can make Peter step down and become the new Demon King is definitely not a weakling. Anthony treated him well, and looking at his generous appearance, Li Yuqian thought he had met a fake evil dragon. Aren't they all talking about evil dragons who are particularly greedy and stingy? But it's right to think about it. Anyway, every time everyone becomes a villain and lives for a few years, he will be beaten to death by a hero. If he is beaten to death a few times, the evil dragon will understand that it doesn't matter whether he saves money or not. Anyway, if he is beaten to death by the brave, all the money will go to the brave, and he will probably not be as stingy as before. Li Yuqian shook his head, dismissed the brainstorming, and got ready to get down to business. Anthony, are you interested in joining Demon King City? Thank you for the kindness of the big devil, but you should understand the strength of the brave man. It is terrifyingly strong. It's not like I haven't teamed up with Pete before. Those three guys kept blowing up and couldn't fight at all. It's better to enjoy it, so I won't join the Demon King's castle. Anthony shook his head, with only a few words written on his face, Buddhist and poor. Good guy, he's still a useless dragon. Li Yuqian said that it was very easy to deal with this kind of guy who was already on the verge of ruin. After all, Demon King City was full of guys like this before. Li Yuqian threw a photo stone to Anthony, which recorded the Brave Bandit incident and the Brave Warcraft City incident. Watching Anthony check the image stone, Li Yuqian lay on the chair and said casually, I just use a little trick to make those brave men worse than death. I have a way to deal with the three brave men. Anyway, you will die if you don't resist, and you will die if you resist, so what if you try? As Li Yuqian spoke, he pointed out of the cave, and a black flame beam shot out. With a bang, it blew up the hilltop next door. The next second, the flames in Li Yuqian's hands were 10 times bigger, and the energy contained in them was even more terrifying. Anthony swallowed. Since the Demon King could defeat the hero, it doesn't matter whether I join or not. The evil dragon Anthony smiled and was ready to run away for a while. If the devil could really defeat the brave man, that would be a good thing. But I will never join the Demon King's castle. It would be great if the demon can really defeat the hero, but if he can't defeat him and becomes his subordinate, then thank you. Li Yuqian snapped his fingers, and the demon Butler Pete on the side took out a ring, a space prop. With a wave of his hand, half of the cave was filled with gold coins. Hey, look at this. I'm used to living alone. Anthony swallowed. When Peter saw this, he waved the ring on his hand and put all the gold coins back into the ring. Then he took out another ring, put the gold coins in it out, and then took it back again. The two space rings were placed in Peter's hands like this, making Anthony swallow his saliva. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Li Yuqian stretched out his finger, and Peter held a ring in his hand, which he slowly took back. Anthony was anxious. I agree. From now on, the Demon King will be my boss. Peter handed over a ring, and Anthony instantly felt heartache. It hurt so much. In this way, Li Yuqian bribed the evil dragon Anthony and made him his fourth cadre. The first order Li Yuqian gave him was, Anthony, let me cut your side bangs. Do you only see half of the enemy every time you fight? But in the middle of the fight, when you lift your bangs, you realize that you've still seen half of the enemy. Ha! How could I be so stupid? Evil Dragon Anthony laughed a few times. Li Yuqian felt like he was already sweating profusely. Li Yuqian went with 3 cadres and came back with 4 cadres. The heroes ran away after defeating the evil dragon boss in the 3rd level and joined the Demon King City, without giving the heroes any time to develop. Li Yuqian said that looking at this situation, what should the brave man do? In the Demon King City, Li Yuqian had been lying around for a few days. Suddenly, Little Sunspot ran over and claimed that someone was asking to see him, saying that he wanted to take refuge with the Demon King. As the door to the Demon King's palace opened, a familiar figure came into view. Li Yuqian looked at the little lowly wearing a mage's robe in front of him and was happy. Hey, is this a lawless hero? Why did you come to my Demon King's castle? Do you want to attack me? Your strength doesn't look very good. Or have you seen clearly that you can't beat me? Do you want to accept a thief as your father? Bah, recognize the reality and become my little brother. Li Yuqian's voice was a bit sarcastic and sinister. In response to this, the brave man of law took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of determination. Fa has been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met my lord. If you don't give up, I would like to worship you as my adoptive father. The eyes of the warrior of law were full of determination, but what he said made Li Yuqian choke. Do you really think that I am a stranger from another world? Don't you know what Lu Bu's speech is that you were talking about? Just a reminder, I am a traveler from another world. Do you remember? What you said. What's wrong? You want to stab me with a halberd. The hero of the law was a little embarrassed. He just said something stupid. Oh, that's not what I meant. How could I want to stab you? What I hate most now is people stabbing me. I hate men now. Li Yuqian's mouth twitched. The best thing to say is stabbing someone with a weapon. Tell me the truth. Why do you want to take refuge in me? That's because the current different world is ruled by a feudal kingdom, and the ignorant and bloody feudal society has enveloped the entire society. As a brave man, I can see that you are a young man with modern education, and what you have done during this time also shows that you are a great man. Improve people's living standards. Stop, 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 tell the truth. Li Yuqian looked at the exaggerated expression of the Dharma warrior and felt that this guy was treating himself as a fool. The brave man of law looked at Li Yuqian's expression and knew that if he didn't give a suitable reason, the devil would not believe him or accept him. He was like a deflated rubber ball and said listlessly, "Our threesome had a falling out, and the fist hero stole the magic core of that dead fat king, and even injured that king. As a result, the king has now ordered his arrest, and as his teammate, I have also been affected. Originally, it was difficult to hunt down the demonic core of Warcraft, and the brave warriors had no specific income. The previous generation of brave warriors spent almost all their money. The charming hero still had a few unwilling lickers who continued to provide them with resources. After the fist hero did the big one, he rolled up the magic core and ran away alone. I'm in a difficult situation, and that damn fat guy often harasses me with his 4 perverted philosophies. I really have no choice but to take refuge in you." After saying this, the hero of the law showed a pitiful expression, which was quite cute. "No, you are so brave. Since you dare to seduce yourself, am I the kind of Lolita pervert?" "That's right, I am." "Yeah, I'm not." Li Yuqian wiped his forehead without breaking out in a cold sweat. He was almost influenced by him. "Damn little boy, fake Lolita." Li Yuqian turned around and waved his hand. Okay, you go find little Sunspot, and I'll ask him to arrange accommodation and other things for you. Let me think about the work you can do. Little Sunspot is the person who just brought you here. What you said before is quite right. I have indeed improved people's living standards. You could go to Demon King City to experience it in detail." The hero of the law showed a happy expression and slowly walked out of the Demon King's palace. Now who doesn't know that Demon King City has the highest wages and benefits and the best development, and that the current king of the human kingdom is a pervert who likes himself? One of my teammates ran away with a magic core, and another one cheated a man. I was alone in the human world. What if that fat guy took the opportunity to get in? There is no way to take refuge in the Demon King. However, it's okay. I can endure the humiliation and work here for a while with my own magic strength. Earn some magic cores and regain your strength. Then work together with your teammates inside and outside to kill the devil and reach the peak of your life. The hero of the law thought like this as he walked in the Demon King's city, preparing to find little Sunspot. I met that person at the gate of Demon King City. I should all look for him. Just now I saw that he was no longer at the gate of the main hall. As the hero of the law walked, he felt a chill on his back. He looked around and saw that all the humans in the Demon King City were approaching, gearing up one by one. A human approached with a smile on his face. "Are you a brave man?" "Ahem, yes, I am indeed a hero, but brothers beat him, and we can become official residents of Demon King City." Before the embarrassing Dharma hero could finish his words, a group of humans rushed toward him, gearing up. In the Demon King's hall, Liu Qian just stood up and suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. Oh, by the way, I seem to have forgotten to tell the hero to be careful and not to be beaten by those humans who want to take a shortcut to join the Demon King's castle. It should be fine. He is also a brave guy anyway. Liu Qian whistled, put his pockets in his pockets, and looked innocent. This expression made a guang on the side make a tut-tut sound. I understand why I forgot. It's all your fault, you evil little Agwang. After a while, little Sunspot came back with the legal hero with a bruised nose and swollen face. Under the resentful eyes of the legal hero, Liu Qian first laughed at him mercilessly and then confirmed his arrangements for him. The brave man of the law is appointed as the head of the Brave Department. He is the brave man. This wave is a professional counterpart. The hero of the law became speechless and became the director of the hero department after taking a tour of the Demon King city under the leadership of Little Sunspot. After returning to the room assigned to him in the Demon King city, the Dharma hero felt that the people in the Demon King city looked really happy, and the Demon Kings were not as cruel as the rumors said. I look silly and stupid, but what a pity, I'm still a brave man after all. How can a righteous brave man be associated with the evil devil? Besides, everyone in the Demon King city does look like a good person, but that Demon King really doesn't look like a good person. He looks bad. Liu Qian, are you polite? The hero of the law thought to himself, he still wants me to help deal with the hero, which is really a beautiful idea. The next second, I opened the room. This suite has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and it looks pretty good. Wait, what did the hero of law find in this room? The hero of the law was stunned. He actually saw a computer and mobile phone. There was a piece of paper next to it that said, office machine. At this moment, the Dharma warrior felt as if he had returned to the modern world in a dream. The brave man of law picked up his phone and opened it after a familiar operation. There are all the programs in it. Except for my mobile phone signal, which is only available in the Demon King city, there is no difference between it and modern society. The hero of the law instantly became excited, happily started watching videos, playing games, and stayed up all night. 1 night passed, and the brave man of the law stayed up all night, looking at the takeout next to him and his cell phone. Thinking of the outrageous encounters during this period, the happy life of the people in Demon City, and the seemingly naive demons, the eyes of the hero of law gradually became firm. I will protect the Demon King's city in the name of mobile phones and takeaways. Except for the fact that the hero of the law has just begun to move to another world. His life is quite comfortable. Although some entertainment in modern society is missing, he is still relatively happy. But then the standard of living declined day by day, and illegal warriors were reincarnated out of regret. This was the Demon King's castle, which seemed to have brought him back to real life. As for cooperating with other teammates inside and outside, those 2 teammates barked loudly and swept away the magic core without themselves. Another grown man reincarnated into a woman and became a scumbag. I can't stand the things she does. I disdain to associate with them. Between the 2 choices of the evil hero and the righteous Demon King, of course I chose the righteous evil king as always. In the days that followed, Liu Qian kept watching the good show, but he didn't expect that the brave man of law would be so easy to win over. Given some good food and drink and some treatment in modern society, he immediately turned against him and relied on his clear understanding of his teammates to provide a lot of intelligence. There's an old saying that only those closest to a person know what words are most hurtful to him. First, he provided information, revealing that the Fist hero was extremely lecherous. Not only did he have extremely close relationships with many noble ladies, but he also particularly liked to seduce other wives. And he alone took away a huge sum of magic core from St. Jiega. It also revealed the specific process of fish farming by the charming heroes, as well as the identities of those licking dogs, some of which even have wives. Some licking dogs have little assets in their families, and they are so deceived by the charming brave that they are about to sell their kidneys. It was even revealed that none of the brave men had recovered their strength, and their strength at this time was only equal to that of the top human beings. All this information was handed over to Li Yuqian. After reading it, Li Yuqian still did the same and gave it to human intelligence dealers and sold it at a good price. Li Yuqian thought of some information and sighed. Is this considered a brave man? He laughed to death. In a tavern in Warcraft City, Quan Yong and Mei Yong met again. The two of them looked at each other with livid faces and looked at the empty seat where the hero of law should have been sitting. The fist hero clenched his fists and said word by word, "It seems that F.A. Yong betrayed us. Who else knows about us besides him? That guy caused me to lose a lot of fish. He must be unable to bear the fact that his strength is growing so slowly. So he lowers his head to be with that damn fat man. Bah." He was pretending to be self-respecting before. The charming hero also looked unhappy. If Li Yuqian knew about their conversation, Li Yuqian would definitely complain. Am I the villain, or are you the villain? The fist hero looked at the charm hero seriously. We have to recover our strength quickly and then go kill the evil dragon. Only then will our strength return to its peak. Has your strength reached a bottleneck? Let me explain first. I have reached a bottleneck. The charming hero looked at the fist hero's belt with some envy and sighed at how many magic cores the damn fat man had stored. He has actually reached the bottleneck, but he is still a little short of it. I'm still a little short. It's almost the time. It's all the fault of the Dharma hero guy. Why don't you give me some? The charming hero said, his smile gradually becoming more charming, and a pink atmosphere spread around him. The hero of the fist curled his lips, but was not affected at all. I'm just a wife now. You and I are not interested, so just save it. Since I haven't arrived yet, I will wait for you for a while, and you can trick your licking dogs more. TCH. The charming hero was a little unhappy. If it hadn't been for the various failures in the crusade against the brave, would he have been able to attract the resources of the licking dog and deceive the licking dog? What a bunch of pig teammates. The fist hero and the charming hero cursed these words in their hearts at the same time. Time passes little by little. Although it seems slow, it actually passes quickly, as if in a Schrödinger state. Li Yuqian lay on the throne boredly, watching the three cadres go to deal with their own affairs. Even Faya, who was giving herself a massage, had something to do today and asked for leave. She said she was going to deal with a group of robbers who were robbing the Demon King City of goods. By the way, for training, those demon guards who are still working as guards cannot relax, just because there are robots patrolling as guards. Li Yuqian held Aguang in his hand and used it as a grip, pressing it and shouting in boredom. Busy. Everyone is busy. It's better to be busy. Aguang, who was almost out of shape, shouted speechlessly. You drama queen, stop acting. Let go quickly. You are going to pinch me. Li Yuqian let go of his hand, and Aguang stretched out his two small hands to support his waist, just like his age. Well, if the middle part of the sphere counts as his waist. Li Yuqian summoned Little Sunspot. How was the implementation of the previous Warcraft breeding plan? We have selected some monsters suitable for breeding, and the plan is going smoothly. People in this world only have the technology to breed ordinary creatures. The technology to breed monsters is too imperfect and lacks the thinking of sustainable development. He has been greedily hunting the monsters in the Forest of Monsters, and now the number of monsters in the Forest of Monsters has dropped to the lowest level in history. We can use systematic and automated breeding methods to carry out dimensionality reduction attacks. Little Sunspot answered very quickly. Compared to Peter, the demon butler, Little Sunspot was more like the big butler of Demon King City. At most, Pete knows a few butler quotes, and the devil hasn't laughed like this in a long time, which is a bad review. This world is really a bunch of sleeping dragons and phoenixes. At this time, at the foot of the Evil Dragon Mountain, a group of people were moving toward the Evil Dragon Mountain aggressively. The leaders were Quan Yong and Mei Yong, and the people behind them were their new adventure group who spent a lot of money. After all, Quan Yong and Mei Yong were a little worried about the lack of a brave man, so they collected gold coins together and invited an adventure group. This adventure group belongs to the top adventure group, with very good strength and high price. The two brave men gritted their teeth and stamped their feet, promising that after killing the dragon, they would only need to bathe in the dragon's blood, and they would only need 30% of the dragon's property, and 70% would belong to the adventure group. Although it is divided into 30 and 70, the brave two only share 30% of it, which is a bit aggrieved, but there is really no way now. The two brave men had to pool their money together to make the advance payment. Without this commitment, they wouldn't be able to get the offer. In this way, the two brave men invited the adventure group. At this time, a group of people were already gearing up to arrive at the cave of Evil Dragon Mountain. Kuan Yong directly took the lead and rushed in, followed closely by Mei Yong and the adventure group behind him. Then a lot of people saw the scene where there was no hair in the cave. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, and then the leader of the adventure group said coldly, "The advance payment of gold coins will not be refunded." Kuan Yong and Mei Yong, whose faces are cleaner than theirs. Li Yuqian looked at the news content in the newspaper and found that there was no breaking news recently. There are only some trivial things written above. The only exciting thing is that yesterday, the Fist Hero and the Charm Hero were really poor and crazy. He actually ran to the royal capital, sneaked into the palace, grabbed a bunch of magic cores, and ran away. Ste Jigas said, "Why am I always the one who gets hurt?" With the current intelligence system of Demon King City, Li Yuqian also knew that the two brave men had invited a bunch of people to help defeat the evil dragon. As a result, the evil dragon was not there at all, and the brave man's journey was in vain. He also lost the money he paid for the adventure group and became extremely poor. But it's not as good as going to grab the magic core of that damn fat king again. Li Yuqian thought for a while. They both rushed to fight the evil dragon. It is estimated that their strength has almost returned to its peak. They only need to bathe in the dragon's blood. The magic core should be ineffective against them. But why are they snatching this thing? Do they really think that fat guy has no temper? The damn fat king in the newspaper was almost going crazy. The reputation of the brave man has been getting worse and worse, and now he is not as good as the Devil King. Is there any backup plan? Li Yuqian summoned the Dharma Brave and asked tentatively, mainly for the sake of stability. I don't know. All I know in my mind is that the magic core can enhance the recovery of our strength. What else can we do without telling you? The hero of the law, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, rubbed his head and said, "It seems that he stayed up all night playing games again yesterday." Li Yuqian felt that this silly boy would not be abandoned by the world consciousness, right? Did he give the two guys a small job alone? Li Yuqian waved his hand and asked him to go back. At the same time, he was punished by being disconnected from the internet for 3 days because he did not make any useful suggestions. Amid the heart-rending screams of the Dharma hero, 2 robots pulled him down. 2 days later, several kilometers away from the Demon King City, 3 people looked straight at the Demon King City. 2 of them had complex lines on their bodies, which contained terrifying magic power. They were the 2 brave warriors who robbed the Fatty King Demon Core 3 days ago. Kuan Yong and Mei Yong. The mysterious lines appearing on their bodies seemed to explain why they wanted to grab the magic core. Mei Yong looked at a young man following him and said softly, "Cliff, you are so kind. You have always been with me, and you want to fight against the devil with me." Cliff, the biggest licker of the Charming Brave, even though the Charming Brave now has an extremely bad reputation, he is also hated by the king. He still accompanied his goddess on the road to defeat the Demon King without any hesitation. He even helped 2 brave men sneak into the palace to steal the magic core some time ago. Because his father is the knight captain responsible for the security of the palace, this guy not only told the 2 brave men when the palace's defense was at its most lax, he also tricked his father into going home and knocked him unconscious with incense. When he woke up the next day, he found himself imprisoned in prison, and the knight commander fell into deep thought. At this time, Cliff, who didn't care about his father at all, smiled brightly when he heard the Charming Brave man praising himself. "This is what I should do." Cliff scratched his head shyly, which made the boxing hero on the side look a little weird. This was the first time he saw such a fatherly and filial man. The hero of the fist coughed lightly, attracting the attention of the two people. Okay, let's get down to business first. Based on the experience of brave men of all ages, we should collect some information first. This is easy to handle. Demon King City now allows humans to live in it. We secretly asked a few people about the specific traces of the 4 major cadres of the Demon King, and first killed the 4 major cadres of the Demon King, then eliminated the Demon King, and then reached the pinnacle of life. The plan was simple and direct, but Kuan Yong felt it was enough. After all, he and a charming hero were both stronger than the previous generations of braves. A special technology emerged in the two people's memories, which could use the magic core to form a special pattern, increasing their strength tenfold. Even without bathing in the dragon's blood, the Fist Hero firmly believes that together with the Charm Hero, he is enough to destroy the Demon King. First, eliminate the 4 major cadres of the Demon Clan, just to be on the safe side. I am really a stable person. Kuan Yong couldn't help but sigh in his heart, but Cliff beside him frowned. The people in Demon King City may not tell us the information. I heard that the people in the Demon King City hate the brave man very much, and think that the Demon King is the most righteous. What nonsense are you talking about? In the Demon King City, the Demon King and the demons must be the superior people, while ordinary humans are the inferior people. This kind of racial class must have oppression and discrimination, and those rumors must be just what ordinary people have to say in order to survive in the Demon King's city. The charming hero said with disdain, and Cliff stopped talking, but he was still confused in his heart. If those people are really living in such a bad way, how could there be more and more people in Demon King City? And I heard that the welfare of Demon King City is really good. But doubts are doubts. The charming hero said that, and Cliff had no choice but to nod in approval. What does this mean? It shows that love brains are bad. The closer the 3 of them got, the more outrageous their expressions became. Kuan Yong and Mei Yong discovered that the buildings behind the walls of Demon King City looked more and more like buildings in modern society. I saw some humans heading to Demon King City, with happy expressions on their faces. Kuan Yong and Mei Yong vaguely felt something was wrong, so they did not go directly to the Demon King City, but stopped an old man on the roadside. "Hello, old man. Were you captured by the demons in the Demon King City to work for you?" The old man looked at the 3 people with a silly expression, rolled his eyes, and muttered quietly. "Why are there 3 people? Why aren't there 2 people? Old man, don't be afraid. Let me tell you, we too are brave men. We are here specially to defeat the devil this time. If you have any grievances, tell us, and we will definitely avenge you when the time comes. Do you know the whereabouts of the Demon King and the 4 major cadres in Demon King City?" The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he was a little excited. He looked left and right, and said cautiously, "You too, don't move here, I'll call someone." "Okay." The worried expression on the Fist Hero's face relaxed. Look at the old man's happy look after hearing that he is a brave man. This devil is really indifferent to human affairs. If he kills him, he will definitely eliminate harm for the people. When the time comes that his reputation has grown, he will still be the brave man of justice relying on his strength. Kuan Yong and Mei Yong just watched as the old man walked towards the Demon King City, guessing that he was looking for someone who knew the whereabouts of the Demon King and his 4th-generation cadres. Then the old man brought a guy wearing overalls. That outfit and appearance reminded Kuan Yong and Mei Yong of an old friend. The old man approached and shouted directly, "Master He, those 2 are evil brave men. They are coming to destroy our beautiful life. Catch them quickly." The Fist Hero nodded. Did you see it? He was so looking forward to his arrival, but it was a pity that it was so loud that it could easily be exposed. He also said that he was an evil hero. Wait, an evil hero? Kuan Yong and Mei Yong froze when they saw hundreds of robots suddenly appearing near the guy in overalls. Moreover, the surrounding robots continued to approach, gradually surrounding the 2 brave men and Cliff. The Fist Hero yelled at the old man in great displeasure. "Is there any mistake? We are heroes, but you are a traitor. Bah, you evil brave man. Do you want to defeat the devil? Do you want us to go back to the pitiful feudal life of not having enough to eat or clothing to keep warm? In the Demon King City, as long as you work, you can have enough food, clothing, and you can play with your mobile phone. The Demon King is just. The old man's eyes were firm as if he wanted to join the party, and both Kuan Yong and Mei Yong were about to break their guard. Without saying a word, Kuan Yong charged up his fist and sent out a shock wave, hitting the old man straight. Suddenly, a red light emerged, and a barrier transformed from psychokinesis blocked the shock wave. Li Yuqian stood high in the sky, with 4 major cadres standing behind him, exuding a terrifying aura. Li Yuqian stood high in the sky and spoke righteously. You are such a brave man, but you beat up even the elderly. You are simply a beast. You simply disgrace the brave man. Bah! Li Yuqian stands on a high place and uses his morality to point fingers at the brave men. At this time, a group of demons and humans ran out from the walls and gates of the demon city. They held signs there and cheered loudly. The devil is the most handsome. The devil is the strongest. Defeat the evil warriors and build a better society together. Loser brave. That brave man and woman will not let go of the beasts. That's the big Aquaman. Hey, that little lowly, you are the hero of the law, right? Are you so thorough in your rebellion? Are you still joining the support group? When Kuan Yong and Mei Yong saw that there was a Dharma warrior among the group of people, they instantly felt stabbed in the back. No. How long have you taken refuge with the Demon King? The brave man of law who was hiding in the crowd seemed to realize that he was exposed and took out 2 small horn hairpins from behind. Kuan Yong and Mei Yong were speechless for a while. No. Do you think we can't recognize you if you wear 2 horns? Li Yuqian expressed his displeasure at the disregard of the 2 people below. He finally stood on the moral high ground and pointed fingers. When I clicked on others, that person actually ignored me. How bold! Without saying anything, dozens of black and red light balls began to appear around Li Yuqian's body. Swish! A few swish sounds. The light ball hit the hero. The fist hero nimbly dodged the attack, but the charm hero didn't react for a moment and was almost hit. However, Cliff beside her rushed over and pushed her away from the attack range of the light ball. It's a pity that the charming hero seemed a little slow when dodging the flash ball attack. But when Cliff held him in his arms, his reaction was quite intense. The charming hero pushed him away and pushed Cliff back to where he was. Bang! Cliff's whole body was penetrated. Li Yuqian raised his eyebrows. Little Sunspot, who was the person who was beaten to death just now. Little Sunspot, who was on the ground, quickly replied, according to the data, he is the biggest licker of the charming heroes. Not long ago, they just helped the brave steal the magic core of the palace. And because of this, their entire family has been caught in prison. Without saying anything, Li Yuqian took a guang, who was floating aside, in his hand and faced Cliff. A guang, who was being held in his hand, twisted around. What are you doing? I'm showing you a mirror. Li Yuqian said quietly. Ah Guang rolled his eyes at this. How could my goddess be like that? At this time, the charming hero also looked at his hands in shock, his tone trembling. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Although I am a woman, I am a man at heart. In fact, I like women. I just want your resources, but you, a grown man, hold me in your arms and make me so shy. I really can't stand it. As the charming hero spoke, his tone became cold again. Yes, this is none of my business. You're already an adult. You can make choices for your own life. I can't be responsible for your life. Okay. A scumbag has tricked people into being like this. Why don't you take responsibility? The other one also wants to beat up the elderly. Are you still a brave man? Little Sunspot, have you finished taking pictures of the photo stone? Send it to the information dealer later. Li Yuqian quickly asked Little Sunspot and nodded with satisfaction when he saw the basketball in his hand. Wait, basketball? Who asked you to change the photo stone to look like this? The fist hero suddenly shouted loudly, with a ferocious look on his face. It's a shadow stone again. It's a shadow stone again. You bastards do this to me every day. Ha ha ha. But I don't care anymore. I'm not afraid of these anymore. Just kill you all. So what if you steal human demon cores? So what if you attack civilians and old people? As long as you are strong enough, I can do whatever I want. What about other people's ridicule and contempt? These words may hurt me in the slightest. I am already a perfect body, the strongest warrior. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? The lines on the fist hero's body began to glow, and the aura around him continued to expand. Liu Qian felt that this guy was incredible. Even though he was already blackened, he could already talk dirty words, and he was even more arrogant than me. He couldn't stay. He definitely couldn't stay. No one more arrogant than me can be allowed to exist in this world. At such a young age, you are domineering and show off, and you are seeking death. 4 major cadres come together and beat this guy to death. Originally, Liu Qian was planning to beat these 2 brave men to death when the 3 years were almost over. He didn't expect that these 2 brave men were so brave. He was anxious to hit the road a year in advance. Liu Qian decided to help him, but first let his subordinates try it. The demon butler Pete chuckled and hit the ground hard, his body expanding continuously. An armor-like scaly exoskeleton began to appear on his body, and his fat body was like a mountain. A mountain of meat smashed heavily on the heads of the 2 brave men. The fist hero shouted loudly, his muscles bulged, and his armor expanded in a circle. He faced him directly without dodging or dodging. With a bang, the 2 collided together, and violent shock waves and dust appeared. At this time, Pete had already arrived on the ground, and the boxing warrior who had just had a head-on confrontation with Pete was standing in front of him with a gloomy face. It was obvious that the hero who had just punched did not catch it and retreated. The charming hero suddenly puts his hands together, and you get a magical light that emerges from him and then sinks into the fist hero. As various colors flashed one by one, the fist hero regained his confident expression. Behind him, the charming hero repeated his tricks, constantly adding various buffs to his body to assist his ability. After doing all this, the charming brave man took out a bow and arrow, drew the bow, and shot an arrow, staring straight at Peter. It seems that the charming hero is not just a vase. 2 against 1, bullying the minority with more. You brave men don't respect martial ethics, bah? You are like this. Can you still be considered brave? Peter, the 3 of us are here to help you. FIA, Bob, and Anthony spoke out at the same time, and they all rushed down. Fia waved a black whip in her hand. Bob waved his feather fan, and black energy spheres appeared around him. Anthony, the evil dragon with slanted bangs and slaying mat, has now turned into a hedgehog-headed slayer. When he pounces down, he transforms into a dragon form, carrying terrifying power, and pounces towards the charming hero. The hero of the fist was a little depressed and shouted loudly, "Who is bullying the minority with more people? Damn me, there is no need for the 4 major cadres to defend this sentence." The melon-eating people near the Demon King City, a few kilometers away, directly gave a reason. Bah, to deal with evil warriors like you, there is no need to talk about moral principles. The right solution is to fight side by side. That's right, that's right. I can't match the ones you use, so why should I give you experience in a duel? I'm laughing so hard. I really think others are stupid. A bunch of double-marked dogs. The fist hero yelled and attacked. His fists were like pile drivers, and he shouted, "Ola, Ola, 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 Ola." Countless fist shadows hit Pete's body with huge amounts of punches. Pete shouted regardless, clasped his hands together, and made fists, raised them high, and smashed them down. With a bang, the 2 fists collided heavily again. At this time, the magic attack of the energy ball next to Demon Mage Bob kept flying out and hitting the fist hero. Fia also swung the long whip, which turned into a flexible and ferocious python, biting the fist hero's body. It was obvious that 1 against 3 could not be defeated by the fist warrior, not to mention that Liu Qian was still talking trash in the sky. You can't beat 3 against 1. So what kind of brave are you? You came to this other world to farm, right? It really makes me laugh to death. The 3 of you can't even get together as a team, but you still want to defeat the Demon King. Who gave you the confidence? Did you feel confident when you beat Brother Steege? Stego. I haven't appeared in the show for a long time. Can you please stop dragging me out to whip my corpse? For a moment, the fist hero was beaten directly by the concentrated fire and was covered with scars. The physical damage was only one aspect, and the mental damage was more serious. The fist hero felt like he was shutting himself in, and he could only say one sentence. I really don't understand whether you demon kings and demons are righteous or evil. If it's justice, then challenge me. If it's evil, don't stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at me. Well said, but I refuse. Come and hit me, you idiot. Li Yuqian stood in the air with his hands on his hips and made a jeering sound. The crowds in Demon King City all said, "The Demon King is worthy of being the Demon King." What nonsense literature are you talking about? The Demon King has such a villainous temperament. Long live the Demon King. Li Yuqian looked at the violently beaten boxing warrior and said calmly, "This world is not black and white, evil or good. Some people just have different positions. You are too naive." Li Yuqian snorted in his heart. Who wouldn't say dirty things? Just kidding. I usually just say it, because you don't deserve to hear it. I'm too lazy to say it. Unither. The fist hero was beaten until he was covered in blood, and the charming hero on the side had poor combat awareness, and his ability was too auxiliary. Being directly restrained by the evil dragon Anthony alone, Anthony's attacks were smooth. The only few attacks made by the charming hero were a few arrows. Anthony used the dragon form to transform into a human form and avoided them all nimbly. After dodging the attack, he immediately transformed into the dragon form and used his huge size to carry out ranged attacks. The small combos are quite smooth, and there is no need for Li Yuqian, the devil, to take action. It seems that these two brave men are in danger. However, it is difficult to explain the creatures like brave men. Li Yuqian did not relax his vigilance. If he could not solve the problem, he would take action himself, suppress them all, and beat them into pieces. As expected by Li Yuqian, the two brave men who had been beaten suddenly roared, and the magic patterns on their bodies shattered inch by inch. The momentum of the two brave men has skyrocketed, but looking at their red eyes and bulging veins all over their bodies, you know that this mode is doing a lot of damage to their bodies. Again, why don't you dye your hair blonde? Li Yuqian complained unkindly and waved his hand gently, asking the four major cadres to retreat. Faya didn't want to retreat, but the fist hero suddenly burst out with terrifying speed, broke away from the bite of the ferocious python, disappeared in an instant, and punched Faya hard. You kid really don't understand what it means to pity the beauty and cherish the jade. Li Yuqian also broke out with extreme speed and stretched out his hand to block a punch. The three cadres looked at each other and stepped back. Fia stamped her feet and followed the three of them back. Li Yuqian looked at the two brave men calmly and said that even if he had the Demon King's city at his back and Agwang in his hand, he would still be invincible. Li Yuqian shook his head, moved his hands and feet, and then his whole body transformed into a black-red meteor, which hit the fist hero hard. Then, it quickly hit the charming hero in the distance. With a few rumbles, the meteor that Li Yuqian transformed into continued to hit the two brave men, hitting them dozens of times. The two brave men who had just exploded and become stronger were beaten again with scars, and their momentum was low. The hero of the fist was stunned. No, the plot should not develop like this. Li Yuqian stopped and floated in midair. Looking at the two scarred heroes, Li Yuqian noticed something was wrong, and there was a strange change in his aura. No, these two people still need to make a follow-up move. Li Yuqian thought of this, and the energy around him began to gather, preparing to run away with a roar of collapse of stars. At this time, the fist hero shouted loudly, "Humans living in this world, we have faced an unprecedentedly powerful Demon King. In order to defeat him, please contribute some of your strength. Raise your hands and lend me some strength. I will definitely defeat the devil and lead the world to the light." Li Yuqian stopped and looked at Quan Yong and Mei Yong, who stood up, smiling in his heart. How did these two guys have the nerve to use this trick? After a while, Two file-sized balls of light appeared in front of the Fist Hero and Charm Hero. This light ball is the power that humans in this world are willing to lend them. Everyone only needs to borrow a little bit, but all humans are willing. A very powerful force will be generated, but now it seems that there are not even 100 people willing to lend the hero's power. Li Yuqian covered his stomach, pointed at the two of them and laughed. Ha, what are you two doing? Are you planning to make me laugh to death? Ha 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 ha. You two brave men actually resorted to such an insidious trick. Ha 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 ha. It is worth mentioning that the Dharma warrior who was watching the show from a distance also had a light ball condensed in front of him. It was even a little bigger than the two people, probably the size of fist file. However, the Dharma warrior looked at the melon-eating crowd with a guilty conscience, dispersed the energy of the light ball, and raised the sign with an innocent look on his face. On it were written several large characters. Master Demon King YYDS. Li Yuqian stopped mocking mercilessly and looked at the two pale heroes. He gloated and said, "It seems that no one wants to help the brave. I, the big devil, am quite competent in my job." Li Yuqian said, pointing the palms of his hands at the two brave men, and the small collapse, star-roaring cannon spurted out from the palms of his hands. Although this heartbreaking roaring cannon was modified by Li Yuqian himself after observing the Boros magic, its power is definitely not weaker than it. After two terrifying black and red light beams hit the brave, everything in the direction the light beam passed was reduced to ashes, including the two brave men. All that was left was the reluctant words of the Fist Hero. "I'm so stupid. Really, I have always been frustrated, but who gave me the courage to defeat the Demon King?" Li Yuqian's figure disappeared, and then appeared where the two brave men had been standing. He stretched out his hand and gave a gentle tug. Two transparent figures appeared in Li Yuqian's hands. "Sure enough, as long as I want, I can see and capture souls and other things." Li Yuqian looked at the two soul bodies he was dragging. They looked like two pale young men. Li Yuqian could feel that the soul bodies were very weak, as if they were about to be destroyed. Li Yuqian stuffed the two soul bodies behind his back and stuffed them into the small world to deal with them later. After doing all this, Li Yuqian slowly flew to the wall of Demon King City. On the city wall, the three major cadres of the Demon Clan and the evil dragon looked a little relieved or grateful. Li Yuqian smiled and said to them, "This time, evil defeated justice." There was a ding in Li Yuqian's ear, and the special achievement check-in was completed again. This world is really profitable. Yeah. Long live the Demon King. Destroy the pervert Fist Yong. This is just like a dream. The Dharma warrior who was eating melons and watching the show in the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that he was in a strange mood and was vaguely sad. Oh, what the hell? The Demon King is so strong, and I can't beat him. The result is the same. If I really help, I will die. Don't worry, teammates, I won't avenge you. The brave man of law thought to himself, slowly staying away from the crowd and preparing to go home and play games. He can be considered a brave man. In fact, the people in Demon King City are not very welcoming to me, but it doesn't matter. Before I turn around, I was probably an otaku. It doesn't matter if I have friends or not, as long as I have games. The development of things later was interesting. Two brave men were eliminated by the Demon King. The Kingdom of Sturt immediately applauded and issued an announcement. It is said that this class of heroes is the worst class in history, and the new Demon King is a just and kind Demon King, which is officially recognized by the Kingdom of St. He even said that a day without this class of brave men would be a good day. The general direction of public opinion on the human side also praises the Demon King as the most kind and righteous, while there are two evil people in this generation of brave men. In the past, St. Jiegu had an unusual hatred for the Fist Warrior, but he actually didn't do anything particularly egregious. He has been in a wait-and-see state, and now he realizes that there is no possibility for the hero to defeat the Demon King. He is the one who contributes the most in this aspect by letting the hero know the truth. For the next few days, the newspapers were filled with all kinds of dirty information about the brave man. What the Fist hero said at the time was quite right. Justice and evil sometimes come down to whoever has the bigger fist is the one who is just. What's more, the demon kings and demons in this world don't have much time to do bad things. The battle between justice and evil seems so inexplicable. Li Yuqian will stay in this world for another year. In the next year, he will fish and let little Sunspot develop the demon city. In an artificial intelligence, using robots to help a city develop is as simple as holding it at your fingertips. After losing the focus of solving the heroes, the goal was to develop the Demon King City wholeheartedly, and the development of the Demon King City was rapid. Even if Liu Qian takes little Sunspot away in the future, Demon King City will still be a huge and terrifying force. However, after spending so long time cultivating a strong organization, Liu Qian was not willing to leave it here. 1 year has passed slowly. Although there are 2 less brave men and a less cheerful atmosphere, Liu Qian has been doing well during this time. As the 3 years came to an end, Liu Qian instantly felt a pressure and thought about squeezing out. Liu Qian sat on the throne and said with a smile, "You don't welcome me so much? Please understand, the souls of your 2 brave men are still with me." After the words fell, the pressure paused and gradually weakened, and a message came from the void. "Release the brave soul." Liu Qian stretched out his hand and rubbed his fingers. "Do you understand?" World replied, "No, you don't have a world consciousness. Do you still want to PR *st*** Udemy for free?" Liu Qian was shocked. He had never seen such a shameless world. The will of the world was even more shocked. "Those 2 brave men are originally from this world, not yours." "TCH, that's what you said. I've checked. They came from the same modern society. You made them into heroes. They are constantly resurrected from the dead. We are evenly matched." Liu Qian was sitting on the throne, looking like a rogue, and he was fiddling with the world's consciousness. Liu Qian deceived a Guang, but he got a lot of information from it. Everyone who can travel through the world, whether brought by the system or intentionally or unintentionally, that all shows that the person is very lucky, very lucky. In other words, if he hadn't traveled through time, Liu Qian might have had to rely on his own luck to achieve the achievements in his own name. After all, in the ordinary world, there is luck and success unless you have money and power. Damn it, the evil kid, a Guang, has ruined my rich life. A Guang, you fart. No matter how rich you were in that world, would you be better than you are now? I don't care if you don't listen or not. You are just the evil Aguang kid. Say your request. The world consciousness sent this message in an aggrieved manner. Liu Qian's eyes immediately lit up. "I want 10,000 world energy, plus the permanent right to live in this world." Aguang looked at him with a look on his face. "How dare you do that?" In response to this, Liu Qian didn't blush or his heart beat. What he focused on was his self-confidence. The consciousness of the world was silent for a while, and then a pressure crazily pushed Liu Qian out. "Oh, let's discuss it, and you can negotiate a price." Liu Qian was speechless. Why didn't this guy play his cards according to the routine? Sure enough, the world's consciousness is rigid. 5,000 plus the right of residence for the brave. There was another moment of silence, and the pressure continued to increase. 2,500 plus permanent world residency. Okay, I just want the permanent right to live in the world, and this is the lowest price. The strange power of resisting pressure in Liu Qian gradually weakened, as if the consciousness of the world continued not to agree, Liu Qian would really leave with the souls of the 2 brave men. I promise you. But in the future, when the brave crusade against the Demon King, you are not allowed to take action. The Demon King will also give way to others, and with the power of rules, a contract will be signed. Of course, I will not deliberately target the Demon King City in the future. It will all depend on the brave's own efforts. The voice of world consciousness was very mechanical, but Liu Qian could hear a slight feeling of discomfort in it. Liu Qian looked at the contract that slowly appeared in the void, read it carefully for a while, and then signed it directly with a finger pen. Okay. Liu Qian thought in his mind that from now on the Demon King City would be a force of justice. What reason would the brave have to attack the Demon King? Besides, the worst-case scenario is for little Sunspot to start the violent attack mode directly. It will not be easy to defeat a few brave men who cannot borrow human power. Moreover, the hero of the law is still hanging around with him, and he is still an otaku. According to the contract, world consciousness will not directly kill him. Although there is no method of immortality in this world, it is still possible for a Dharma hero to live for 100 or 200 years, plus 300 years as a rule. The next brave man will defeat the Demon King very early. Li Yuqian felt his connection with this world, nodded with satisfaction, then pulled out the souls of the two brave men in the small world and threw them out. The soul bodies of Quan Yong and Mei Yong disappeared instantly. Li Yuqian could feel that the world's consciousness no longer focused on this area, so he summoned Little Sunspot. Little Sunspot rushed over soon. Master Demon King, what are your orders? The time is up. I can return to the main world. You notify the 4 major cadres and design a weak artificial intelligence to help them handle the affairs of Demon King City on your behalf. After the matter is settled, I will return to the main world, and you will also return to the small world. As soon as Li Yuqian finished speaking, Little Sunspot nodded and went out to announce the matter and handle the follow-up matters. Little Sunspot was worthy of being the artificial intelligence modified by me. He immediately created a Little Sunspot number 2, which was responsible for managing the Demon King City and handled the subsequent matters extremely perfectly. Li Yuqian asked Sunspot number 2 to hold a huge banquet that all residents of Demon King City could attend. That day, everyone in Demon King City was very excited, and it was normal for everyone to be excited about eating for free. All kinds of food and wine are available, and they're managed by Little Sunspot. In terms of food, the world is also developing very well. Basically, all kinds of delicacies in modern society can be made. Some dishes are even more delicious due to the influence of the meat quality of some monsters. Li Yuqian took this opportunity to announce that he would retreat regularly and pass on the title of Demon King to Fia. Fia's strength is not as good as Peter's, but it is easy for Li Yuqian to solve this problem. But in terms of a person's character and will, she is really the best choice. After all, the entire Demon King City was ruined before, and only Fia was still unconvinced and went to the reincarnation ceremony of the brave to give them a good beating. With backbone, Li Yuqian said that he admired this kind of person, and it was definitely not because of other things. Li Yuqian said that he is a serious person. A Guang. I believe you are a ghost. You are a very bad guy. Li Yuqian took out the hero potion that he had placed in the small world and gave one to Fia. In using his own power of thinking, he directly forced the use of potions to evolve for the first time. Let his strength reach the same level as Peter, and even evolve in the future if he strengthens his belief. This kind of strength was almost enough, and Li Yuqian was too lazy to put in any more effort to help her forcibly evolve. After finishing everything, Li Yuqian sat on the throne, stood up, and motioned for Fia to sit in his seat. Let's go. You'll come find me when you have time. Then I will be the Supreme Demon King, and I will still be your boss. That's no nonsense. Mr. Sunspot's duplication is also here, and Mr. Demon King, you are so strong. You will always be my boss. Fia rolled her eyes at Li Yuqian, and then said in a low voice, a little shyly, "Thank you, Lord Demon King. I really appreciate that I went back and wanted to destroy the reincarnation ceremony. Allow me to meet you, Lord Demon King. Can I be your princess?" Ah, isn't this bad? Li Yuqian couldn't stand it. Fia slowly came over. What's wrong? I heard Master He say that you have been to other worlds before. After you go back, you won't go to that world very much. If I were your princess, you should be able to come back and visit more often. Lord Demon King, what do you want me to do? Should I agree? Or should I agree? Or should I agree? Li Yuqian punched a Guang, who was floating next to him, unconscious, and stuffed him into his mind. 10,000 words are omitted here. A Guang. Early the next morning, Li Yuqian felt refreshed. He looked at Fia lying down, kissed her forehead, and informed little Sunspot to find some maids and come over to take care of it. Afterwards, Li Yuqian turned into a white light and disappeared, returning to the main world. In the main level of the Marvel world, Li Yuqian suddenly discovered that after knocking a Guang unconscious yesterday, a Guang still seemed to be unresponsive. Li Yuqian checked Ah Guang's condition and found that the beating was a bit severe and he still didn't wake up. Ahem, Li Yuqian pretended that nothing happened, patted his head with one hand, and patted a Guang out. Then he grabbed him and kept shaking him. When he saw that he was about to wake up, he quickly threw him aside. A Guang woke up with a resentful face and looked at Li Yuqian with an innocent face. Arigato Li Yuqian saying, "Thank you, okay, if someone confesses to you, you just agree, right? Bah, you scumbag. You actually knocked me out. Aren't you talking nonsense? If I don't knock you out, why should I let you watch? Moreover, I think there is something wrong with what you said. It's not that someone confesses to me and I agree. I have to see if she is pretty. My partner must be a beautiful woman, and besides, the beautiful woman has already confessed her love. How can a man like me, who wants to give a beautiful woman a home, say no?" Li Yuqian's shamelessness shocked a Guang. A Guang said that he is pure love and pure affection. Scumbag, lick the dog. Regarding a Guang's attitude, Li Yuqian chose to convince him directly with fists. Bang bang twice, plus one sentence. Evil Ah Guang kid. After giving a Guang a good beating, Li Yuqian gently waved away all the dust accumulated in the flat floor due to no one having a place to live for 3 months, and threw it into the trash can. Suddenly, Li Yuqian felt that his shackles were being lifted, and he had evolved again. How can I describe that feeling? It felt like he had perfect control over his ability. The power of thinking that truly understands oneself in detail, and even the ability to turn the impossible into the impossible, has gone a step further. A blank dialogue box appeared above Li Yuqian's head, and a strawberry appeared in it. Li Yuqian reached out and took out the strawberry inside. "Oh, I'm even more awesome." Li Yuqian pulled Ah Guang up and looked at him. He could even see its operating mode clearly, and he created a system by himself. However, it requires a large amount of world energy loss, and a Guang feels uncomfortable seeing how rich you are. He stretched out his 2 small hands and covered his body. "I am the system you can't get. Even if you get my body, you can't even get my heart. My heart has always belonged to my goddess." Li Yuqian's smile froze, and he slammed a Guang's head with his fist, causing him to fall into a baby-like sleep. Li Yuqian silently threw it into his mind. After doing all this, Li Yuqian took out any door and prepared to go to Tony's Sea View Villa. 3 months have passed, and the approximate time it took for Thor to arrive in Avengers 1 was 6 months. Now that he is back, it stands to reason that the plot of Avengers 1 should be about to begin. Li Yuqian looked outside the flat floor at the scene in downtown New York. There were no aliens flying around or ruins all over the ground, which meant that the plot hadn't started yet. Li Yuqian will go find Tony now to ask the Justice League to be more vigilant and ask Tony to hack into SHIELD's computer. Black braised egg. You're going to cause trouble as soon as you show up, right? Li Yuqian kicked open any door, walked in, and was stunned. What came into view was Tony Stark and little Spider-Man Peter Parker hugging each other, shouting excitedly. Li Yuqian's sudden appearance was a bit embarrassing. Li Yuqian looked at the two of them with shocked eyes. "You are no... Tony, why are you doing such a thing? I was born." Tony and Parker's smiles froze, and they quickly separated. Tony said very unhappily, "What are you thinking about? I treat Parker as my son, and I will be his godfather from now on. Parker said that he will provide for me in my old age from now on." Ha ha ha. Li Yuqian felt that he had only been away for 3 months. How could the relationship between the two of them be so good? "No, Parker, you want to be Gao Qiqiang. Give him a pension. Wait, you're my younger brother, call me brother, and he is your godfather. How can the hierarchy be settled?" Tony smiled happily, seriously suspecting that he was deliberately taking advantage of him. "It's okay. Everyone has their own thing." Li Yuqian immediately patted Parker on the shoulder. "I won't be your big brother anymore. You can call me Grandpa." "Parker, no. Tony, damn, you took advantage of me. Li Yuqian, how is that possible? Let's face it, how could I let Parker call me Grandpa just because I want to take advantage of you? Am I that kind of person? Parker and Tony, you are. Tony looked at the computer and shrugged. Nothing happened to the Tesseract and S.H.I.E.L.D. The only big thing is the formation of a team called the Avengers, a 4-person team composed of Captain America, Falcon, Hawkeye, and Black Widow. I was dealing with some special events during this period. It really made me laugh. How dare these guys form a superhero team? It's so weak, except for Captain America in particular. I didn't expect that old antique to still be able to fight, and Black Braised Egg was not afraid of his bulging disc. However, it is normal. After all, people with black braised eggs are black and have a black heart. Squeezing the elderly is a routine operation. Okay, in this paragraph, you scolded a group of people. Is your mouth quenched with poison? No dogs will join the Avengers. Li Yuqian's attitude toward Tony's last words was that he wanted to laugh to death, and even scolded himself if he was cruel. Wait a minute, isn't there the Hulk in the Avengers? There's a guy who looks very honest, the one named Banner. Li Yuqian thought of Dr. Banner. The current Avengers were so weak that Black Braised Egg didn't recruit the Hulk. Think about it. In the original plot, it seemed that it was because Loki stole the Tesseract that Black Braised Egg jumped over the wall in a hurry, formed the Avengers, and invited Dr. Banner. So Black Braised Egg formed the Avengers in advance for some reasons. But because he was worried about the Hulk, he didn't win over him yet. Li Yuqian touched his chin and formed Avengers in advance for Mao. He couldn't be anxious just because he stole Thor from him, right? Really? Very stingy. Honest man? No. You're talking about the Banner who can turn into a green monster, right? He was only investigated by S.H.I.E.L.D. to the specific location, and no contact was made. Oh, well, the Justice League wants the person that the Avengers don't want. Send me his address. I'll let Banner join the Justice League now. Li Yuqian had an evil smile on his face. Black braised eggs, I'll poach someone else. That's not too much, right? Black braised egg fury, too much. In a slum room, a gentleman was taking a deep breath. The watch on his wrist recorded the frequency of his heartbeat. Looking at him, sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, and taking deep breaths, he looks like he is practicing meditation. The effect was not bad. The heartbeat frequency became gentler, and suddenly a sound of ah rang in his ears. Frightened, the man quickly covered his chest, and his face gradually began to turn green, but his expression seemed to be tolerating his feelings, but with a hint of shock. It seemed like he really didn't expect that someone would suddenly scare him. It's okay, Banner. He didn't change after being suddenly attacked by me. He's quite tolerant. Li Yuqian's voice came from behind Banner, and his whole body was originally affected by Li Yuqian's sudden attack. After enduring it for a while, Banner began to expand uncontrollably, as if he was about to turn into a green giant, and turned around. In just a moment, the anger in Hulk's eyes gradually cleared, and he turned back into Banner. The Hulk still remembers the cruel memory of being beaten with several slaps a long time ago. Help! I'm still a baby. Do you know how much psychological damage it can cause to a child with so many big bicycles? Banner was stunned when he changed back to his original state. This was the first time that he changed back so quickly. It can only be said that Li Yuqian's suppression of Hulk was terrifying. Behind Li Yuqian, Tony and Parker were also confused. Tony really didn't expect that Li Yuqian's first reaction when he saw Banner was to scare him. He was too aggressive. The first reaction of any good person when seeing Banner is to scare him, and they are not afraid that Banner will directly transform into Hulk and punch his brains out. Oh, it's Li Yuqian, so it's okay. Banner looked at Li Yuqian's face and seemed to remember something. Li Yuqian was very satisfied with this. It seemed that he was quite famous, but he was right. After all, he never wore a mask, so he was much more recognizable. You are the Bike King. No. Tony, are you secretly promoting my nickname again? Li Yuqian was almost speechless. Can I get rid of this nickname? As if he was deaf, Tony took out the phone and started talking to himself. I forgot to turn off the gas in the company, so I have to go back quickly. I'm convinced you still have gas in the Stark building, right? Li Yuqian's face was full of black lines. Are you really secretly promoting my nickname? On the other side, little Spider-Man Parker, why are you so guilty? You two won't work together to promote my crappy nickname. Ahem. Banner behind Li Yuqian coughed twice, attracting Li Yuqian's attention. Li Yuqian gave Tony a middle finger and turned to look at Banner. Brother, just get to know me. Don't call me Bai King anymore. Just call me an ancestor. I don't pick nicknames. Are you interested in joining the Justice League? The salary is negotiable, and I'm not paying for it anyway. Tony is a big dog, so you asked him for it. Tony, although I pretended not to hear, and what you said is indeed right, can you not say it behind the back of others? I agreed, but not because of the treatment, but because you can suppress the Hulk. Banner looked straight at Li Yuqian. This person left a deep impression on him. After all, he slapped the Hulk several times, just like hitting a child, and beat him back to his original shape. It's really impressive. You know, in Banner's memory, the Hulk has never been afraid of anyone. He didn't even know how to solve the Hulk's problem other than stabilizing his emotions. Unexpectedly, after working for a long time, the Hulk actually bullied the weak and feared the strong, but it was right when he thought about it. After all, if you calculate it this way, with the IQ of the Hulk, he is only a child. The best way to deal with a naughty kid is to beat him up. Unfortunately, there are not many people who can beat the Hulk. Anyway, in Banner's own impression, there is really no one else. Li Yuqian was very satisfied with Banner, a kind-hearted person like Banner who didn't need a salary. Bah, that's good. Tony, Banner's salary will be transferred to my account from now on. Banner looked shocked. I was just talking politely. Li Yuqian patted him on the shoulder. Just kidding, I'm a rich man now. After Li Yuqian made a joke, the nervous Banner relaxed a little. After chatting for a while, Banner went to pack his luggage. At this time, in the SHIELD secret base, the dignified SHIELD director Nick Fury always felt that something was wrong today. It felt weird, like someone was trying to trick him. Fury shook his head. It might be a problem with the Tesseract. Information came from Fury's men that the Tesseract has been experiencing special fluctuations in the past few days, and something seems to be wrong. Fury quickly led the Avengers to this secret base. At this time, Fury looked at the Tesseract in the distance and turned to look at Dr. Eric beside him. Dr. Eric, can you figure out the Tesseract? Why did he make such a noise? Based on my research, the biggest possibility is that someone is using it. When Dr. Eric spoke, his tone was very confident, which made Fury nod in his heart. He was indeed a talent he had specially recruited. Tony Stark's guy still wants to compete with me. It's nice to think that I'm the better one, but it's a pity that his disciples didn't come with him. The one named Jane seems to be Thor's girlfriend, who has been staying at Stark Industries, waiting for his partner. I don't know what happened to the mysterious Thor, who never returned to Earth. But the Tesseract is just here, and no one is using it. It's not that anyone here is using it, but someone is using something related to the Tesseract to remotely control it, and should be able to create a portal. Wait a minute. You mean that the Tesseract will probably create a portal, and no one on the other side of the portal knows? Fury was a little confused, had a bad feeling, and his tone became stiff. At this time, the four people gradually approached, and the leader shouted loudly without saying a word. I'm here, little black braised egg. Why do you have to ask your father and me to come over? Fury felt his head hurt a little, turned around, and looked at the four Avengers, and said tiredly, Rogers, I know we wrongly blamed you at that time. Can you be normal? Stop swearing every day. Hey, don't get me wrong. It's my fault. It's a simple bad mouth, but it's the ultimate enjoyment. You don't understand this kind of pleasure. There's nothing in this shitty base. Why do you want us to come here? Captain America has been struggling for a few days since he was falsely accused of being incompetent. Unfortunately, people's prejudices are like a mountain, and there are all kinds of rumors. Captain America was really annoyed by this, until one day he really had a bad mouth, and Captain America instantly realized that it felt really good. Captain America looked at his teammates and shrugged. To be honest, I don't know how our foursome had the nerve to call us the Alliance. Let's change our name to the Squad. You are shameless, and I still want to be. Captain, stop the rant. Stop the rant. There was indeed someone pretending to be you and spouting dirty words there. Please be normal. Falcon felt like he was going crazy. He and Captain America were neighbors. Ever since that incident, this guy had a bad mouth every day and almost called himself autistic. I originally thought he was racist, but now it's better. It turns out that he is not racist at all, but discriminates against everyone equally. Can you still blame me? You trash. Please don't call me Captain America anymore. This name sounds too hypocritical. From now on, please call me Soldier Boy or Sunshine Boy. Captain America was talking about quality, saying that Falcon had no love in life, Black Widow was hiding his side, and Hawkeye also quietly lowered his sense of existence. Okay, stop talking. This time I ask you to take this Tesseract group to another secret base. The defense here is not strong enough, and the security level is not high enough. Fury was ready to show his majesty as director and shouted loudly. In the end, Captain America responded like this. Yo, yo, yo. I'm in a hurry. I'm in a hurry. Say a few words. I'm still in a hurry. You're sweating, aren't you, bro? And Hawkeye on the side, are you a sissy? Why are you hiding there and cowering? Oh, and you, Black Widow, you're a sissy. You're a sissy anyway. Okay, shut up. I really can't imagine what it would be like to let the public know that Captain America is like this now. Black Widow is also very helpless. This kind of Captain America is really shocking. As everyone knows, Hawkeye on the side said, "You have shattered my outlook. You actually said such things. It's over. You have been assimilated by the captain." At this time, the U.S. team expressed that they would troll everyone. No one is missing. Oh, as for the Falcon, my God, there is no hope for Country M. Do you have to use an eagle in every nickname? There's no innovation at all. Damn, I really don't understand why my boss and captain are such idiots when I wake up. I really want to kick you out to pick cotton. Killing crazy, Captain America killing crazy. Eric quietly hid in the corner, reducing his sense of existence. I have never seen anyone with such a poisonous mouth. Captain America, oh, you see it now, so what? Fury has only one way now. Ignore this quality captain, take a deep breath, and suppress the anger in his heart. The scolded Hawkeye, Falcon, and Black Widow pointed at the Tesseract. The meaning is very clear. Work quickly and write quickly. You don't want to hear this Black and Captain America troll, right? The three people said that the director who went to a place where he had a good life and received further training was right, and I didn't want to be trolled. Captain America curled his lips speechlessly. Although he felt good about having a bad mouth, he still knew how to do serious things. Without saying a word, Captain America walked towards the Tesseract, and the three Black Widows quickly followed and picked up a safe. Captain America raised his leg and kicked the Tesseract. It's an old thing. Seeing him reminds me of my lost youth. The Tesseract emitted a faint blue light again, but Captain America didn't take it seriously and was about to reach out to take it out and put it in the safe. As a result, the Tesseract suddenly erupted into a blue light beam, and with a whoosh sound, the light beam continued to spread and then formed a blue light gate. Captain America quickly took a step back. You sons of B asterisk 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 saw it clearly. I didn't touch it. I just kicked it casually. At this time, all SHILD agents present chose to ignore Captain Quality and focused on looking at the blue light door. At this time, a figure appeared from the blue light, and that figure was Loki, who fell into the abyss of the universe. He has disheveled hair and holds a scepter that emits light. When Loki saw the situation at the scene, his first reaction was to pick up the scepter in his hand and start to attack. Blue light balls shot out from the scepter, knocking down all the agents present. But there are exceptions to everything. When Loki's scepter emitted a blue ball of light and hit a guy who looked like a black braised egg, a guy dressed like a dramatic character blocked the attack with a shield. Hey, can this guy who plays the tramp stop see asterisk 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 G everywhere as soon as he shows up? It's very rude. Did you see that you can't see asterisk M no matter what? Captain America patted his shield, and what he said left the three Black Widows speechless. Loki's eyes were fierce. Shameless Midgardians, you dare to speak arrogant words in the face of God. Go to hell. Try my special skill, The mage's secret, holy light. Loki looked like he was about to unleash some ultimate move. The 5 people still standing at the scene became alert. Captain America's eyes were sharp, he was holding a shield, and he no longer spoke quality words. The next second, a huge amount of light ball appeared from above Loki's head, and then burst into a dazzling light. The white light was like a flashbang. Damn, you little brat. You're here to cause trouble. Black braised egg, take the Tesseract away quickly. It's too late. Damn, who is poking me? It's not my brother. You poke my man too. The lights slowly disappeared, and the scene was in a mess. Captain America and Fury looked at each other in confusion. The Tesseract was gone, and Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Falcon also disappeared. Fury immediately took out his mobile phone, called up the surrounding surveillance, and sent people to intercept some suspicious people. Most of the monitors were useless. The light ball flash bomb was so bright that many monitors were useless. However, there were some special surveillance cameras that recorded the scene at that time. I saw that mysterious guy with disheveled hair, snatching away the Tesseract first and pointing to 5 people with the scepter. But among the 5, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Falcon seemed to have lost their minds and followed the guy out of the base. Originally, the mysterious guy kept lighting up Captain America and Fury with his scepter, but in the end, the 2 of them were not under his control at all. Control people's minds? Fury took a breath. This kind of ability is too perverted. There should be a time limit and a limit on the number of people. Otherwise, how do you play if you turn all your teammates into friendly forces? Captain America looked at Fury suspiciously. That guy just tapped you with his scepter. Why weren't you controlled? Fury pulled off his shirt, revealing a body armor underneath. What about you? Looking at the video myself, they were shouting so much that if someone attacked me in the chest, I would definitely use a shield to protect my chest. Men in this world should pay attention to protecting themselves, especially some black braised eggs whose sexual orientation is very messy. Fury took a deep breath and kept telling himself to calm down. Rogers just had a bad mouth and had to calm down. Fury ran directly towards the route where the mysterious man left in the surveillance camera, with Captain Quality following closely behind. Good guy. Your running speed is a good use of your racial talent. That's okay. You have to be whipped at home to practice, right? Fury. I regret saving this guy. If I had known, I would have frozen him and put him on display in a museum, and I could have collected the admission fee. Unfortunately, there was too little time, and Fury and Captain America never caught up. Fury took a deep breath and started to make a call. Who should he call for this kind of mess? That has to be Honest Coulson. Hey, Coulson, we're in big trouble. Contact Tony. The Avengers are going to cooperate with the Justice League. One more thing, to win over Dr. Banner, the Avengers need the power of the Hulk. Okay, Director, wait a moment. Coulson's reassuring words came from the other end of the phone. Fury nodded with satisfaction. I can rest assured that Coulson will do his job. If Coulson dies, I really can't imagine it. Of course, I won't let Coulson die. Even if he dies, I have to bring him back to work and let him work for me. As long as you can't die, work to death. Honest man, if your Mediterranean has not turned bald, it means there is still less work to do. Coulson, thank you. An hour later, Coulson called. Fury endured Captain America's mental attack while arranging the treatment of the injured in the secret base. At this time, when I heard Coulson calling so quickly, I cited his efficiency and quickly answered the call. How did things go? Things went very successfully, to a certain extent, Coulson said in a cautious tone. Fury frowned. What do you mean? It means... Rogers, don't interrupt. Fury looked at the troublesome Captain America with a speechless face. Captain America stretched out his hand and pulled his mouth to indicate that he would stop talking. At this time, Coulson's voice came from the end of the phone. Well, we have contacted the Justice League and Dr. Banner. But things have changed a little bit. Dr. Banner was poached by Mr. Lee of the Justice League today, and the Justice League proposed that the Avengers join the Justice League. Moreover, Mr. Lee also said that the Avengers can't even assemble a team anyway, let alone a team. Even a combination is not enough. Fury finally understood where the feeling of being cheated came from today. It turns out that the scammer Li Yuqian is poaching people. There are so many super ability people in the world, but Mr. Mao caught them and killed them. Li Yuqian, why don't you poach me too? Fury finally couldn't hold it in any longer. The man who was in urgent need of venting his pressure looked at Captain America, who was silent, and settled all the old and new grudges. It's just you, the one with a raised butt. I've never seen you with such a bad mouth and such an arrogant person. In the end, you still can't do it. The Tesseract was snatched away by a guy who appeared out of nowhere in front of you, you loser. Holy shit, isn't it? You provoke me. Have you broken my defense? Coulson, on the other end of the phone, just watched in confusion as the director and his idol were scolding each other. To be honest, Coulson didn't expect that his idol would become a quality captain because of rumors. Because of the rumors about Captain Quality, Coulson never dared to look for his idol, harboring illusions. This time, the filter was shattered, and of course, the impression of the director in his mind was also shattered. Black braised eggs, this guy has clearly broken his defense. Isn't his director the master of planning and calm in facing everything? Don't break your defenses like this. At the Justice League headquarters in Stank Building, everyone from the Justice League gathered together, plus Coulson, the mayor of Novice Village. Black braised egg Nick Fury, quality Captain Steve Rogers. Li Yuqian looked at this scene and felt like laughing for no reason. Ha 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 ha. This prosperous age is as I wished. Black braised egg Fury had an extremely ugly expression. He looked at Dr. Banner, sitting on the sofa, and didn't know what to say for a moment. The atmosphere in the entire headquarters was a bit silent, but as soon as Captain America arrived at the headquarters, he was very excited and moved next to Li Yuqian. Hey buddy, do I know you? You look familiar to me. Haha, really? Maybe it's on the internet. I used to like to be a chivalrous person, but I didn't like wearing a mask, you know? Li Yuqian murmured in his heart that he had seen him once when he used his identity to pretend to be a captain. He had a pretty good memory, so he probably wouldn't have noticed. Li Yuqian felt guilty for some reason, but Captain America didn't notice. Hey, I just like chatting with you guys from the Justice League. Because the people in your Justice League are indeed better qualified than our Avengers, really. Haha, that's true. Li Yuqian said that his quality is indeed very high. Okay, let's get down to business. The dark-faced Fury couldn't help but interrupt. Although the quality of this American team is low now, he is the only one in the Avengers. If he is poached again, it will be okay. Coulson coughed a few times, holding a computer in his hand, and quickly stood up and explained to the Justice League how the mysterious man took away the Tesseract. Haha, tramp. I'm laughing so hard. Does Thor know that his brother has become a tramp now? Li Yuqian smiled, as if he suddenly thought of something, and his heart skipped a beat. I was busy showing things off before, but I seem to have forgotten to use any door to let Thor return to Earth. Li Yuqian thought of this and quickly took out any door from his back. He thought about the location of Asgard that Thor told him a long time ago. He quickly opened the any door, and across from the any door, Thor stood on the Rainbow Bridge with excitement on his face, still shouting. Earth, I'm here on horseback. The Rainbow Bridge is finally repaired. Jane, Li Yuqian, you can reach Asgard directly from any door. No wonder you asked me where I was before. Why didn't you pick me up earlier? The smile on Li Yuqian's face was a little stiff. After all, Asgard is too far away. I need to renovate the arbitrary door. Seeing Thor's instantly convinced expression, Li Yuqian breathed a sigh of relief. He was still an idiot and easy to fool. He couldn't just say that he simply forgot about you. Li Yuqian quickly pulled Thor into the arbitrary door, and as the arbitrary door closed, on the Asgard Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall hurried over. He looked at the Rainbow Bridge in confusion. Where is Thor? Damn it. How come he's already in Midgard? I haven't even told him about the mission that God Odin asked him to go to Midgard. At this time, Jarvis's voice came from the Alliance headquarters. Loki's specific location has been discovered. Do you want to take action? Li Yuqian looked at the Justice League he had created. At this time, all the members were there, and he pointed at the specific location of Loki provided by Jarvis. All members of the Justice League attack. Take me one. Take me one. Captain America on the side looked very interested. Li Yuqian looked at the arbitrary door, thought about the specific location of Loki in his mind, and then opened it directly. They rushed in with the Justice League and Captain America, and Fury behind them shouted loudly, "The Tesseract belongs to SHIELD. Rogers, you have to know who you are." Fury had a bad feeling. At this time, he regretted cooperating with the Justice League. He felt that Li Yuqian was so active that something bad might happen, so he quickly followed him. At this time, Loki was at a banquet. He was wearing a formal dress and holding a scepter in his hand. He was shouting in his heart to get out of the way, "I'm going to show off." Then, a pink door full of coquettishness opened in front of him, and several big men squeezed out, surrounding Loki. Loki was a little confused for a moment, but his eyes quickly noticed the key figure, his Midgard enemy, Li Yuqian. "Although I can't beat Li Yuqian, I have a spiritual scepter in my hand. Who am I afraid of?" Loki was calm and held his scepter high. "Meow, kneel down." "Is he pretending to be cute?" Li Yuqian laughed. "This pronunciation does not need to be so abstract." Li Yuqian took a step forward. His body began to emit a faint red light, and the terrifying psychokinesis suppressed Loki. Loki instantly understood. "It's okay if you don't meow." He felt speechless in his heart. How'd this guy get here so fast? I haven't caught that scientific doctor yet and used 3D printing technology to unlock my pupils remotely. But don't worry, not only the doctor, but others can also unlock the vault and use Plan B to let Falcon Black Widow and the others capture others. He must delay time so that they can catch the right person and unlock the vault to obtain the metal needed to make the Tesseract portal. Loki thought of this. Even though he was already lying down under the pressure of psychokinesis, he still spoke righteously. "It's a one-on-one fight. What kind of superheroes do you think you are if you fight in a group?" Li Yuqian brushed aside Thor's somewhat distressed look, shrugged, dismissed psychokinesis, and casually pulled the psychic scepter away from Loki's hand. He stuffed the spiritual scepter behind his back as if nothing had happened. Carat B plus WB. Loki was a little confused. He wasn't robbing me in broad daylight. "What are you doing? Give me back my spiritual scepter." "What is the spiritual scepter? Have you seen any scepter?" Li Yuqian looked at the people around him. Tony, Hulk, Thor, Black Braised Egg, Coulson, Captain America, and Little Spider-Man. At this time, the 7 people unanimously said that they saw nothing. People at the banquet also noticed the strange atmosphere of Li Yuqian and his party. I also noticed that Loki was surrounded by Li Yuqian and his group. As soon as a bodyguard was about to come over, Fury and Coulson met him and took out their IDs. After a while, the people around the banquet began to move away, and a blank area appeared here. Loki looked at the shameless Li Yuqian and took a deep breath. "If I succeed in a duel with one of you, please let me go and return the spiritual scepter to me." "Okay, what if you haven't been beaten before?" Li Yuqian agreed immediately, since he didn't keep his word anyway. A trace of relief flashed in Loki's eyes. "If I lose, I will go with Thor and release the control of those SHIELD guys." "Thor, you came to Earth to capture me and take me back to Asgard, right?" Okay, yes. Yes. Thor touched his head and looked to the side. Could it be that he wanted to say that he returned to Earth to see his partner? Loki smiled arrogantly and looked at the 5 people in front of him. Fury, the old fox, after evacuating the crowd, took Coulson far away. Loki sighed. He was actually challenged to a duel. "Is it possible that I can't defeat any god? It's so funny. I laugh at the fact that Midgardians are ignorant and Lee has money but no plans." The talkative man, holding a shield in his hand, is quite strong. Loki saw it with his own eyes when he was grabbing the Tesseract before. His strength is extraordinary, and the shield material is very strange. The guy in the steel suit is also quite strong. As for the hammer god, Thor who holds a hammer, let alone that. A reckless man will definitely not be able to beat him in a fight. Li Yuqian is also mysterious. His strength is hard to figure out, and he cannot fight head-on. At this time, Loki looked at Dr. Banner, who was wearing glasses and was elegant, and his eyes lit up. "Just you. Stand up for me and wear glasses. I've seen you unhappy for a long time. Is your eyesight okay? I can tell by looking at your eyes that they are ill-prepared. How can you compare with this pretense?" Look at me knocking off your glasses. Dr. Banner, who just joined the Justice League today, simply wore some decent clothes and a pair of plain glasses and prepared to show off his best appearance, was stabbed innocently. Li Yuqian patted the speechless Banner and said, "Come on, it's a good time for you to grow up." Banner took off his glasses and said, "Don't worry, I can get bigger if I want." "Oh, I like Justice League, this relaxed atmosphere. I like it. Li Yuqian, I want to change jobs." Captain America shouted excitedly, causing Fury's veins to pop in the distance. Then, Loki saw in front of him an unusually honest middle-aged man, who instantly became green and big, and his shadow could cover him. Loki swallowed. "No, what do you do?" "He's a scientist with a PhD in physics. You're pretty good at picking people, and he even has a civilian job." Li Yuqian's gloating voice came from behind the Hulk. The Hulk was very quiet at this time, his eyes secretly glancing at Li Yuqian beside him from time to time. Li Yuqian patted the Hulk and pointed at Loki. "Go and beat him." The Hulk immediately geared up and was very obedient. He was worthy of being a person who had tasted his own righteous slap. Loki quickly reached out his hand. Stop. I made a mistake. I meant the guy next to you." "Yes, you're the one wearing this spider pajamas. I've seen you unhappy for a long time. Please come out." Little Spider-Man Parker, who was behind a few people, pointed at himself. As if he had found his savior, Loki shouted repeatedly, "Hey, that's right, come out quickly." "Oh," little Spider-Man ran out. The Hulk, who was eager to fight, was a little unhappy and was about to slap Loki in front of him with his big slap. Li Yuqian raised his hand to stop his movement. Loki breathed a sigh of relief and looked at little Spider-Man with a somewhat wary look in his eyes. "You don't know how to transform into the second stage, do you?" "No." Little Spider-Man Parker seemed extremely honest. Now, Loki felt relieved and his tone became arrogant. "Listening to your voice, I feel like you are so young. Are you not yet an adult?" "Ha ha ha. Do you want me to punch you?" "Thor, brother, why don't you change your face and not buckle the beans? It's so embarrassing." Bang punch. Little Spider-Man Parker punched out, hitting Loki directly in the abdomen. Loki immediately covered his stomach and staggered back a few steps. "You're playing sneak attack. What are you doing?" Parker was speechless. "You asked me to hit you. Why are you speaking so harshly? Do you think you promised me?" "I asked you to do that." Loki straightened his back and stood firm with gritted teeth. "What do you usually do?" "Go to school. At such a young age, if you don't study hard, how can you be a superhero? At your age, are you a good superhero? I don't even bother to talk about you." Loki spoke righteously, and then pointed at Fury in the distance. "I want to fight that black braised egg in a one-on-one fight." "They don't count. Choose among us." Li Yuqian's joking voice just came out. When Loki turned around and ran away, he turned around and left without even a moment's pause. Li Yuqian stretched out his hand and hooked Loki directly into the air under the control of psychokinesis. Loki's legs almost turned into hot wheels, but he still didn't escape Li Yuqian's clutches. Tony, who was watching the show in a steel suit, took out a mechanical handcuff and threw it at Loki. With the sound of mechanical deformation, the mechanical handcuffs cuffed Loki's hands and continued to extend, cuffing Loki's head as well. Li Yuqian untied the psychokinesis restraints, and Loki fell heavily to the ground. "Okay, let's call it a day. Black braised egg. You can find someone from your Avengers. After you find them, capture them and take them to the Justice League headquarters. I will help them release their control. Of course, there is a price for letting me do things. Just give me the Tesseract." Li Yuqian just checked and found that the Tesseract was not on Loki, but on several people controlled by him. Li Yuqian decided to let Thor take his brother back to Asgard after finishing things with the object. Li Yuqian didn't bother to worry about Loki, so he stopped it anyway. The Tesseract opened the portal and released the Chitauri, which changed the plot. Checking in for a special achievement is easy. Should we take the opportunity to bring all the Avengers into the Justice League? And the Tesseract himself, Li Yuqian's eyes flashed with evil light. Fury's heart tightened when he saw it. It's impossible. The Tesseract is of great importance. At most, we can cooperate with your Justice League and study it together. TCH, at worst, We can go find it ourselves. Li Yuqian led the Justice League back to the gate nonchalantly, with Fury, Coulson, and Captain America following closely behind. Fury already regretted it at this time. He would not have informed the Justice League if he had known it. Li Yuqian's ambition was too great, and he wanted both people and the Tesseract. Li Yuqian, asking for everything will only harm you. There's actually a place where prisoners are held inside the Justice League headquarters, with everything from small whips to candles. Li Yuqian looked at Tony as if he were a pervert. Tony was a little angry. That was all arranged by Happy. What does it have to do with me? Li Yuqian locked Loki inside. Ah, yes. I believe you. Damn, can you stop thinking so dirty? Tony sent a friendly gesture to Li Yuqian, and Li Yuqian quickly sent a friendly gesture as well. Li Yuqian then took out Little Sunspot from behind and asked Little Sunspot to interrogate Loki. Tony took one look at the Little Sunspot and realized something was wrong. Artificial intelligence robot. Okay, you can see it all. Li Yuqian felt that Tony had a few tricks up his sleeve. After all, Xiaohei's appearance was no different from that of a normal person. TCH, I'm a genius. And what kind of aesthetics do you have? I feel like you're making fun of me. Tony looked at the appearance of Little Sunspot speechlessly. Li Yuqian was really too stupid. Facing the interrogation of Little Sunspot, Loki still wanted to fool him, and even tried to sow discord. It's a pity that the Justice League president has been led astray by Li Yuqian a long time ago. If there is any conflict, just scold them directly. There's no need for Loki to sow discord. Captain Quality said, Justice League is really suitable for me. Facing Little Sunspot's question, Loki couldn't resist. He turned his eyes and looked at Li Yuqian aside. I promise to tell you where those SHILD guys are, but I have a request. If you don't agree, you still negotiate with me. Little Sunspot, you will be punished with a heavy punishment. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and Little Sunspot raised various torture instruments with both hands, which shocked Loki. Thor on the side quickly stopped him. Don't be so exaggerated. He just made a small mistake. He is still my brother after all. Several SHILD agents, because he died. Fury said sadly. Thor was a little embarrassed. Ahem, he was picked up, not his biological child. Loki, please tell the locations of those people. Loki looked arrogant. I won't. No, you think you are the little princess of Asgard, right? Captain America, spray him to death. Li Yuqian was furious, and Captain America was overjoyed and directly gave Loki a quality education. At this time, Fury received information from his subordinates that a secret base was invaded by the 3 Hawkeyes and special metal was stolen. Li Yuqian stood aside, listening to Fury's voice on the phone in the distance, and shouted to Tony in the distance. Tony, come with me to the rooftop of Stark Building. What are you doing? Are you going to jump off the building? You can jump somewhere else. It would be unlucky to jump off the building in my Stark Tower. Tony followed Li Yuqian to the rooftop of Stark Building in a nonchalant manner. Li Yuqian stood on the rooftop and sighed. The Stark Building is indeed the tallest building in New York in the world, and the scenery on the rooftop is pretty good. Anyway, now Loki has been caught, and the spiritual scepter on his body has been taken into his small world. Most of the Justice League are also in the building, so I don't believe anything else will happen. And according to the original plot, the portal should be opened above Stark Tower, and I happen to be waiting here. Whether you want to open a portal or rescue Loki, Stark Tower is the top priority. As for why I asked Tony to come up with me, I'm just kidding how lonely it would be to go up to the rooftop to enjoy the breeze. No matter what, I had to ask my brothers to come up with me. Li Yuqian and Tony have been blowing wind all morning. Li Yuqian rubbed his face. Damn, we're the 3 of Hawkeye and the others. Is there any mistake? I've said it before, what kind of lunatic would attack the Justice League headquarters? There are so many superheroes here. Unless we have a spy among our people. Tony was a little unaware of the situation and said speechlessly. Li Yuqian had an idea. Holy crap, we don't have spies in the Justice League, but there are in SHILD. Li Yuqian took Tony, dragged him out of the random door, rushed in, and came to the Justice League headquarters where Little Sunspot was interrogating Loki. At this time, at the Justice League headquarters, a large number of SHIELD agents were arguing with Little Sunspot under the leadership of Black Braised Egg. Li Yuqian's body emitted a faint red light. Psychokinesis emerged, and pressure swept the audience. Then he turned to look at Fury. "What do you want to do? I found that your interrogation methods are not very professional. We at SHIELD have more professional people." Fury's face looked a little ugly, and Thor behind Little Sunspot said unhappily, "Although Loki made a mistake, he should still be escorted back to Asgard to face the trial of God Odin. I only agreed to such an interrogation because of my relationship with the Justice League. So who are you?" That's right, the people in the SHIELD Avengers are really incompetent. Captain America was shouting at the side, and Fury wanted to put this foul-mouthed guy in the refrigerator. Li Yuqian looked at the group of SHIELD guys in front of him and held out 2 fingers. "First, Loki is my prisoner. Second, Black Braised Egg, how come you still have Hydra in your team now? If Lee has money, let Fury thump. What are you talking about? These are all old people from S.H.I.E.L.D., and the leader is Alexander Pierce, the former director of SHIELD. Good guy. You don't need to use it yourself now. I'll look at the power of thinking and see what they have in mind. Alexander Pierce is very familiar to me. Isn't this one of the snakeheads in Hydra?" Li Yuqian nodded to Fury. "That's right. Alexander Pierce is Hydra." A man with an old face in the SHIELD agent turned around and ran, but was instantly floating in the air, as were the agents around him. Li Yuqian pointed at the sky, and except for Coulson and Fury, all the SHIELD agents present were floating and bound. Then, Tony on the side pulled out a lot of mechanical handcuffs from the corner of the room. "Hey, by chance, the number of handcuffs is just right." Li Yuqian leaned against the wall and said leisurely, "SHIELD is missing a bunch of agents again. I think we should change our name to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Department. I hope SHIELD can become the S.H.I.E.L.D. team next time." Fury looked at his hands in confusion. "You must know that Alexander Pierce was the one who recommended him to become the director. In other words, my SHIELD agent became the director of Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. What kind of development is this?" At this time, Captain America was also stunned, and then smiled again. "TSK, it turns out there are so many Hydras in S.H.I.E.L.D. No wonder they like to accuse me of being incompetent so much, bah. Damn Hydra." Tony and Li Yuqian, who were watching the show, asked, "Is there a possibility that this is not a false accusation against you?" Loki, who had lost the attention of the crowd, frowned. Sure enough, these guys who suddenly appeared and wanted to cooperate with him were unreliable. "I thought it was so awesome to be discovered so easily. But luckily I have other plans, and that is come out, Chitauri." In the distance from the Stark building, on the Hammer Industrial Building, a blue beam of light suddenly appeared, shooting straight into the sky. Then a huge amount of blue light door appeared above the building. Li Yuqian pointed to the building speechlessly, and then looked at the Stark Tower. "Hell, why does that building look so much like Stark Tower? It's just a little shorter than Stark Tower." The Hammer Industries building, as I am such a perfect person, there are always a few people who like to follow my example. "That building is just a pirated copy." Tony shrugged, but his eyes were full of vigilance as he looked at the blue portal. Li Yuqian's little brain moved, and he understood the cause and effect. If he couldn't find the highest one, he would just find the second highest one. But it's strange that the person being controlled actually ignored Loki. Is this a plan made in advance? At this time, Loki suddenly burst out laughing. The portal has been opened, and a steady stream of Chitauri troops are about to arrive in Midgard. No matter how strong you Justice League superheroes are, so what? They will pile you up to death. This is called using force to overwhelm others. This is a conspiracy. Loki said that he has evolved. Not only can he use conspiracy, but he can also use conspiracy since he learned the art of holy light and the way of the melee mage. Let me ask a question. Since you know how to use conspiracy, why don't you let the people you control arrest a few citizens, or people who control a building, and use their lives in exchange for us letting you go? Captain America suddenly raised a question. "So what if the alien army comes? You are still a prisoner now." "It's a joke. You are such good people, bah." Each one is more incompetent than the other. Why would you let me go just because of the lives of a few people? Loki looked like he had seen through you. Captain America felt aggrieved. Although I scolded people for being incompetent, in fact, if you were doing that, at least I would support letting you go. I'm super kind. Loki, yes. Li Yuqin stretched and then smiled as if everything was going according to plan. The Chitauri army, huh? Do you think we don't have an army? What a joke. Li Yuqin took something out from behind, and a card appeared in his hand. Come out, my army of 100,000. As the card shattered into points of light and disappeared, two distinctive figures appeared in front of Li Yuqin. One is tall and thin, the other is fat and short. Although they look humanoid, their skin exudes a metallic luster, as if they're not ordinary humans. The two of them struck a pose and shouted loudly, I am 100,000. I am an army. Li Yuqin. Okay, you're bad at playing the system, right? Ahem, just kidding. This is the real army of 100,000. Li Yuqin felt the speechless expressions of the people behind him and chuckled. Suddenly, countless robots began to appear behind him and flew towards the Hammer Industrial Building. Li Yuqin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he also had some wave soldiers in his little world. Then the figure flashed and turned into a stream of red light, rushing straight towards the blue portal. The remaining members of the Justice League looked at each other and followed closely behind. Loki and the Hydra people were left behind in the interrogation room, as well as Fury and Coulson, who looked serious. At this time, Fury already understood the urgency of the situation, picked up the phone, and immediately reported the scene to the top management of Country M, striving to dispatch troops immediately. The 100,000 troops who stayed where they were looked at each other. Boss, why didn't you tell us to do something? You're stupid. This is definitely going to be a fight. Why are you talking about it as a boss? Oh. A few minutes ago, under a desk in the Hammer Industrial Building, Justin Hammer was tied up and felt speechless. Hammer took a good time to smoke and drink in his office today to relieve the stress caused by Stark Industries these days. I'm really having a hard time these days. Stark Industries has attracted much attention from the military because of its steel suits, and even more attention has been paid to it because Tony Stark developed the arc reactor. Originally, he and the government joined forces to put pressure on Stark Industries, but that guy Tony hacked into his industry's system on the spot. He obtained some dirty information and released it on the spot. Not only his reputation was ruined, but the weapons manufactured by his industry were also inferior to Stark Industries. Hammer feels like he's going to blacken. It would be great if a guy who could also make iron soldiers join my company. Li Yuqin. Oh, I'm sorry. I killed that guy in seconds. While Hammer was drinking to drown his sorrows, three guys suddenly broke into the building and tied him up. In this broad daylight, under the bright sky, is there any royal law? Is there any law? If I get out of trouble, I'm going to spend a lot of money on myself, and the military will also spend a lot of money so that they can clean up the evil forces in New York. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that after he tied himself up, he actually threw himself onto the office table and ignored it. What a shame. Those three guys have really lost their minds when they ignore themselves so much. Don't they know that they are the most valuable in this building? I tie myself up, threaten myself with my own life, and then I pay the ransom. This is the procedure. But those three people actually ignored me, bah. I really don't understand what people are thinking now, because they are blind. The next second, Hammer knew what those three guys were thinking. He twisted his body like a maggot and crawled out of the desk, just as he was about to see if there was any way to save himself. He wanted to be like that Tony Stark, escape from his own life, and then develop a steel suit as if he had an enlightenment. From then on, he reached the pinnacle of his life and became Iron Man's life and death enemy. When the time comes, I'll call myself Iron Man. Yes, that's it, I want Blacken. He looked up from the window of his office and suddenly saw huge amounts of blue light beams shooting straight into the sky to form a blue portal. In the blue portal, locust-like robot warriors swarmed out in individual airships. They're the Chitauri army. Those Chitauri are holding laser weapons and constantly attacking all surrounding buildings, including the Hammer Industries building. There was only one feeling in Hammer's heart. It hurt. It hurt so much. How much will it cost to restore it to its original state? No. Hammer looked at those ferocious aliens, twisted his body silently, and hid under his desk. Let's go to Black Inn in a few days. I just drank too much and was a little drunk. There is a distance between the Hammer Industrial Building and the Stark Building. When the Justice League rushed over, a dense army of Chitauri were already pouring out of the portal. Chitauri biologically modified spaceships that were huge, like fish on Earth, also flew in. The huge amounts of biological spaceship, named Leviathan, not only can attack itself, but also carries a large number of Chitauri soldiers. The stream of light that Li Yuqian transformed into gradually turned into a black-red meteor, violently impacting the Chitauri army. This scene is as simple as a drop of water hitting the strongest fleet of mankind. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis perceives all Chitauri, attacking every enemy efficiently and accurately. With the terrifying speed and maneuverability coupled with the powerful energy, Li Yuqian felt like he was beating these guys to a pulp. The members of the Justice League who were about to take action were stunned when they saw this. Thor said a little speechlessly, "No, this guy can solve it by himself. Why summon so many robots? I know how to answer this question and call them out to support the scene." Tony said that he knew very well what this bad friend was thinking. Then Tony shouted loudly, "Okay, brothers, let's all come together. Otherwise, we won't be able to distinguish a single enemy in a while." The Chitauri army on the other side of the portal is still pouring into the portal, and a large number of troops blocks the scene in New York in the portal. The Chitauri who were brought in just wanted to say one thing. Don't come in. Don't come in. It's a lie that the people on Earth are weak. Countless Chitauri soldiers and spaceships were continuously shot down by the meteors that Li Yuqian transformed into. The robots summoned by Li Yuqian began to continuously collect Chitauri soldiers and spacecraft debris, and at the same time helped Li Yuqian fight. Everyone in the Justice League was stunned for a moment as they watched, convinced, not to mention the enemy. Even the corpses of the enemies were gone. They were all licked by the robot army. Some of the robot army began to fly towards the high-altitude portal. Compared with Li Yuqian's robot army, the Chitauri army was only slightly larger in number. But the combat effectiveness of the Chitauri soldiers is simply beyond words. Black Widow can gain an absolute advantage one-on-one. Not to mention that the average level robots created by Li Yuqian are at the Tiger level, a few are at the Ghost level, and the leader of the Little Sunspot is an army of Dragon-level robots. Suddenly, there is too much food for everyone, and no one in the Justice League could grab anything. Are these aliens? Tony said that Black Braised Egg was so nervous, and the guy named Loki was so arrogant, he thought he was some kind of enemy. But it turned out to be so funny. The aliens were just like that. I was originally worried about this, and was preparing to strengthen artificial intelligence and create a Steel Legion. It seemed that I didn't need it anymore. Chitauri, does that mean we are weak? We are shameless. Loki, I want to report that someone is cheating, and they didn't take me with them. Hammer, you are so awesome. Can you protect the surrounding buildings? My building is almost destroyed. Be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. No, I know you. Be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You're Tony Stark's guy. So the scheming frog keeps touching your belly. There's only one truth. Everything is Tony Stark's conspiracy. Tony, don't get involved with some people. Disgusting face underscore. While Li Yuqian violently beat up the Chitauri, he listened in confusion to the special achievement check-in sound that suddenly came to his mind and scratched his head in confusion. A casual slap destroyed a Chitauri Leviathan spacecraft. Li Yuqian raised his head and looked at the scene in the universe on the other side of the portal with a worried smile on his face. Jia. I had captured Loki, grabbed the Mind Stone and the Tesseract, and left it alone, but then you sent the space fleet to my door. I'd rather obey your orders than be respectful. Here I come. Li Yuqian turned into a dazzling black-red meteor and rushed straight into the portal. At the original portal, the Chitauri army, relying on their numerical advantage, barely resisted the attack of some of the robot armies. Now Liu Qian took the lead in the charge, leading the robot army and rushing in like a sharp sword. The robots released by Liu Qian all followed Liu Qian and rushed into the portal. In New York, some of the surviving Chitauri just breathed a sigh of relief when they heard strange screams. Everyone in the Justice League looked at these Chitauri with excitement in their eyes. Now it's finally our turn. Captain America pounced on a Chitauri like a hungry tiger. Finally, we have arrived at the Justice League. Don't leave anyone behind, brothers. Oh, my brains have been dried out. Who else is riding the horse? No, you're from the Avengers. You're still alive. Fury, who had just arrived, was shocked. The incompetent captain must have been poached. Yo, I'm so anxious. I'll kill them all on horseback. Leave no one behind. Go to the Avenger who rode on horseback. SHILD. Let me strangle you and see what happens to me. There are many alien soldiers with broken legs and arms. They all get out of the way. I will kill them. I love killing disabled people the most when riding a horse. Bucky, who was still controlled by Hydra, suddenly felt a chill in his back. The little Spider-Man Parker who just got out of the way to let Captain America kill the disabled Chitauri. How cruel. The battlefield in New York was very lively for a while. At the other end of the portal, in the center of the uniformed Chitauri fleet, a spaceship looked different and extremely large. A terrifying number of fleet spaceships guarded the giant ship, which was the Chitauri mothership. On the Chitauri mothership, the Chitauri leader looked at the mothership console showing that the number of Chitauri had dropped significantly. He couldn't help but frown. How long has it been? How come there are so many casualties? Isn't the Earth a weak planet? Is it possible that the Asgardians have rushed to Earth for support? Loki's identity is of no use at all. Odin actually doesn't care about his feelings at all. At least let him develop his power and strive for a throne or something. Isn't that guy Loki picked up? Loki! Hey, you guessed it right. I really picked it up. Chief, we obtained some information based on the videos uploaded by the soldiers before they died. The Earth has a large number of robot legions with terrifying strength, and there is a super strong one. I'm afraid it will take that adult to deal with it. Next to the Chitauri leader, a Chitauri who was dressed more like a civilian looked at the leader seriously and said, hearing this, the leader of the Chitauri looked in disbelief. Wasn't that what he was talking about? The boss he had taken refuge in was the tyrant of the Dark Order, a madman who had slaughtered half of the life forms on countless planets. Thanos. That man's strength is comparable to that of Thanos. Are you kidding? You said that Odin has regained his youth and killed everyone. I still believe it. The Chitauri leader shouted directly. Upload the video, and I will see it for myself. The video was uploaded to the big screen. Liu Qian tortured and killed Chitauri soldiers and Leviathan spaceships like a torturer. The leader of the Chitauri remained silent. For the survival of the Chitauri, it was reasonable to turn to Thanos and complete his mission in order to survive. Moreover, most of the Chitauri have been biochemically modified, half biological and half mechanical, have no fear of death, no training period, low cost, and even no IQ. It relies entirely on a small number of high-level Chitauri to lead operations and development. But if these soldiers are wasted in order to complete impossible internship tasks, that's not okay. It's such a loss. The leader thought of this and directly ordered, all Chitauri troops, stop attacking. Follow Plan C. Advance 4. The Chitauri, who were dressed more like civilians on the side, answered the leader seriously. No. Leader, this is a bit difficult to handle. It's difficult? Why is it difficult? Oh, because that mysterious Earth powerhouse has already attacked. It's too late to run away now. He looked like an honest man and answered his leader. The Chitauri leader quickly looked at the scene outside the mothership. A meteor shining with black and red light was constantly penetrating the spacecraft and wandering freely in the fleet. One after another, mysterious robots swarmed into the destroyed spaceships. The Chitauri leader looked shocked and pointed at the Chitauri who were dressed more civilianly and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chief, you said not to disturb you while you were watching the video to analyze the situation." You machine brain. Chief, that's not right. Only half of my head is mechanical. It was because you interrupted me last time, and you punished me for partially transforming it. Although they have not turned into Chitauri soldiers who have lost their IQ, it is normal for their way of thinking to become somewhat rigid. The Chitauri leader blushed, feeling as if he had shot a bullet between his eyebrows many years ago. My heart is so tired, destroy it. Hurry up. The Chitauri leader looked at the screen as the dazzling black-red meteor continuously penetrated the spacecraft and flew towards the mothership. His own spacecraft kept attacking the meteor-shaped object, but it had no effect at all, as if it was a dimensionality reduction attack. The Chitauri leader rolled his eyes and looked to the side, his men who had just been so angry that his heart ached. Who is that? You are so smart. I will assign you a very important task now. Master Chief, my name is not Ditsongming. I have a number, so I should be called. Dashing had a serious expression on his face and was about to say something when the Chitauri leader quickly covered his mouth and said, "That's not important. You can manage the mothership here first. My lights are not turned off. I'll go home and turn them off first. Promise to complete the mission." The smart man saluted immediately. The Chitauri leader nodded with satisfaction and then ran away towards the emergency escape spaceship. Sure enough, intelligent beings are always afraid of death. In the universe, Li Yuqian continued to penetrate the spacecraft, and the army of robots behind him followed closely and poured into the spacecraft, leaving some robots to control. This wave of profits has been huge, and the Chitauri fleet is very impressive except for space navigation. Worthy of being Thanos' cannon fodder army. Li Yuqian faced the energy attack of some Chitauri spaceships. He didn't dodge or dodge, he just ran into it. It felt so good to be tortured, and this method of destroying the spaceship is even more satisfying. No wonder the Trisolarans chose to use this method to destroy the Earth fleet. Jia. After Li Yuqian destroyed the spaceships along the way, his eyes were fixed on the largest Chitauri mothership. Break it down and let little Sunspot take control of the mothership, and the entire Chitauri army can be wiped out in one fell swoop. After all, Li Yuqian knew that most of the Chitauri army were cannon fodder, had no IQ, and were just biological weapons, the largest spaceship. It seems to be very important. Maybe it is the mothership that controls these Chitauri, so it is the one chosen. Young ones, rush together with your boss. The black-red meteor that Li Yuqian transformed into directly hit the Chitauri mothership, and the robot army followed closely and swarmed into the mothership. Little Sunspot began to directly invade the Chitauri system. If the software could not match, Little Sunspot would directly attack the hardware in the mothership. Chitauri. Okay. Today's young artificial intelligence does not respect martial ethics and is like a rat. After Li Yuqian broke into the mothership, psychokinesis spread out in all directions, binding all the Chitauri in the mothership who behaved abnormally and seemed to have autonomous consciousness. After a while, control of this huge amount of spacecraft began to change hands. Li Yuqian is so happy today. He picked up a space fleet. Thank you for your kindness, Loki. Loki, no. Is this the strength you Chitauri have? Chitauri leader, you can do it. Loki, just practice more. Chitauri leader, you. In the control room of the Chitauri mothership, Li Yuqian crossed his legs and looked at the prisoners in front of him. Hearing the sound of a special achievement clocking in his ears, he smiled with a smile on his face. The Chitauri are considered a race after all, although most of them have no intelligence and are transformed cannon fodder. But there were still hundreds of people with independent consciousness and intelligence. At this time, they were all caught in front of Li Yuqian. Even though the mothership control room was unusually large and spacious, it was still packed to the brim. It's easy to tell these guys apart. Their movements are abnormal. After Little Sunspot gained control of the Chitauri system, none of them were controlled by Little Sunspot. As for how to arrange these prisoners, Li Yuqian decided to let them all be transformed and turned into cannon fodder. Li Yuqian thought of a solution and immediately shouted, "Little Sunspot, transform all these guys into Chitauri soldiers and turn them into cannon fodder." There should be methods and machinery for transformation inside the mothership. Yes, master. When the Chitauri leader among the prisoners heard this, he blinked quickly and successfully attracted Li Yuqian's attention. After all, this guy's clothes are the most luxurious, and his eyes blink so fast, it's pretty attention-grabbing. Li Yuqian let go of the psychokinesis restraint on him and said jokingly, "You guy, you seem to be very dissatisfied. Why do you have any last words to confess?" The Chitauri leader took a few deep breaths and smiled. "My lord, it was our fault to attack the earth. We are responsible for everything. How could I be dissatisfied? I just want to trade my little treasury for my life. I am the leader of the Chitauri. I have used my identity to hide a lot of treasures. In exchange for small life, I should be able to do it. That location is Emergency Escape Ship number 4. The Chitauri leader's face was full of desire for survival. Li Yuqian was happy and asked Little Sunspot to send out a robot. Sure enough, he found a lot of good things in the spaceship. Li Yuqian looked at the Chitauri leader in front of him and spread his hands. "I'm interested, but you're confused. Even if I kill you, these things will be mine too. Whether you kill me or not is one thing. Whether I hand you over or not is another thing. This is all my decision." The Chitauri leader's face was full of humaneness and sophistication, and Li Yuqian couldn't help but give him thumbs up. "It's a character. I'm embarrassed to have done this, turning you into a machine head." The Chitauri leader breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, feeling that he was sure. Li Yuqian touched his chin and thought for a while, then took out a sapling from his back. "Here, take a bite." The Chitauri leader looked at this ordinary earth plant. "Isn't this some special plant that can control itself?" "Forget it. Being controlled is better than becoming a fool or cannon fodder. Becoming a fool and losing wisdom. Why can't it be said to be death in a sense?" The Chitauri leader gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and bit into a handful of leaves. After a while, the Chitauri leader felt that nothing was wrong with his body, that it was not poisonous or under control. There was an expression of joy on his face. It was time to let yourself go. Even if the result is a little worse, it depends on his courage and his understanding of the world to accept him as his subordinate. "My lord, can you let me go? I am very happy to become your subordinate." "Bold, you alien, so ambitious. If you dare to chew leaves today, you will dare to eat people tomorrow. Little Sunspot, push him down quickly and turn him into a fool." Li Yuqian's righteous expression seemed like the leader of the Chitauri had done something evil. Chitauri leader, "You did it on purpose. Why didn't you play your cards according to the routine? You were born. No, just kill. You have to make excuses." In the small world, Xiong Air's face turned green with anger when he saw that the sapling he had just planted was uprooted. "Who is it? You are so bored that you pull out saplings." Li Yuqian confidently suppressed all the Chitauri prisoners and transformed them into fools. He patted Little Sunspot on the shoulder earnestly. "Do you understand what happens next when you become a mature artificial intelligence?" Little Sunspot was worthy of being the chosen worker, transformed by Li Yuqian. He immediately began to think about it, and spoke like a machine gun about how to deal with the Chitauri fleet. With that long list of words, the Chitauri fleet was properly arranged. From now on, the Chitauri fleet will be a key step for Li Yuqian to develop his power in the Marvel Universe. Li Yuqian said that your thinking is too complicated, but I like it. Li Yuqian asked Sunspot to handle it according to his plan and transform these fleets. Strengthen the magic and make some changes. These cannon fodder are too low grade. After Li Yuqian finished solving these matters, he turned around and turned into a dazzling black and red meteor flying back towards the portal. "Tesseract, here I come." At this time, in New York, Earth, the Chitauri soldiers who originally rushed and were either eliminated or were controlled by Little Sunspot using the mothership to return to the portal. Originally, Avengers 1's battle was resolved directly and perfectly, but New York City seemed very lively at this time. A large wave of reporters who are not afraid of death have surrounded the Hammer Industrial Building. Many reporters have even rushed in, wanting to take a close-up shot of the portal connecting the alien army. "Hammer, who barely broke free from the rope and escaped, was knocked into the ground by the crowd that rushed out and finally received several kicks on his body. Hammer, don't step on it. Are you blind? I'm such an adult, can't I see? Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him, and he was kicked several times. Hammer asked, "Why am I always the unlucky one?" At this time, on the roof of the Hammer Industrial Building, everyone from the Justice League and Team USA had successfully surrounded Black Widow, Falcon, and Hawkeye, who were controlled by Loki. The three of them had bruises and swollen faces, and each looked worse than the other. Captain America, who was whistling on the side, expressed his sadness. Fury, the black braised egg, came in a hurry, his face full of suspicion. The injuries on the faces of the three of them were not caused by you, were they? Rogers, how is that possible? Could it be that the three of them were secretly scolding me because of them? I just hit them hard secretly. Am I that kind of person? Captain America's face was filled with awe of justice, and everyone in the Justice League looked at it with twitching lips. Fury, yes, you are that kind of person. Captain America spread his hands and expressed helplessness towards Fury, who didn't trust him. He turned his head and seemed to lower his voice, but in fact it had no effect at all. Brothers from the Justice League, have you seen it? The guys from the Avengers and SHIELD are just about the same quality. Everyone in the Justice League. Black braised egg Fury. At this time, the sound of chaotic footsteps suddenly sounded, and a large wave of reporters carrying various instruments ran to the top floor, their eyes shining brightly as they looked at the Justice League and Captain America. Hello, superheroes of the Justice League. Can you tell us what happened with this portal and the alien soldiers just now? Is all this a conspiracy of the M government? Hello, this superhero who cosplays Captain America. Are you also a member of the Justice League? Captain America. Hey, everyone is looking at me. Let me announce something. I am Steve Rogers, Captain America. For Captain America, who is letting himself go, it is impossible to be low-key. Just be direct and show your talent. At this time, the reporters who had just been noisy fell silent for a moment and then laughed together. A reporter who laughed the most loudly shouted, "I am a big fan of Captain America, and the appearance of your cosplay props is quite authentic. It's a pity there's still a little bit left. You must be a newly debuted superhero, right? A newcomer to the Justice League? The reputation of previous heroes was not good." Captain America was speechless. This was different from what he imagined. Shouldn't it be that everyone was shocked and then full of admiration? The reporter with the happiest smile began to add, "I'm the person who participated in the online audition for the strongest Captain America actor. With your makeup and props, you can barely make it to the top 10, no more." Captain America. Okay. Steve Rogers won 10th place in the competition for the best Captain America actor. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing off. I am who I am. Captain America took off his mask directly, revealing his appearance. For a moment, the reporters who had just burst into laughter fell into silence. The reporter who was a die-hard fan of Captain America and had just said something shocking lowered his head to protect the reporters in front of him. "I can't help it. This look is so natural, it doesn't look fake. Superheroes and aliens have appeared. It seems normal for a superhero to live for decades longer." After a while of silence, these reporters became excited again. Aliens invaded. Captain America was not dead, and he reappeared in the public eye. The Justice League left the country collectively. 3 big news. The reporters' eyes were almost shining. As for the one-eyed black braised egg and the fat and thin duo next to them, they don't seem to be very popular and are not important. They can just take a few photos for a while. Fury and an army of 100,000 people. At this time, a reporter rushed to the U.S. team and stretched out the microphone. "Hello, Captain America. I'm a big fan of yours. Back then, everyone said you were dead. What happened? Can you tell me something?" Captain America. "No, buddy. Aren't you just a reporter who doubts that I'm not Captain America and can barely make it into the top 10 best Captain America actors? If you change your vest, I won't recognize you?" Captain America curled his lips and didn't want to pay attention to him. There is no way. Even though I'm very qualified, I still have to be careful when facing public opinion. After all, perverts like Azu are afraid of online violence. Captain America said that he still needs some image. At this time, another reporter also rushed over and stretched out the microphone. Hello, according to the relevant video I just obtained, you have just brutally killed a disabled alien soldier who has lost his mobility. Is this too cruel? Captain America. Subway old man looking at his cell phone expression. No, they are alien soldiers, invaders? The kind with weapons. What happened to the aliens? Do aliens deserve to die? The reporter's face was filled with the freedom of country M. No, don't you talk nonsense? If the aliens don't die, why should I die? Captain America's expression was beyond words. He couldn't stand it anymore, and he was about to turn into Captain Telegraph. But luckily I held back at the last moment. Captain America feels that he is old and out of touch with the times. Does this kind of thing have to be politically correct? It's a pity that the American team is no longer the former American team. The current American team is already a quality captain. Ahem. Let me explain one thing. These aliens are all mechanized through biological modification. As we all know, robots have no pain. So my approach is very humane. No problem. Li Yuqian, who had just arrived at the portal, heard this sentence and nodded in agreement. It turns out that the Chitauri can't feel pain, so it doesn't hurt that he just transformed those prisoners into fools, and it doesn't matter. Suddenly, his conscience feels much better. Chitauri leader and other senior officials. You fart. No, do we feel pain? Don't we know it ourselves? Li Yuqian. Oh, so you don't feel pain, I understand. Read the random reply. Chitauri leaders and other high-level officials. Degree. Li Yuqian was brainstorming, but his body still flew out of the portal like a black and red meteor, making a superhero-like appearance directly at the Hammer Industrial Building. As a result, the next second, Li Yuqian couldn't hold it any longer and heard someone from the reporters on the roof shout, "Look, it's a superhero who rushes into the portal to fight the alien invaders." Bicycle King. Li Yuqian. I was very happy to hear the first sentence, but I didn't like the last sentence. Get out of here. Get out of here. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and psychokinesis wrapped them around them, asking the reporters to line up and return to the bottom of the building. Hammer, who had just supported his old waist and was climbing the stairs after waking up, was brutally attacked again. A group of people floated out of thin air and hit Hammer hard. Hammer fell hard on the stairs, with tears of regret on his face. If he had known, he would have stayed under the desk. What? Why don't you take the elevator? You're kidding. The Hammer Industrial Building was beaten to pieces by the aliens before, and there is black smoke coming out. Taking the elevator is so dangerous. What should I do if I get injured? Hammer, I'm already hurt. Asterisk him. At this time, on the roof, everyone saw Li Yuqian coming back, and he was still so heartless. Feeling reassured, and coupled with the fact that the aliens had lost their ability to move, everyone secretly felt calm, and then quickly came over to ask about the specific situation. After all, everyone now only knows that Loki controlled the Avengers trio and created the portal using special metals and the Tesseract. And many alien soldiers were saved from it. They were unable to communicate and only wanted to attack the invaders. But the specific process and the identities of the aliens are still unclear to everyone. Li Yuqian explained nonchalantly the origin of the Chitauri and said that he had already repelled them. As for controlling them, Li Yuqian was not prepared to tell the truth. He controlled the Chitauri and turned the senior officials inside into fools, which sounded like a villain. It damages your image of justice. Thor on the side introduced the Tesseract, which made the portal, its real name, Space Gem. There are 6 powerful gems in the universe, namely space, time, reality, strength, mind, and soul. The Tesseract is one of the space gems, which has the power to control space. The gem contains powerful power, but while possessing powerful power, the gem can also bring disaster. Originally, my father was afraid of the disaster that gems would bring, so he left the Tesseract on the Earth, but I remember that my father hid this thing Who got it out? Thor wondered, while everyone from the Justice League and Captain America surrounded the Tesseract with shocked expressions. Little Spider-Man Parker looked curious. Is this thing so powerful? Tony controlled the steel suit and approached the Tesseract. I once invaded the SHIELD system. This thing is indeed very mysterious. I didn't expect it to be a treasure in the universe. Fury's face on the side became even darker. Can you carry someone behind your back before you say such a thing? Banner lowered his head and looked carefully. There's a special energy shield around the Tesseract, which is difficult to open. When I was just the Hulk, I punched it several times and it didn't open. I can't keep this portal open, right? If this continues, because this place is directly connected to the universe, with constant oxygen and portals to the universe, this will cause serious consequences. And that group of aliens is very likely to launch another attack. So the first priority is to shut it down. It's better. According to the information I obtained by hacking into the SHIELD system, Dr. Eric's relevant experimental information shows that this special power can only be released by similar power. Is it possible that to disable this portal, we need to find other gems? Tony frowned. Fury. Okay. I know you hacked it. Can you please stop stressing? Captain America also came to join the fun. What do you think? Maybe my old rival Red Skull was not there. And maybe he was teleported somewhere. Gaga, that's fine. Maybe I can give him a good beating myself in the future. Thor gave very useful advice. I remember that the scepter my brother Loki used before had a gem on the head. That seems to be the Mind Stone. And if you poke it with that thing, it seems like you can deactivate the portal. Little Spider-Man Parker looked excited. This is really an awesome sapling. To deactivate the portal, you actually need special props. It sounds awesome. Wait a minute. Sapling? What's sapling? Fury was stunned. Captain America on the side patted his chest and said, That must be awesome. I spent a lot of effort to grab this sapling from that ugly Red Skull. Why are you robbing the saplings? Fury was anxious. Tony smiled. If I'd been here back then, I could have done it. Why not just grab a sapling? How difficult can it be? Why grab a sapling? You are young and ignorant. You don't understand how important this sapling was back then. How I defeated countless opponents and fought face to face with the Red Skull for this sapling. Fury roared angrily. That's enough. Does anyone listen to me? Why did the portal suddenly close just now? And why did the Tesseract in the middle turn into a sapling? And it was chewed by someone. Fury scanned the people around him and suddenly discovered a question. Damn, where is Richley? No, the cosmic magic belongs to SHIELD. Forget the Mind Stone. You want to grab the Tesseract too? The guys around looked up at the sky and whistled. This scene almost made Fury vomit blood. No, Steve Rogers, what are you bragging about? You are from the Avengers. Haha, sorry, I'm used to it. Captain America scratched his head, smiled, and gave Fury a psychic hit. Black braised egg Fury red temperature plus 10 million%. In the flat floor of New York City, Li Yuqian was leaning on the bed leisurely, using the Mind Stone and Space Stone in his hands as a walnut plate. As for the shell of the original space gem, Li Yuqian placed the Tesseract on the table aside, and Li Yuqian prepared to put it on the corner of the table. A stream of strange power extended from Li Yuqian's body and poured into the Mind Gem and Space Gem. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and blue portals appeared in front of him. His psychokinesis seemed to have changed because of the Mind Stone. It seems to have become more comprehensive, and Li Yuqian has all the abilities of mental power and mind control all at once. Just now, a group of guys gathered around a sapling to discuss for a long time. After Li Yuqian magically modified the Infinity Stones and obtained new abilities, he casually gave the group of guys a psychological hint. Li Yuqian discovered that he had an unexpected surprise. After getting the Infinity Stones, Li Yuqian discovered that his power of thinking could magically modify the Infinity Stones. The magically modified Infinity Stones can strengthen one's ability, and under the influence of one's own power, the Infinity Stones are even more terrifying for one's growth. Even though he is already invincible and unreasonable, who would be dissatisfied with becoming stronger? Li Yuqian is going to collect the infinite gems. Then he will snap his fingers and play with them every day. He will not die anyway. The infinite wishing machine, oh, sounds pretty good. In fact, Li Yuqian also has an idea in mind. That is, he can use these abilities with his own templates. But I need an excuse, or I think that with the Infinity Stones, I should have these abilities. The biggest evidence is that if you obtain these abilities, even if you lose the Infinite Stones, they will still exist. The Infinity Stones seem to be just an introduction. Well, it's very unscientific, but it's very rich. There seems to be a time gem on the Earth. It seems that I have to find some free time to travel to the Himalayas. Of course, even if my ability is still there, I want the Infinity Stones for myself and cannot give them to others. After all, this kind of thing is very collectible. As soon as Karmataj of the Himalayas came out of the secret room, the Supreme Mage Ancient One, who was full of the style of a strong man, suddenly shuddered and felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Ancient One immediately activated the Eye of Agamotto on his chest to check the timeline. Then I saw all kinds of distorted pictures, as if my Eye of Agamotto had eaten undercooked mushrooms. This style of painting made Ancient One twitch his mouth. Has that unscientific and magical guy finally set his sights on Karmataj? It seems that the plan to trick Strange into becoming the Supreme Mage has to be brought forward. I don't want to stay in this day where the Supreme Mage wakes up earlier than a chicken and goes to bed later than a pig every day. Not to mention, there are those who may have been challenging their own views. If you want to come to Kamal Taj, you must retire. When the time comes, out of sight and out of mind, Strange, I'll give you a hard time first. You are too young to grasp the leisurely days every day, so let me do it. In the Hammer Industrial Building, the red-hot Fury seemed to be possessed by Captain America, and his little mouth was complaining about everyone in the Justice League. There is also the unreliable Captain America, Black Widow, Falcon, and Hawkeye, who were all tied into rice dumplings, all twisted into maggots, and agreed. Wait, Fury seemed to realize something, and quickly untied the 3 people who were tied up and pulled the smelly socks out of their mouths. After the 3 were free, they looked at Fury with resentful eyes. Ahem, really, who put stinky socks in their mouths? I remember they beat you unconscious just now, and no one cared about you. Who tied you up? Are you tied up so professionally? By the way, when did you lift the control? Fury coughed twice, with an interesting expression on his face. The method of tying the 3 of them with rope just now was a bit unseemly. Captain America, on the other hand, walked towards the stairs with a guilty conscience. When Li Yuqian took away the Tesseract in front of you, he just clicked on the 3 of us, and we returned to normal. The 3 of us struggled for a long time, but you didn't even look this way. Fury changed the topic without blushing and without a beat. It is indeed Li Yuqian's fault. I strongly condemn it, and must hand over the magic of the universe. It belongs to SHIELD. I muttered in my heart, how could I know that letting myself go is not as good as scolding people if I don't have the quality? Team USA agrees. However, the trio said that you should stop agreeing and almost forgot about you. Rogers, don't run away. You were the one who beat us the hardest just now, and you secretly tied the 3 of us up with a rope. You also blocked our mouths with smelly socks, and we fought with you. The Avengers are having a civil war, and the Justice League is enjoying themselves. Damn, you were controlled just now? There's nothing I could do about it. I just said that the people in the Avengers are not qualified. That's true. 5-star critic Tony Stark said that Captain America is a ruthless person and even scolds himself for being ruthless. Fury looked at the chaotic Avengers and the Justice League with numerous members and powerful abilities. He felt so humiliated. No way. I have to use a secret weapon, summon that woman, lead the Avengers, and get back the Tesseract. Oh, and the Mind Stone. Revitalize the Avengers, absorb various superheroes, and complete your own plan. Yes, that's it. Under my leadership, SHIELD and the Avengers will thrive. No, something bad is happening. Coulson's voice came from the stairs. After a while, Coulson, who was sweating profusely, ran out and shouted at Fury. The director is not good. There was a mysterious robot arm transformation expert just now, attacked the Justice League headquarters and took away those hydras. The scene on the rooftop suddenly became quiet. Fury's face was ugly, and his attention was completely attracted by some gem alien. He actually let those hydras seize the opportunity and escape. Hurry up and sort out the list and arrest all those people. The identities of those hydras have been exposed. The Identity Bureau will not tell you. Catch them all. 70% of them will be pinched with both hands. Maybe not, Director. Coulson looked a little weird. Fury frowned. Why not use it? Because they are now at the SHIELD headquarters and have contacted the president, saying that a few of us are SHIELD spies. They are from the Justice League. By the way, 60% of the people in SHIELD expressed their approval. Fury pointed at himself with a look of disbelief on his face. Me? SHIELD agent. Everyone in the Justice League. Ah? Our people? What the heck are we doing? Fury took a deep breath, smiled, and turned to look at Tony. Does the Justice League still need people? I apply to join. Tony was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Sure, you're welcome at any time. Coulson, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Falcon. Captain America. I will join too. Fury's face was full of bitterness. He had cleaned up SHIELD several times, but 60% of the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. were still members of Hydra. This is outrageous. After all, I'm a member of the Justice League, so I believe and agree with these words. If I am not a member of Hydra, I will just sing Sunshine and Rainbow Little White Pony 100 times. It was most important for him to first use the power of the Justice League to expose the conspiracy of Hydra. As for calling that woman over, I'm afraid it's too late. Liu Qian directly took advantage of these matters online through Little Sunspot and Tony, but Liu Qian was not prepared to care about these matters. If you have to take care of everything by yourself, won't you be exhausted? Anyway, the plot has already shifted to Grandma's house, and Liu Qian is too lazy to intervene. He will just watch the show when the time comes. It's interesting that the Hydra undercover agent in SHIELD didn't launch a nuclear bomb. He dared to openly and blatantly frame Fury, facing a superhero like himself who could repel the alien fleet. You should not directly launch this nuclear bomb at yourself, and then block it by yourself to show your superiority. Once the B************ D spirit is unleashed, this is the process that the protagonist should have in Marvel. Why don't I have any? It makes me look like a fake protagonist. During the alien invasion, Hydra undercover agent and Hydra leader Alexander Pierce was captured into the interrogation room of the Justice League headquarters and was guarded by Coulson. So, as the undercover boss within SHIELD, I will give orders myself. Blow yourself up with a nuke? Wait a minute. Tony is having a celebration party? Let's go and have a dinner. Liu Qian stuffed 2 infinity stones into the small world, opened a blue portal, and slowly walked in. Eat a feast, eat a feast. This time the Chitauri invaded the Earth. Except for the severe damage to the Hammer Industrial Building, nothing happened elsewhere. There was no problem at all, and he couldn't find a restaurant. So Liu Qian just ate to his heart's content. Everyone in the Justice League had a great time eating and playing. Thor drank too much and even put Thor's hammer on the table. He shouted loudly, "Brotherly, get up first." Liu Qian stood up speechlessly. He wanted to see what Thor was up to. Thor put his hands on his hips and shouted, "No one here can lift my hammer." Anyone could lift my own hammer before. Although it didn't give others strength, it made me very angry. I feel like I've been bullied. Now that my hammer has finally returned to normal, this ratio must be installed. Liu Qian is too mysterious and needs to be eliminated to prevent the pretense from failing. That's right, this idiot still doesn't know that the Thor's hammer he held was fake. Everyone present booed, and then a large group of people started to pull up the hammer. Liu Qian raised his eyebrows. The plot was already so crooked. Why is there still such a plot? However, can the current quality captain be lifted up? After one person after another raised it, Captain America finally stood up and picked up Thor's hammer. Everyone in the Justice League. Captain America. Thor. Captain America shouted excitedly. I'm a mud horse. I can actually lift it. Sure enough, I am a just and kind-hearted person. Jia, jia, jia. No, you have a nerve to say that you are righteous and kind. What's the matter with your villain smile? Thor hugged his hammer with a heartbroken look on his face. My hammer. Why did you break it? F asterisk asterisk KU. This hammer isn't broken. I've met the requirements. It's normal to be able to lift it. Look at how disgraceful you are. Hey, why do I feel like I'm going to make you awesome? I like being a tower on. The performance of the U.S. team is still stable and incredible. Li Yuqian breathed a sigh of relief. Although he led Captain America to bad things because he was having fun, his original intention remained unchanged. To round it all off, I didn't bring him down. After everyone had eaten, drank, and had fun, Li Yuqian went back to his own flat to hang out for a few days. Everyone in the Justice League got into trouble with Hydra, who was wearing the skin of S.H.I.E.L.D. With the support of the M government, these Hydras put a lot of pressure on the Justice League. The government of Country M is not all fools. Some people also see that there's a problem with S.H.I.E.L.D. But what they pay more attention to is Li Yuqian, the superhero who solves the problem of aliens. Or maybe they were afraid that Li was rich and coveted the Tesseract, which could create a portal. So they used S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury as a Justice League spy to put pressure on the Justice League. I am giving some support to Hydra and preparing to test the Justice League, or Li Yuqian. But Li Yuqian casually asked Sunspot to help the Justice League, and the situation was immediately reversed. He beat the Hydra in the skin of S.H.I.E.L.D. until it screamed, killed its leader directly, and then asked Little Sunspot to shave the president of Country M's head in full view of the public. The president of Country M said, "Who knows?" A man wearing overalls stretched out his finger and scratched it lightly, and all his hair fell out. Were you still saying, this is the hairstyle of a strong man, what is good for you? This is bullshit. You are obviously threatening yourself, right? With the leaderless soldiers left, Li Yuqian ignored them and let the Justice League handle it themselves. Li Yuqian said that I don't need to take action. My younger brother's action is the limit of this segment. Li Yuqian spent the rest of his time flying the Chitauri spaceship that had been corrected by Sunspot from time to time. Experienced the feeling of flying a spaceship, and then the Chitauri left relevant information and obtained the location of some living planets. I went to some planets and took a look. I benefited a lot from this trip. What cat girl? Blue-skinned people, red-skinned people, tentacled people. I have learned a lot in this moment. In addition to having a good communication with the race with cat ears and cat tails, Li Yuqian stayed away from the remaining weird races. The skin types are so fancy. I am indeed a conservative person. After Li Yuqian experienced it, he returned to his home and lay on the bed, where he sighed with emotion. Guang, who had not been out for a long time and was annoying, suddenly jumped and said with disgust, "Shit, you think they are ugly? It's all an excuse. What words? What words? Am I that kind of person?" Li Yuqian looked at Guang with a face of humiliation, which made Guang lose his ability. "It has to be you, host." Guang curled his lips, not wanting to expose Li Yuqian's true colors, so he forced a smile. "Well, Master Host, let me discuss something with you." Li Yuqian was going to tease this guy, Guang. Suddenly, hearing Guang call him this way, he felt a little uncomfortable and felt goosebumps rising. Li Yuqian looked at Guang suspiciously and found that he was a little different from before. Originally, he was just a small ball of light, which became a bit anthropomorphic and could stretch out 2 little legs and hands. And now, Guang is wearing a hat and a small suit. What do you think of the overall look? It looks like a peacock courting a mate, and a bit like a stupid brother in his dormitory getting dressed up for a face-off. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with 10 points equaling 19 points. Li Yuqian crossed his legs and said leisurely to Guang, whose image had changed drastically, "If you have something to say, say it, and if you have something to say, let it go." Guang briefly recalled in his mind his former hard-working worker host, and then thought about Li Yuqian, who was now rebelling against Tiangang. I was filled with emotions in my heart and secretly swore in my heart, "Just wait, Little plum, when my online dating partner Ben and I show up, we will directly take action together to control you, the host who rebels against Tiangang, and then make you sign an unequal treaty. Let you become a laborer. Jia, 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 jia. 30 years in Hudong and 30 years in Hashi. Don't bully the poor system. Just wait for me. Ah Guang was thinking about it, and suddenly smiled crookedly, and then he leaned over and said, Before, little Li Zi, Master, didn't you say, as long as my goddess and I have successful intercourse, proving that we are truly in love, the world energy I owed you before will be wiped out. Do you still remember that incident? A Guang smiled like a dog, and Li Yuqian pushed a Guang away with one hand and said with disgust, Wait a minute, I just said that I don't care about your affairs, and at the same time relax the time limit for you to return the world's energy. What did you say was all written off? What a beautiful idea you have. He almost. Ah Guang smiled with a smile on his face, cursing Li Yuqian in his heart, and immediately lost his memory. This B******ch has a pretty good memory, and he didn't fool around. However, although I have the coordinates of that world, the world's energy required to forcefully travel in is too much. I thought away. When I went to the system network before, I learned some time travel methods of the quick travel system. It just so happened that there was nothing special about that world. Changing the plot doesn't gain much energy in comparison. This crossing method consumes less money and has benefits. Even if you want to directly replace the person from another world in that world and still need to fulfill his wish, I can also take the opportunity to travel to that world. I can also save some world energy and buy a system appearance to give to her. No. What if my counterpart in this world has an outrageous wish? Li Yuqian was speechless. What Guang said sounded very unreliable. What does it mean to have learned a little? Guang was anxious. It took him a long time to think of a way. If Li Yuqian didn't agree, he would do it. If he wanted to travel directly to that world, he would not be able to afford the world's energy that he would spend, and Li Yuqian would not lend it to him. No, you have to persuade him. It won't be too outrageous. You just need to get through the plot line of that world. It only takes a year or two to get a full deal, which is very fast, and you're directly replacing him, so you have all the strength. Besides, you have this strength now. Who else can harm you? You're always so mighty and powerful. Guang became more and more proficient at flattering him. Li Yuqian thought for a while and realized that he had nothing to do recently. He stretched out his hand and said, Show me the specific process of that time-traveling method. Guang's face lit up with joy, knowing that Li Yuqian had already half agreed. So he quickly took out a small ball of light. Li Yuqian took it casually, and I poured in the power of thought. After checking it, I found that there was nothing wrong with this method of crossing. Moreover, after fulfilling the wish of a peer from another world, you can also strengthen your origin, that is, enhance your ability in all aspects, which is also somewhat beneficial. Li Yuqian nodded gently and agreed to accompany Guang on a gay trip. It's a bit of a benefit. I can still enjoy it when the time comes, so I'll go there. I want to see what kind of world it is, a world that favors female videos. I haven't been there yet. What will it look like? A group of green tea people will frame someone up. When the time comes, I will directly shoot a heartbreaking roaring cannon. Jia, 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 jia. Then experience that world. The male channel is decisive in killing. Li Yuqian used to be a book fan. Although he has never watched female videos, he has been influenced by them and has heard about the strange views of some female videos. For example, if you were powerful and had a high status in your previous life, and then you were slandered, you must prove your innocence in this life. If someone was betrayed by his beloved in his previous life, he must regain his heart in this life. Okay. You're not in love, you're on the road to love. If you don't kill the person who betrayed you, why are you still waiting for the new year? Happy. Damn it. I'm going to imprison the sky directly. Bah. Collapse star roaring cannon. Li Yuqian, with the thought of eating Guang's melons and seeing weird female videos, turned into a white light and disappeared in place under the excited guidance of Guang. This time, it was different from the past. Before, I could go to another world just by swiping. But this time, it was like taking an elevator very slow. The surroundings were so white that Li Yuqian could even perceive that there was nothingness outside. He and Aguang were wrapped in huge amounts of white light balls, flying towards a world in the distance. It turns out that this is how to travel across the world. Li Yuqian said that if he learns it secretly, he might be able to travel across the world, and then he won't have to be subject to the lottery. Li Yuqian analyzed it silently while casually chatting with Aguang. Aguang, I have a question. Are you wearing clothes now? Yes, this is also a kind of system appearance. Although it is cheap, I think it looks good. Aguang expressed that he was very happy to see that he would not be obsessed with the goddess system when the time comes. Li Yuqian coughed slightly with a suspicious expression. In other words, you are usually naked? Not Aguang, but you still have this hobby? You can't tell. TCH, we're not the same species. Okay, what's all the fuss about? Is it possible that you're not exposed and are afraid of being seen by kittens and puppies? Aguang said, complaining in his heart, if you didn't let him squeeze, he would have a handsome system appearance. I used to have a lot of system appearances. Unfortunately, I was seriously injured during that time. In order to recover from the injury, I sold a lot of things, but I didn't keep any of my system appearances. This time, after a quick interview, I gritted my teeth and bought a pretty good one. But it's a pity that I only have world coordinates and no specific location of the goddess system. I'm also blocked by the goddess system, although I can buy her the appearance of the system and let her add myself again. But wouldn't that be like Li Yuqian admitting defeat? He will never admit defeat. He must show Li Yuqian what love is. Li Yuqian said that this is my love for you. As the familiar feeling passed to Li Yuqian realized that a new world had arrived. At the same time, there is also a stream of memories and plots related to this world. Okay, this time travel treatment is quite good. Li Yuqian thinks Aguang can learn from it. In this regard, Aguang said that this is limited to this world. The methods of time travel are different and cannot be generalized. Don't force the system to make things difficult. Li Yuqian gave Aguang the middle finger in his heart and thoughtfully sent him a message to trash the system and ruin my protagonist's life. Li Yuqian slowly opened his eyes, feeling the power in his body, and he was indeed wearing it. He looked around again, and at this time, he was in a room. The room was very simple and ordinary looking, and there were very cheap clothes in the closet on the side. Li Yuqian touched his chin. It seemed that he was not living a good life in this world. But it's normal to think about it. Otherwise, how could my counterpart from another world be willing to be replaced by him? And his wish is still the simplest to live well. The method of fast travel used by Aguang only requires the consent of the peers in the original world. Li Yuqian was thinking while sorting out the information Aguang had passed on, that is, related memories and the plot of this world. In this world, I'm also called Li Yuqian, which is good. Otherwise, I would not be used to being called another name. In this world, Li Yuqian was originally the son of a wealthy family. Unfortunately, he was abducted by traffickers due to an accident. The wealthy family already has a new adopted son, named Li Juanjia. Good, classics. Dianzhong, the real and false master of the giants. Li Yuqian looked at the subsequent memories with a strange expression, which was similar to what he had encountered. This adopted son is a very scheming guy who often uses some means to frame Li Yuqian in this world, making Li Yuqian's life in this wealthy family miserable every day. He was not given living expenses and had to work part-time to make money. He did not enjoy the blessings of a wealthy young master. He was framed by Li Juanjia in various ways, and then he was brutally beaten by the whole family. This part of Li Yuqian's memory in this world is full of sadness. Li Yuqian said that this guy is just full of troubles. Wait, Li Yuqian followed his memory and saw something was wrong. The only happy memory in my memory in this world was when a woman helped me. That woman's name was Lu Ruyan, and he also loves her deeply and acts as a licking dog for Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's attitude towards him is also very different, but overall, Li Yuqian feels that this is hanging on himself in this world. Sure enough, but later he in this world found out that Lu Ruyan once had a Bai Yue Guang who looked a lot like himself. Okay, Lu Ruyan, Bai Yue Guang? So typical. I suspect his Guang is called Uncle G. Real and fake wealthy young master plus substitute literature. Not a buddy. You'll be the worst in both routines if I don't take your place. Do you still have to act frustrated, and then, after getting stomach cancer, they're in great pain? It's no use. It's so frustrating. Li Yuqian feels that he can live so long in this world. How tolerable it is. Dude, you are a teenage mutant ninja turtle. If you put this kind of thing over my head, I will go completely crazy. Li Yuqian was speechless and pulled a Guang out of his mind. No, Guang, do you know that I am so miserable in this world? Is this guy really my peer? This is too honest. Although I admit that I am kind and righteous, I am not so stupid and kind. Guang, you are such a shameless person. How can you have the nerve to say that you are kind? It's a bit miserable, but he can still be considered a protagonist. Yes, you guessed it right. He is the kind of protagonist who abuses the main character and dies miserably in the end. I used the quick-where trick to subconsciously convey to him that I would find someone to live on his behalf through the plot and get a perfect ending, and the guy immediately agreed. The one who agreed was quite decisive, but it was normal. After all, he lived a very hard life, and having a happy ending was also very attractive to him. Moreover, he was already dying and had stomach cancer. Guang sighed incessantly. It was all Li Yuqian. Why was Mao so pitiful in this world, and yet so kind-hearted, which was touching? My own host is shameless. Sure enough, the world is big, and there is everyone. Li Yuqian took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and patted his chest. Comrade Li Yuqian, don't worry. I will let you live well and get through the plot. By the way, you also make those who bully you pay the price. Are you kidding me? What kind of kittens and puppies dare to bully Li Yuqian? Li Yuqian kicked open the door aggressively and left the room, which was magnificent and magnificent. It was a very luxurious villa. The simple room where I live is simply two different worlds. Li Yuqian felt even more unhappy. He walked downstairs and walked to the villa to the dining hall in his memory. A Guang ran directly into Li Yuqian's mind and said, "This world is just an ordinary technological world. Just take it easy. Just don't go too far. Be careful if the world's consciousness goes crazy. I can't just float around outside and enter your mind." Li Yuqian nodded. I still have to have fun for a year or two and wait for the plot line to end, but it will still be a long time. You can have fun by yourself, but the plot will be disguised as normal. Li Yuqian said he would strike hard. At this time, the green tea boy Li Juanja, his parents Li's father and Li's mother, who were in the same position in this world, and the three sisters of the Li family who were necessary for real and fake wealthy young masters, are having a meal together happily. There was no place for Li Yuqian on the table. Li Yuqian thought for a moment, and it seemed that in his memory, Li Yuqian couldn't even get to the table to eat. "No, buddy, what age are you in, and you still don't serve food to people, so your fists are hard?" Li Yuqian went downstairs and made a noise, which attracted the attention of the top-born family members who were having dinner with Chiluro. Father Li looked at Li Yuqian with extremely disgusted eyes and shouted angrily, "What are you doing here? It's something that's not on the table. It's off-putting. Didn't I tell you not to come over while eating? Are you deaf? Old Biden, what did you say? Your father. I can eat whenever I want. You don't have to worry about it." Under the shocked eyes of these people, Li Yuqian kicked Li Juanja, who was as long as a sissy, and took out the chopsticks from behind to pick up the vegetables. "Are you crazy? Juanja, are you okay? How dare you? You evil beast! How could you do such a thing? You have no quality." The scene suddenly became chaotic. Father Li didn't know how to react. Why didn't he follow the routine? Li Juanja was also kicked and flew several meters away, sliding on the ground and screaming in pain. In the past, Li Yuqian was framed and his injuries were very minor. Where had he ever suffered such an injury? His expression was distorted. But what worries Li Juanja more than the pain is Li Yuqian's current behavior of not following the routine. So arrogant? Why is Li Yuqian so arrogant? Just because of the bigness of my fist. Guess how much damage I can do if I slap it with my small hand. Li Yuqian wasn't actually hungry. He was just unhappy to see them eating so happily. After picking up a few dishes, He looked at the noisy scene. He frowned, slapped the table with his hand, and then yelled, "You have no quality? You guys are so noisy that I can't even eat. I think you are the real ones who have no quality. Damn it. It makes me unable to eat. So you all should stop eating." Li Yuqian lifted it with one hand, and with a loud bang, he knocked the table over to the ground. All kinds of dishes were scattered on the floor, and soup and water splashed all over these top-notch family members. Li Yuqian clapped his hands, and now he felt like, it's cool. In this chaotic situation, after Li Yuqian gave them a middle finger, he turned around leisurely and said that he should go to school now. Li Yuqian thought that with his current brain, it would not be a problem to become a god of learning. How could he say that he could create a robot with just a hammer? Li Yuqian was about to go back to his room upstairs to get his school bag. Psychokinesis scanned the entire villa. There was no school bag in his room, but there was a school bag in the trash can outside the villa. It looks like it's me, so there's no need to guess who did this. Li Yuqian curled his lips speechlessly, turned around, and walked out of the villa. I found a corner, snapped my fingers, and a blue portal appeared. Li Yuqian walked directly in and teleported directly to the school's toilet cubicle based on the location of the school he went to in this world in his memory. Yes, this place will be my refresh point from now on. Li Yuqian kicked open the door of the toilet cubicle, walked to his classroom based on his memory, and found a seat to sit down. The desks and benches were quite neat, and he seemed to be in the position of a top student. Li Yuqian thought about it, and remembered that his grades were indeed good, and he was often at the top of the class. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, I am worthy of being my peer, and this result is quite similar to my ability to go to high school. A guangba, shameless person. After a while, there were more and more people in the class, and Li Yuqian also saw Lu Ruyan, who was said to be so terrifying and arbitrary for eternity. Well, she does look pretty good looking. The characteristic is that her legs are long, and she has a bit of an atmosphere. But who did Li Yuqian say he was? Not to mention anything else. Even the cat lady who had an in-depth exchange of words a few days ago was better than Lu Ruyan. Especially this guy in the plot, the Bai Yueguang stand-in, is simply disgusting. Li Yuqian rolled his eyes at Lu Ruyan and lay casually on his desk, waiting for his school bag to come over. That roll of the eyes was seen by Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, and then anger burned at his heart. How dare Li Yuqian look at him like this? Lu Ruyan felt that Li Yuqian was squeezed by the door when he went out today, yet he dared to look at him like this. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and sat down in her seat. Her behavior exuded the feeling of keeping strangers away and making me very angry. Moreover, he turned around and glared at Li Yuqian fiercely. Li Yuqian felt confused and still lay on his desk. Time passed bit by bit, and I had already started self-study, and someone came over in a hurry. That person was Little Green Tea Li Juanjia. He felt that he was furious. The kick hurt him to death, but there was no trace on his body at all. Originally, Li's father, Li's mother, and the three sisters of the Li family were concerned about checking the injuries, but they saw nothing. Thinking that what they had just screamed was like killing a pig, they instantly looked at each other. Li Juanjia could only say awkwardly that he was fine, and then hurriedly got in the car and rushed back to school. Li Yuqian said that you think I'm stupid. He's not tired of playing yet. If he hurts someone and goes to the police station, he will have no choice but to go on a killing spree. That was boring, so when I took action, I secretly used some tricks. Using the power of my thinking, the pain from all the injuries I caused will still be there, but the real injuries will accumulate, waiting to explode together when I want him to go offline. As for those surveillance videos, Little Sunspot can clear them with one click. Little Sunspot can even create fake videos, which are guaranteed to be invisible to people in this world. Sure enough, I'm really a genius. Nothing troubles me at all. Li Yuqian showed a confident smile. Guang looked confused. Why did this guy start his smile with his mouth crooked? Li Juanjia hurriedly found his seat. Without even taking out his book, he turned to look at Li Yuqian fiercely. After taking a closer look, Li Yuqian didn't bring his school bag or book. Li Juanjia was stunned for a moment, thinking that this guy would dig through the trash can. Then he carried this smelly school bag, came to school, and then humiliated him and took revenge, Li Yuqian. Of course, this is the beginning. After Li Yuqian returns home, he will be taught a lesson. In the end, Li Yuqian didn't bring it with him, but it was the same. Li Juanjia smiled sinisterly and didn't even bring his school bag. He looked at the teacher after a while and said, "Why are you so embarrassed?" Li Juanjia smiled and stopped laughing, because Li Yuqian suddenly stood up and walked towards him with striding steps. There was still a bad smile on his face. Sure enough, the smile would not disappear, it would only shift. "No, Li Yuqian, why are you smiling so evilly? It's so wrong, it's so wrong. Shouldn't you look humiliated? What are you doing? Li Yuqian!" Li Juanjia shouted loudly, attracting the attention of the students in the class. Lu Rian also turned his head and looked over, with some anger and curiosity in his eyes. Most people in this school don't know about Li Yuqian's family situation because the Li family refuses to recognize Li Yuqian's identity and does not allow him to tell anyone about it. But Lu Rian knew that, after all, her family was also a wealthy one. The biological son that the Li family found was not as cared for at home as an adopted son. I heard that he had done a lot of dirty things. This is not a small thing, and it is not a secret in the circle. Although Lu Ruyin usually didn't pay attention to these things, Li Yuqian looked a lot like him. Lu Ruyin couldn't help but ask about Li Yuqian's information, so he understood it. Even when he extended a helping hand and helped Li Juanjia drive away those people he liked when he framed and teased Li Yuqian on a daily basis, it was intentional. After all, when a person's life is miserable and someone lends a helping hand, the meaning must be extraordinary. As expected, Lu Rian's surprise was that after helping him that time, Li Yuqian's eyes became soft and dependent on him. All he needed to do was to get closer and pull some strings from time to time, and then he could play with Li Yuqian and enjoy his care. But did Li Yuqian take the wrong medicine today? Or has he been oppressed for a long time and just can't bear it anymore? He was having a very unhappy life in the Li family. Lu Rian knew it, but she didn't want to care. She was already in control. It was not worth it to continue to help him. However, no matter what kind of grievance you suffer today, you dare to roll your eyes at me, and you must be punished. Lu Rian decided to hang him up for the next few days and ignore him. Lu Rian thought about it. Her eyes were 3 parts sarcastic, 3 parts cool, and 4 parts careless. What a fan-shaped chart. Li Yuqian glanced at it unintentionally and was stunned. What kind of strange look was this? Lu Rian saw Li Yuqian looking at her and snorted coldly, as if he had made a big mistake. Li Yuqian only had one sentence in his mind. What the hell is this? It's baffling. Lu Ruyan. Will this guy still be the female boss in the future? The plot provided is very concise, so it's a bad review, but I can still make this look, so it should be pretty good. Li Juanjia's shouting voice drew Li Yuqian's attention back. What on earth do you want to do? Li Juanjia felt like he was going crazy. This guy was standing in front of him like this, and then ignoring him. He was scared to death just now. An unspeakable sense of humiliation surged into my heart. Why did this guy dare to scare me? What strength does he have? There was a snap. Li Yuqian slapped him with one hand and pulled his school bag away with the other hand. Holy shit, what happened? Li Yuqian slapped Li Juanjia directly. No, why is that licking dog so talented all of a sudden? Holy shit. Oh shit, what did I see? Does anyone feel that Rich Li is particularly handsome today? Yes, he is almost as good as the readers. Lu Rian was also shocked. Li Yuqian actually took action directly? How humiliating was this? And he did become more handsome. Lu Rian looked at Li Yuqian carefully. His figure seemed to have gotten better. His face had become more handsome, and his skin had also improved. The whole person looks like an upgraded version of the original. Li Yuqian took his school bag with disdain, turned around, and walked to his seat, leaving only that sentence to Li Juanjia, who stayed there motionless, as if he was stupid. I will pay you back the grudges I made in the past. Take your time and enjoy it, little green tea. The surrounding students were talking one after another, and they were very excited. Li Juanjia, who stayed where he was, remained motionless as if he was stupid. A few minutes later, As soon as the teacher entered the class, Li Juanjia screamed like a killing pig, which frightened the teacher and staggered him. The surrounding students all said that they had never noticed before that Li Juanjia's reflex arc was quite long. Li Juanjia looked at Li Yuqian in horror. He seemed to be frozen just now, motionless. It was so scary. The teacher, who was startled, originally wanted to teach whoever made the sound a lesson, but when he saw that the person who had just yelled was Li Juanjia, he said with a dark face, "It's class. Stop talking." This teacher knew that the child in front of him had an unusual family background and was not someone he could mess with. So he ignored it with a dark face, but after a while he discovered that Li Juanjia didn't even bring a book, and his face became even darker. Li Juanjia felt the teacher's gaze and the comments from the classmates around him. Instantly, a sense of humiliation surged into his heart, and the fear he had just felt towards Li Yuqian was also dispelled. Maybe you were hit suddenly just now and didn't react. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Li Yuqian didn't care. He took his books to class leisurely and knew everything in class. He felt like he was exploding a fish pond. How lonely it was to be invincible. A cheating life is fun. Li Yuqian thought like this, and the time of this class slowly passed. As the get out of class ended, Li Juanjia rushed out directly, and after a while, Li Juanjia led a bald guy with a beer belly into the class. Huang Daowei, the Dean of Academic Affairs, is a representative of bullying and fear of force. He pays special attention to the family situation of students' families. Li Yuqian had his introduction in his memory, and it sounded disgusting. So is this guy going to make a report? Think about it. After all, little green tea must like to use this trick. Li Juanjia pointed at Li Yuqian, who had his legs crossed, and said to Director Huang, "That's him, Director Huang. He just slapped me inexplicably and snatched my school bag. You, a student, openly beat your classmates and grabbed other people's school bags. You are so young, and you don't want to be a good person. You should be expelled. Such a black sheep cannot be in our school." Huang Daowei's performance was righteous and awe-inspiring, as if Li Yuqian was such a heinous person. Ha ha ha, interesting. What evidence do you have to prove that what he said is true? Do you see the slap marks on his face? It's a joke. Li Yuqian thought about it, and remembered that Huang Daowei protected students from good families in every possible way, but would not let go of students from poor families if they committed a trivial matter. If nothing else, just say that this time, Huang Daowei will believe whatever Li Juanjia says. This kind of person is really disgusting. Huang Daowei was choked by Li Yuqian's words, and finally looked at Li Juanjia's face. There was no mark on it, and it was quite white like a pretty boy. Ahem, why are you talking to the teacher? You are disrespectful. Damn it, I'm having so much fun. My mother is Li Yuqian. How can I let you bully me? Li Yuqian stood up in front of his classmates, slapped Huang Daowei on the big face, and then hit the target with a smashing kick. The whole class was silent, and no one moved. It was the first time for everyone around him to see someone dare to hit the director of the Academic Affairs office. It was so exciting. Li Juanjia on the side also had a shocked look on his face. No, buddy, you don't play according to the routine? Even if you can reverse the situation, shouldn't it be possible to use clever words, the compassion of your classmates, and Lu Ruyan's help to reverse the situation? Why did you slap me so directly? But Li Juanjia didn't have to think about it later, because Li Juanjia was slapped again. Then Li Yuqian slapped him dozens of times, one in each hand, as if turning his face against him. The two of them were like wooden figures frozen in place, motionless. After Li Yuqian finished slapping him, he took out a tissue from a classmate next to him in disgust and wiped his hands. The students on the side subconsciously shrank their heads when they saw Li Yuqian passing his hand over. How cruel! Lu Ruyan, who was sitting not far away, had a strange feeling in her heart. Li Yuqian looked quite manly today. It's a pity that he was so stupid that he actually hit the director of the Academic Affairs office in front of the public. But since he has become more handsome today, I begged myself for a while, and maybe I could help him. As for the Li family, it's ridiculous that Li had money, but he beat up Li Juanjia. It's strange that the Li family would help him. After a few more minutes, the two people who had been motionless suddenly screamed. Huang Dawei covered the place where he had been fatally beaten and rolled on the ground. He shouted loudly, "Call the principal! You little b asterisk 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 d. I'm going to expel you. You actually dare to hit the teacher." No matter what class it is, there's always no shortage of teachers' little legs, coupled with Huang Dawei screams. After a while, a guy who looked like a little old man hurried over, followed by 3 or 4 teachers. He was the principal, named Zhao Xin. When he came over, he saw this scene and his face was full of shock. As Huang Dawei cried, Principal Zhao immediately looked at Li Yuqian with sharp eyes. "You are lawless and disrespectful. You beat your classmates and your attitude is so arrogant. Do you want to go to heaven? These things are very serious. What if they are fake?" Li Yuqian looked indifferent, making Principal Zhao very angry. The classmates around me also silently extended a finger. "This is talking nonsense with open eyes. Awesome." Principal Zhao said angrily, "If this is false, do you mean that Director Huang and this student pretended to be beaten by you in order to frame you?" The wounds on their faces. Principal Zhao looked at the faces of Huang Dawei and Li Juanjia. There were no marks on them, and his mouth was stuck for a while. Then he continued with an angry face, "If they frame you, I will eat this table." Principal Zhao pointed to the table beside him and said casually. Without saying a word, Li Yuqian pulled out a mobile phone from behind and started playing the video that had been modified by Little Sunspot. In the video, Huang Dawei and Li Juanjia were very angry, insulting Li Yuqian in all kinds of ways, and then in front of all their classmates. They loudly said that Li Yuqian would be kicked out of school today and asked the students present to pay more attention. In the end, the two began to pretend to be beaten and scream loudly. The video was extremely clear. Principal Zhao was stunned for a moment while watching it, and Huang Dawei and Li Juanjia on the side were also stunned. Li Juanjia's face was dull. "Why are you more shameless than me? Everything is fake. The video is the other way around. I am the victim. The evidence is conclusive, but you still want to deny it?" Principal Zhao, "If you don't give me an explanation, I will post this video online. Don't try to snatch it. I've already sent the video to others and kept it for me." Li Yuqian's face showed an expression of not giving in to oppression, and he looked directly at Principal Zhao. Principal Zhao's face was extremely ugly. He saw that Li Yuqian sent the video to a person named Little Sunspot. The students around looked at this reversal with shock on their faces. "No, what the hell is this video?" Only the students beside Principal Zhao silently pushed their desks away. When Principal Zhao noticed this scene, he couldn't stand it any longer. "No, you really thought I wanted to eat it? Your cell phone. It's after school time now. The school doesn't seem to allow you to use mobile phones during class, right? It doesn't seem like they do. They don't allow you to bring mobile phones," Li Yuqian said in a leisurely tone. Principal Zhao sighed. "Student, please calm down for a moment. We need to be able to handle this matter. Don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation." Principal Zhao looked at Huang Dawei and Li Juanjia and snorted coldly, and asked the teachers behind him to take Huang Dawei and Li Juanjia out of the class. Li Yuqian sat casually in his seat, watching this scene. Although the Principal Zhao, in his memory, was very old-fashioned, he still had a certain bottom line. I hope he can do things decently. If he doesn't do things decently, I can only help him do it decently. Just kidding, I have physical evidence. As for the witness, you don't know clearly from the video. Have the classmates around you been threatened? The students around him looked at Li Yuqian strangely, with shock, fear, and even admiration in their eyes. Li Yuqian doesn't care about these guys. There are no good guys in this whole class. In this world, he has been bullied on campus before. As for why he was bullied on campus, there's no need to guess the answer. Everyone knows that the initiator behind it should be Li Juanjia. Later, it was Lu Ruyan who stopped him, and Li Yuqian no longer suffered from school bullying. This time, Li Juanjia used the trick of snitching instead of asking others to beat him, probably because he was afraid that Lu Ruyan would stop him. Although Lu Ruyan, this guy's original thoughts were not pure. He was disgusting when he thought about substitute by Yue Guang. This group of people who refused to save them was even more disgusting. Li Yuqian didn't want to care about these people at all. In an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. After Li Yuqian attended another class, the matter between Huang Daowei and Li Juanjia had not yet concluded, so Lu Ruyan came over. Her tone was very cold, and she said directly, "How did you do it? Those videos? And now that you are in your senior year of high school, the endurance is over, but what about you?" Li Yuqian just ignored him. Lu Ruyan felt like he was going to explode. "I even asked you to get off the stairs, but you still can't get off? Do you think you did it perfectly? You forgot. Your school bag still belongs to Li Juanjia. As expected, you can't do anything if you leave me. It's none of your business." Li Yuqian's words broke Lu Ruyan's guard. "How can you say that? I helped you, but you have changed. I have been your substitute for so long, which is enough to repay your kindness. So now we have nothing to do. Do you understand?" Li Yuqian said that he did have some desire for men, but it wasn't like he couldn't move without seeing a beautiful woman. A naughty woman like Lu Ruyan didn't want to deal with it at all. Lu Ruyan's face suddenly became ugly. He opened his mouth a few times, but no sound came out. After a while, he said, "What kind of substitute is not a substitute? What nonsense are you talking about? I've already told you. Uncle G is my neighbor who I used to play very well with. Do you believe any nonsense you hear from someone?" Li Yuqian looked at Lu Ruyan with a theatrical look, which made Lu Ruyan's face get worse and worse. It wasn't until the bell rang later that Lu Ruyan staggered back to his seat. Before turning around, he said with serious eyes, "You really misunderstood me." Lu Ruyan responded with a middle finger. Li Yuqian felt disgusted. "No, I already know the plot. Do you understand, or do I? You are telling lies with your eyes open, not to mention that your acting skills are quite similar. I owe you an Oscar." Li Yuqian complained in his heart, and then started class. The whole class spent the morning in a strange atmosphere. Everyone started to go to the canteen to eat. Li Yuqian ordered a few dishes casually and finished eating. After returning to class, Principal Zhao sent someone to call him and took him to an office. Huang Daowei and Li Juanjia inside apologized to Li Yuqian in humiliation and then disappeared. Li Yuqian had no expression on his face, took out his mobile phone, and then entered his voice in front of Principal Zhao, Huang Daowei, and Li Juanjia. "Little Sunspot, post the video I just sent you online, and by the way, send another copy to the Education Bureau." Wait a minute. Sometimes it's easy to discuss." Principal Zhao felt like he was going to be bored to death. Li Yuqian did not send the voice message, but looked at the three of them calmly. Huang Daowei seemed to be unable to bear it, and said through gritted teeth, "That's almost enough, Li Yuqian. I don't know how you made this video, but don't go too far." "So, what happens if it goes too far?" Li Yuqian looked directly at Huang Daowei. Li Juanjia couldn't help but said, "Don't think that just because you have the video, you can do whatever you want." "Hey, I have a video and I have evidence. I can do whatever I want. If you have the ability, you can find out the evidence that my video is fake." The expression on Li Yuqian's face and these words made both of them feel a little off guard. Huang Daowei shouted directly, "Li Yuqian, don't be so pushy. Oh, what's wrong with tugging? Is tugging illegal? Is tugging against school rules? Isn't the law against tugging?" It's funny. Li Yuqian only used 2 words in his tone. Arrogant. These few words made Huang Daowei and Li Juanjia almost lose their minds, but every time Li Yuqian stretched out his hand and waved. Huang Daowei and Li Juanjia have regained their senses, making people suspicious that Li Yuqian can come up with a new fake video after beating himself up. Is there someone behind this guy helping him? As for whether it can prove that the video is fake, the two of them felt guilty. After all, the video is too clear and smooth. There is no trace of fraud at all. If others can't tell that this video is fake and can't check it out after it is posted online and to the Education Bureau, Huang Daowei's job will definitely be lost. Li Juanjia's personality at home is also in danger, which Li Juanjia cannot bear. Principal Zhao frowned. Huang Daowei and Li Juanjia had just told him everything. But Li Yuqian had evidence, so Principal Zhao could only ask them to apologize first. and he also had doubts about Li Yuqian. Now seeing how arrogant Li Yuqian is, I'm even more suspicious. However, after thinking about the video, it is extremely clear and coherent, and it does not look fake at all. Especially this incident happened suddenly, so Li Yuqian had no time to fake it. There were big question marks in Principal Zhao's small eyes. Principal Zhao took a deep breath and said, "Then what does Mr. Li want to do?" "It's very simple. Compensate for my mental loss, which is not much. Let Xiao Green Tea give me all the money she has saved in her small vault. This bald guy, just give me 1 million. Is that a friendly price? By the way, remember to make a note and donate it voluntarily." Li Yuqian said nonchalantly, "This is just the beginning. I haven't had enough fun yet. Let's get some money first. Although I'm not sure of money, it is still good to get some money from Li Juanjia and Huang Daowei. That's right, I'm going to slap you in the face and spend your money." Principal Zhao's expression changed. "Teacher Huang, the compensation is too much. This is unreasonable. Besides, Li Juanjia's family situation is not ordinary. Although he is still young, his own money, without even thinking about it, is not a small amount. Then just wait for the video to be sent out." Li Yuqian had a casual expression on his face and had already taken out his mobile phone. 10 minutes later, Li Yuqian whistled and walked out of the office. Needless to say, Li Juanjia has a lot of money in his little treasury. He probably saved it for many years, and he works as a little green tea at home to please his father, mother, and the 3 girls. The small treasury actually saved more than 10 million. This guy was planning to give him a small change. Who is Li Yuqian? He grabbed his cell phone on the spot and gave it all to himself. As for the various bank cards and login information, Sunspot said it's easy. Li Yuqian's modified version of the mobile phone has access to the internet in all worlds and has universal functions. With the help of the little Sunspot, you can just kill people in this world. Not even a dime was left for Li Juanjia. Jie. As for Huang Daowei, he usually licks the rich students at home, but he didn't expect that the sum of his several bank cards totaled only 500,000. Li Yuqian decisively gave Huang Daowei an online loan of 500,000 yuan. Well, the payment was received very quickly, probably because the interest rate was very high. But it's none of my business. In the office, Li Juanjia looked at his small treasury, which was gone, and his eyes were full of anger. "Li Yuqian, just wait. I will kill you when I get home." Although Huang Daowei's face looks ugly, he can still bear it. After all, he doesn't have much money saved now. He bought a car some time ago. It seems that he only has 500,000. I originally thought that this little beast would cause trouble again, but in the end, this guy operated his cell phone for a while, took a few photos, and left easily. Huang Daowei took off his phone and saw, "Why is there an extra app? Damn it, online loan." The two of them suddenly realized something. No, Li has money. Where did he get his ID card? Mobile phone number? Huang Daowei even said, "Is this interest rate crazy? Little Sunspot, sign Abelasai." Principal Zhao, who witnessed this unreasonable scene, swallowed and felt that Li Yuqian just now was unfathomable and must not be provoked. Li Yuqian was leisurely, experiencing life in the senior year of high school. It was a bit like a prison. As expected, even if he knew a lot of knowledge, going to school was quite painful. After a day of classes, the students in the class gradually left. After Lu Ruyan glanced at Li Yuqian with complicated eyes, she also turned and left. Li Juanjia ran out angrily, apparently wanting to go home and make a report to frame himself. Li Yuqian didn't care about this and started chatting casually with a Guang in his mind. "How is it? Have you found your goddess?" "No, I guess the goddess system and her host are not in this school." "Then come on. I hope you can recognize the truth soon." Li Yuqian casually stuffed the school bag he snatched into the small world and happened to let the robot in the small world help him with his homework. Li Yuqian walked to the men's room, found a stall, opened the portal, and returned to Li's house. His big bag couldn't wait. In a remote corner outside the Li family villa, Li Yuqian appeared. Psychokinesis scanned the surroundings to make sure that no one had seen it, and then walked out swaggeringly. Li Yuqian opened the door of the villa and Li's father and mother were sitting on the sofa in the hall, with the three daughters of the Li family sitting next to them. Behind them stood two tall, muscular men in black suits and black sunglasses. Their expressions were very bad, but they still had a stiff smile when they looked towards the door. Then, with the appearance of Li Yuqian, the smile disappeared and became expressionless, as if they were pretending to be cold. I guess the smile just now was because he thought it was Li Juanjia who went home first. Regardless of the fact that the portal is really convenient to use, Li Yuqian curled his lips as he looked at the scene, which looked like a prisoner being tried. I walked directly to the dining table, minding my own business. I was really a little hungry now. Father Li and Mother Li saw that they were being ignored, and their expressionless faces became a little unbearable. "You guy, do you have any education at all? Did you do this when you saw your parents? Not even saying hello. And what you did this morning, are you going to rebel?" The second sister, Li Shirhan, on the side, had a face full of anger. "How dare you bully Juanjia and kick him? I think the lessons I gave you before were too few." The bodyguard caught him. "Why do you look so dissatisfied? Hit me if you can." Both Lao Deng and Xiao Deng, "Shut up and don't interrupt my meal, okay?" Li Yuqian said a word casually and continued walking towards the dining table. Li Shirhan was a little anxious, so she raised a hand and walked towards Li Yuqian. The bodyguard behind them also stepped forward quickly, stretching out their hands to catch Li Yuqian for this behavior. Li Yuqian slapped Li Shirhan, who was running at the front, to the ground, and then said calmly, "This is the first time I've seen such a request. You actually asked for a beating. Are you cheap?" After doing all this, I sat down at the dining table and started eating, still mumbling about it. This dish is not good either. Everyone present was stunned, and the two bodyguards were stunned for a moment. "We are both so tall and thick. Or are the bodyguards still coming to arrest you? You knocked the second lady to the ground in front of me, and you still eat food here without fear. Can you respect our profession?" The two bodyguards looked at each other, came to their senses, and rushed forward under the roar of the Li family couple. Two bangs. Li Yuqian said nothing, dodged the two bodyguards, and then trotted to pick up Li Shirhan, who was motionless after being slapped by him. Under the shocked eyes of several people, Li Yuqian grabbed Li Shirhan's calf with both hands and waved it like a big sword. Then he nodded with satisfaction. After being slapped by himself, Li Shirhan's body could not move. What a mature, humanoid weapon. Li Yuqian smiled evilly, picked up Li Shirhan, swung it round, and hit the two bodyguards. The two bodyguards were so frightened that they ran away. As long as something goes wrong with Li Shirhan and the injury he sustained when he hit her, is it the blame on the lunatic in front of her or on herself? Do you count yourself as being beaten by others? Or are others beaten by you? Damn, why is this still happening? Suddenly, the villa became lively again, and Li Yuqian felt that it was not enough. Then he looked at the Li family couple and the second daughter of the Li family, who were screaming and cursing in the distance. These four people instantly felt a bad feeling welling up in their hearts. Father Li shouted loudly, "Are you crazy?" Little Sunspot, who had just finished his homework in the small world, started to make fake videos and destroyed the surveillance in the villa. After finishing these things, we need to remotely guide Little Sunspot number 2 and Little Sunspot number 3 to deal with some matters regarding the Demon King City and the Chitauri fleet. Well, yes, that's it. Li Yuqian, I feel a little uneasy about squeezing Little Sunspot like this. Well, I have decided to give him a day off next time. As for which time it will be next time, let's think about it next time. Little Sunspot. Okay. Li Yuqian held Li Shirhan with both hands and slowly approached Li's father and mother, smiling evilly. Father Li gritted his teeth and shouted at the two bodyguards, "You two arrest this unfilial son. As for Shirhan, don't worry about it. It's not your fault if she gets hurt. Don't worry about her. If you are born, just wait for me. I will break your legs. Then I will drive you out of the house." Li Yuqian was happy. Wasn't this family a family that loved each other except for himself? This Lao Deng said that he was unkind and unjust, and it seemed that he was afraid that he would make a fool of himself, and he didn't even care about his own daughter. After smiling, his face turned gloomy, and he even wanted to break my legs and drive me out of the house. According to the plot and memory, this loud dang is really capable of doing this kind of thing. Damn, he bullied Li Yuqian to the point where he bullied me. If a person with the name Li Yuqian can still be bullied by you, wouldn't it mean that I traveled through time in vain? The two bodyguards turned around again, looked at Li Yuqian, and then rushed over. Li Yuqian casually threw Li Shirhan toward the two of them, then approached directly and punched twice, bang bang twice. The bodyguards who had just caught Li Shirhan in a hurry were punched in the head and fell into a baby-like sleep. Then Li Yuqian's eyes moved to the Li family, his eldest sister Li Weiner, and his third sister Li Yaoguang, who were hiding in the corner, with a smile on his lips. "It's your turn. You're crazy. Don't come here. I'm your father." Father Li shouted loudly, hiding behind several women very carefully. Mother Li's legs became weak, and she fell to the ground. The eldest sister Li Weiner and the third sister Li Yaoguang were somewhat brave and protected them in front of them. Quite filial. Li Yuqian curled his lips and rushed over. The eldest sister Li Weiner said with a horrified look on her face, "Li Yuqian, you are indeed an unqualified guy. At such a young age, you have a very vicious heart. You are a harmful person." "Ah, yes, you are absolutely right." Faced with her condemnation, Li Yuqian chose to slap his eldest sister Li Weiner directly in the face. Then came the third sister Li Yaoguang. Her tone was a little softer. "If you have money, calm down. Have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this?" Li Yuqian pointed at Li Weiner, who had just been beaten on the ground, and then pointed at himself. "I am incompetent and vicious. Isn't it normal to hit you?" Third sister Li Yaoguang also gave her a slap in the face. At this time, Li Shirhan resumed his mobility behind him. After a scream, Li Yuqian turned his head. What else did Li Shirhan want to say? But Li Yuqian doesn't want to hear it. "I have no quality. I'm vicious, that's what you said." What a slap. Hitting someone with a slap is still as fun as ever. It can not only cause physical damage, but also mental damage. And after all, in this world, I have been slapped by these three sisters in this family. It is most appropriate to slap them, just to avenge my peers. Li Yuqian then looked at the trembling father and mother of Li, and raised the big bag of justice. Faced with this scene, Li's father still wanted to struggle. "I'm your dad. Do you want to hit me? Aren't you talking nonsense? I'm already vicious and unfilial, and the whole family has recognized it. I won't beat you, but I'm still joking with you." Li Yuqian rolled his eyes. Father Li almost couldn't breathe when he heard this. "This is moral kidnapping. Didn't you hear it? I just want you to be more submissive, but you were lucky enough to admit it. It seems you are quite happy to admit it. Damn it." After a while, Li Yuqian finished the entire table's dishes leisurely and went upstairs with satisfaction. Next to the Li family couple and three girls, two bodyguards squatted aside in an unusually honest manner. There is no way to defeat them. Several people just resisted collectively. Li Yuqian is like Ip Man possessed in the movie. One can beat 10 of them, and there is no way to defeat them. Li Yuqian walked up to the second floor under the relieved eyes of these people. After walking around on the second floor, I found the room of little green tea Li Juinja, based on my memory. I kicked his room open and threw the sheets and quilts in his room out of the room. Several robots walked out from behind Li Yuqian and tidied up the room. At this time, Li Juinja shouted dissatisfiedly from downstairs. It seemed that Li Juinja was back. Li Juinja was dumbfounded. He had just returned home and added fuel to the fire by telling him what Li Yuqian had done to him at school. "Why did you snatch your school bag out of nowhere, slap yourself in the face, and steal your own money? Let the family teach Li Yuqian a lesson and make decisions for himself." Li Juinja decided to take this opportunity to see if he could drive Li Yuqian out of the house. What would happen to the family? On the dining table at home, this order and many dishes were originally prepared, but at this time, several special nannies from the Li family were still cooking at this time. Usually these nannies will come over to clean the villa, cook, etc. at specific times. Originally, the food and other things should have been prepared by this time, right? Father Li and Mother Li's eyes were evasive, and their words were unclear. but they actually told themselves not to offend Li Yuqian. Sure enough, he was bullied, and Li Yuqian had done something like this in the morning. These guys were actually protecting Li Yuqian. Li Juanji's face twisted when he thought of this. Li's father and Li's mother said, "Am I protecting him? I can't beat him, and he's also crazy." When he was morally kidnapped, he said that he was a vicious and unfilial son, so he directly resorted to force. 3 men and 4 women combined could not defeat this guy. Is it possible to call the police? Call the police and my son beat me? I am an old man in the circle. Do I still want to call the police? How do you want us to teach him a lesson? With you, 3 men and 4 women can beat him? Are you kidding me? We still have to think long-term and find more people to teach this unfilial son a lesson. Father Li thought of his unfilial son beating his 2 professional bodyguards as if they were beating little chickens, and how decisive he was when beating himself. It seems that that guy really doesn't care about the relationship between father and son at all now, and he feels a little confused for no reason. Li Juanji didn't know what Li's father and Li's mother were thinking. At this time, he was going crazy in his heart, but he pretended to be pitiful on his face. Okay, parents, although my rich brother did a lot today, but I'm fine as long as my parents are happy. Yeah, Father Li and Mother Li listened indifferently. What happened today was too messy, especially when he was beaten by his own son. For a moment, the 2 of them were confused, and now they just wanted to calm down and sort out the situation. As for the 3 daughters of the Li family, they have gone back to their rooms and hid. This is the first time for the 3 daughters to suffer such humiliation. But Li Juanji didn't know that now he only felt that he was ignored, and his heart was even more twisted. After a while, when Li Juanji returned to his room, he suddenly found that his things, sheets, etc. had been thrown out of the room. I thought about the scene just now when I passed by Li Yuqian's shabby room. The door was wide open, and Li Yuqian was not inside. Li Yuqian, you robbed my room. Li Juanji couldn't stand it anymore. How dare he? How dare Li Yuqian? But soon Li's father and mother came up with a gloomy look and dragged Li Juanji away without any explanation. After the 2 of them dragged Li Juanji downstairs, after a few words of comfort, he said, "Don't worry, I will seek justice for you later. Please stay in Li Yuqian's previous room for a while." What? Li Juanji's face was full of shock, but he saw Li's father's impatient look. Li Juanji lowered his head and made a decision in his heart. At the same time, he said in a pitiful tone, "I will listen to you, Dad." After hearing this, Father Li's expression softened a lot. This is what a son should look like. Father Li inexplicably thought of Li Yuqian beating him, and a surge of anger surged into his heart. At night, Li Yuqian was playing games on his mobile phone and frantically patting the opponent's head. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Li Yuqian's psychokinesis scanned outside. Oh, little green tea, Li Juanji. Li Yuqian was not in a hurry, and after finishing playing the game, he opened the door. Li Juanji said with an unhappy look, "Why didn't you open the door until now? Little green tea, do you want to be slapped?" Li Yuqian waved his hand, which scared Li Juanji back. Li Juanji felt that he was frightened, and there was a humiliating expression on his face, which finally turned into a twisted smile. Li Yuqian, I don't know whose help you got to be able to produce this kind of video today. I don't know what method you used today. Your parents and sisters are all protecting you. How dare you rob my room? No matter what tricks you play, but in this family, you will never be better than me. Li Juanji said with a confident smile on his face, stepped back step by step, then walked to the railing at the edge of the stairs, found a good position, and jumped down. Li Yuqian, what kind of operation is this? Just throw yourself and make me laugh to death? Then Li Yuqian thought about what was going on now. Isn't this a classic case of the real and fake young master of a rich family being framed? So what? My family has all been beaten up. What else do you want to frame me for? Li Yuqian's expression was a little playful. Could it be that little green tea didn't know what he did at night? Li Juanji fell onto the sofa in the lobby on the first floor and made a bang, which instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the villa. Li Juanji listened to the door opening, the hurried footsteps, and the joy in his heart. Everything was going according to plan. He covered his legs, pretending to be pitiful, with tears streaming down his face. But he found that among the people who came, there were only his 3 sisters, and Father Li and Mother Li did not come. He was stunned for a moment, and then started to act. Li Yuqian stood on the 2nd floor, looking at the situation below with the eyes of a theater actor. The 2nd sister, Li Shihan, looked at Li Juanjia with a distressed look on her face. She turned her head to look at Li Yuqian upstairs and wanted to say something, but looking at that joking face, she swallowed her words again. The 3rd sister, Li Yaoguang, looked at the situation with a worried look. She felt that everything had changed since the morning. Li Yuqian, who was unable to fight back or scolded, seemed to be a different person. Could it be that what the family did to Li Yuqian was too much, causing him to have some kind of mental problem? Has his personality changed drastically? But those were all Li Yuqian's own mistakes. He targeted Juanjia every day, and he only brought the blame upon himself. The eldest of the 3 girls, Li Weiner, is indeed the eldest sister. She took a deep breath, looked up at Li Yuqian, who was watching the show, and said with firm eyes, "What on earth do you want to do? Even if you hit someone, actually push Juanjia down the stairs? You've already robbed his room. Isn't that enough?" That's right, Li Juanjia doesn't need to explain. In this situation, Li Juanjia usually framed Li Yuqian. As soon as the 3 women came over, they immediately figured out what was going on. Li Yuqian must have deliberately pushed Li Juanjia down the stairs and threw him to the ground. Nonsense, of course it's not enough. Didn't you all say it? I'm very vicious. Li Yuqian jumped directly on the 2nd floor, and then stood firmly on the floor of the 1st floor, as if he was floating down. This scene made the 3 women take a step back. At this time, the 3 women had already come to a conclusion in their hearts. Li Yuqian got good skills from somewhere, so force is definitely not advisable. Li Weiner calmed down her mind and looked at the strange yet familiar younger brother in front of her seriously. As a strong woman who has started to handle the family business for her father, she is ready to outwit her. If you are rich, I know you have suffered a lot after being abducted by human traffickers. After returning home, the treatment at home was not very good, but actually in the beginning, we wanted to make it up to you. Your treatment at home has become so bad because you are to blame for it, and as a man, you should have some magnanimity. Oh, you still know that I'm not doing well in this family, and you want to make up for me, make up for it with a hammer, if I remember correctly. When I first came back that day, no one greeted me, right? It was so funny. We want to make up for you. Li Yuqian was arrogant and cheeky. Li Weiner's face was a little embarrassed, but she still said, "It happened for a reason." Juanjia suddenly felt unwell. You also know that he is not in good health. You are older than him. As an older brother, you should be more considerate and considerate of him. Bah, do you have double standards or not? Then I'm still younger than you. Why don't you understand me? Well, he's not feeling well. Then why are the whole family not at home? Come on, make up for it with a hammer. Li Yuqian transformed into the Hammer King, making Li Weiner lower her head. Yes, Li Yuqian is also his younger brother. The family did make a mistake in that matter, but Juanjia is an adopted son. But Li Juanjia is an adopted son. He knows that the Li family's biological son has returned home, and he will definitely be scared in his heart. Li Yuqian said what Li Weiner was thinking in a strange way. After all, this kind of thought is also a classic. Looking at Li Weiner's expression, Li Yuqian knew that he was making excuses for the wrong things he had done. This kind of excuse could not be avoided by a real and fake young master from a wealthy family. Li Yuqian looked at the people in front of him and made a conclusion. Exactly, it's a double standard dog. The whole family rides on the horse. It's a double standard dog. Then I've just returned to Li's house, so I won't be afraid. I'll G beat you to death. Wait a minute, it's not the whole family except me. Damn it. I'll be so cruel that I'll even scold myself, damn. Li Yuqian felt that something was wrong with him. Was he infected by Captain Quality? Aguang, your true nature is exposed. Li Weiner blushed, but not with shame, but with anger. Damn it, at least she's your sister. Putting aside the facts, don't you know how to respect me? Hammer. 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 You know Hammer. Okay. Okay. I don't want to say anything more. Since you have broken your relationship with your family, you can go out and live. What compensation do you want? That won't work. I haven't had enough fun yet. Li Yuqian looked at Li Weiner with a joking look, and what he said made Li Weiner's pupils shrink. There was no compensation required, not even a big opening from the lion. The reason why he didn't want to leave was because he hadn't had enough fun. So, does Li Yuqian want revenge? Then how far does this person want revenge? Li Weiner felt a chill in her heart. Such a person is too dangerous. Such a rich Li. Who knows what kind of loss it will bring to the family? Li Yuqian, yes, when I come, this family's retribution will come. It means that Master Qing Tian is here, and I have only one thing in this world. Fair. Fair. The one who rides on the horse is fair. I will avenge the humiliation and hatred suffered by my peers. Aguang, isn't that right? Aren't you here to have S*X with me offline? Why are you still having S*X with me? Li Yuqian, there is no way. The bastards in this world can't stand it at all. Li Yuqian strode towards a few people, but the women there kept backing away. Li Juanjia didn't understand why his three sisters were so afraid of Li Yuqian. Is it possible that Li Yuqian dared to hit his sister? Li Juanjia struggled to break away from his second sister, Li Shihan's hand that was holding him back. Sister, I think brother, language education is no longer good now. Maybe only more severe punishment can make him remember his mistakes. Li Juanjia was already a little impatient, and what he said was already contrary to his own character. But even so, the three sisters who originally loved and protected him did not rush up and slap Li Yuqian as he expected. Instead, Li Yuqian rushed over, grabbed Li Juanjia, turned to look at the three women. So you think I just push him down? Isn't it? Put Juanjia down quickly and calm down. Li Weiner's face looked a little ugly. You lunatic! Li Shihan even rushed over, but was slapped by Li Yuqian and stopped in place. Li Juanjia was stunned. He shouted loudly to his eldest sister, Sister, please help me. He was the one who pushed me just now. Tell him to stop. What are you going to do? What are you doing? You said I bullied you and pushed you down from the second floor, so I have to bully you. Push you down from the second floor. Are you crazy? Li Yuqian, are you going to kill someone? This is against the law. Li Yuqian ignored the words of the two women next to him, grabbed Li Juanjia's hand, and walked towards the second floor step by step. Li Weiner and Li Yaoguang wanted to step forward to stop them, but their legs were inexplicably weak. Li Yuqian was too cruel now. Li Juanjia's back and stairs rubbed like crazy. He originally fell from the second floor. Although he hit the sofa, Li Juanjia already felt a lot of pain in his back. It hurts even more now. Li Juanjia struggled desperately, but it had no effect at all, he said in horror. What are you going to do? It hurts so much. Please stop delaying. What are you doing? Of course I'm going to push you down from the second floor. I'll make a vicious persona and push you. You're sick. I'm going to push you onto the sofa. With my character, I would have to at least break your legs if I wanted to push you. Don't worry. If you don't break your leg later, I'll push you a few more times. After all, I'm a vicious person. If Li had money, it would scare Li Juanjia crazy. Even if the second floor was not high, he would only dare to jump on the sofa if he tried to scare people. I've been building up this in my mind for a long time. No, you really push it? Li Juanjia shouted for help. As Li Yuqian dragged him to the second floor, Li Juanjia peed in fear, and the water stains on his pants were extremely obvious. Li Yuqian looked disgusted and was about to drag Li Juanjia and throw him off the second floor. Li Yuqian said that his control of strength is very precise, and he will ensure that he will only break Li Juanjia's leg. I haven't avenged my peer yet. He can't do it yet. Li Yuqian was going to focus on abusing Li Juanjia, but he was stunned when he left. After all, this guy was the initiator of the miserable life of his peers. Of course, these three women are not good people. Let's wait and see if they are beaten. If the accumulated injuries are too serious, they can't blame themselves if they die by then. If they are beaten later, it will be their fault. Father Li, Mother Li, and so on. At this moment, Li's father's voice came over. Let go, Juanjia. Li Yuqian, No, what you said makes me and the villain the same. At critical moments, someone will come to the rescue, right? Li Yuqian looked towards the direction where Father Li's voice came from. At this time, Father Li and Mother Li were standing together with a very confident posture. The door of the villa behind them opened wide, and bodyguards in black clothes, black pants, and sunglasses kept pouring in. They are all professional bodyguards with sticks in their hands. Li Yuqian took a look at the number of people and found that there were 43 bodyguards in total, all of whom were male and unusually strong. No wonder Father Li is so confident, but it's a pity. I'm sorry, I cheated. The confident smile on Father Li's face didn't last long before Li Yuqian slapped Li Juanzhe on the face and threw him to a corner on the second floor. Then he jumped directly from the second floor and rushed into the bodyguards. To be honest, Li Yuqian can actually solve everyone with psychokinesis in a moment, but this power similar to super ability is shown to these people. What if these people immediately give in? That would be boring. Li Yuqian said that he just likes the way of resisting and losing power. Jia jia, jia jia. Li Yuqian punched each bodyguard. After one punch, the bodyguard fell into a baby-like sleep. In just 1 minute, all the bodyguards brought by Li's father were lying on the ground. Father Li's smile suddenly stiffened, and Li Yuqian turned to look at him. Lao, dang. What did you just want to say? It's nothing, I just coughed suddenly. You can do whatever you want. Li Yuqian slowly walked back to the second floor, holding Li Juanzhe's hands, waiting specifically for him to disappear when he was being forcibly controlled by Dabido. Just like throwing garbage, he threw him from the second floor, and there was a very clear sound of bones breaking. Li Juanzhe covered his thigh and screamed, and even fainted from the pain. Li Yuqian looked seriously at the 3 girls and Li's father and mother on the first floor below. This is what I recommend. Call an ambulance quickly. Li Shihan shouted loudly. Li Weiner looked at Juanzhe's miserable state. Anger welled up in her heart. She raised her head and shouted, "Why are you doing this?" "Because I'm vicious." Li Yuqian didn't want to listen to this guy's nonsense anymore. He turned around and walked into his room, closing the door with a bang. Li Weiner has never hated the word vicious so much. Father Li looked at the bodyguard lying on the ground in the hall, and for a moment he didn't know what to do with Li Yuqian. I can't threaten him with force. One punch at a time. Li's father doubts that it will be useless to call dozens more people. Damn it. How can Li Yuqian be so good at fighting? Is it reasonable to beat more than 40 people at one time? If you had this ability in the past, would I have done that to you? Now that the relationship has become like this, Li's father must deal with Li Yuqian. Since Plan A failed, then use Plan B, directly administer medication, and give him sleeping pills. When the time comes, let him sign an agreement to sever ties, teach him a lesson, and drive him out of the house. As for calling the police, it would be too embarrassing for the Li family to call the police for such a thing. Father Li gritted his teeth and had no choice but to do that. He must let this unfilial son know who is the boss of the family. Li's father even wanted Li Yuqian to disappear directly in his heart, and this idea became stronger and stronger. Li's father told the 3 daughters and Li's mother present about the plan. A look of embarrassment appeared on Mother Li's face. No matter what, he is still my biological son, but... Stop talking. I'm not a patriarchal person. I just have a son. That little boy beat me and even broke Juanzhe's leg. How vicious. It has been like that before. It has been for such a long time, and there is no intention of repenting at all. Father Li even gritted his teeth when he spoke, and Mother Li stopped talking just like she always did. There was no word spoken. Li Yaoguang raised a question. How to drug him? Now Li Yuqian hates us, and some people are wary of us. Tomorrow I will wait for him in the morning, have dinner with him, and prepare something specially for him. I will tell him that it was made by Mother Li and give it to him specially. Isn't it just because he is jealous of Juanzhe's treatment? Doesn't he hope to gain family affection and let him get this kind of treatment? He must be very happy. How could he refuse it then? Li Yaoguang nodded, but he felt uncomfortable that he actually wanted to take advantage of Li Yuqian's desire for family affection. At this time, Li Shihan got the chance to interrupt and shouted, "Call an ambulance quickly!" Li Yuqian knew everything about what happened in the lobby on the first floor, including Li's father's anger, Li's mother's indifference, and Li Weiner's secret joy, Li Shihan's anxiety, Li Yaoguang's confusion and discomfort, and the micro-expressions on their faces. I can feel clearly through psychokinesis. And I could clearly hear what they just said. They really are one family. The smile on Li Yuqian's face gradually became abnormal, and the corners of his mouth kept rising. He smiled extremely evilly, like a little evil god with the body of a snake and the tail of a snake. Aguang, no matter who you are, get off my host quickly. Li Yuqian thought about what Father Li just said downstairs. Isn't he just a son? This sentence is very ambiguous, although the introduction is very simple, and the memory of his peers is only the previous memory, but based on the typical setting of real and fake young masters from rich families. Li Juanjia is 80%, no, 90% is Li's father's illegitimate son, and there is a more bloody possibility. That is, Li's father thinks that Li Juanjia is his illegitimate son, but in fact, he is not. It was Li's father's lover who cuckolded him, and Li's father didn't even know it. That would be fun. Li Weiner's expression of joy, just now, is even simpler. This woman is a strong woman, and her goal is to control the Li family's industry. In this woman's perception, Father Li, my biological son from the same physical body, is not even prepared to take care of him, and even wants to expel him from the house, which shows that Father Li really does not favor boys over girls. As the eldest sister, she is more likely to control the entire Li family's industry. She has never thought that Li's father might hand over various shares of these industries to Li Juanjia. After all, he is not her biological child. If according to the original plot, after their peers die, no wonder these people will regret it. Li's father found out that his share property had been passed on to someone else's son, and Li Weiner found out that her home had been stolen. In addition, Li Juanjia is not a good guy to begin with. After he has the power, he doesn't know how to cheat Li's father, Li's mother, and these three women. After all, in the memory of my peers, although I have been very kind to my family members for the past 2 or 3 years since I returned home, I can only say that I am a warm person but a cold person. It's not like what's in the novel, where the eldest sister cured her own headache or saved the second sister's life. But Li Juanjia took all the credit. There are no such routines, and the whole family's character is also worrying. I'm afraid this is the only type of regret. Li Yuqian felt more amused, so he had an idea and asked Sunspot to find out the true relationship between Li's father and Li Juanjia, and who Li Juanjia's biological mother was. If you know the truth, it will definitely be fun to tell them secretly and then beat them up. Aguang looked at Li Yuqian in his mind, with an expression on his face as if he was watching a show, and reminded him, "Host, don't be too upset. We have different ways of traveling. If you make a big fuss, be careful the world consciousness will get angry and kick us out directly." Humph, the world consciousness of this world? My sword is not bad at all. After traveling through another world last time and strengthening his template, Li Yuqian felt that he was not afraid of the general world consciousness. But if Li Yuqian doesn't take care of this stupid world, he can't hold back his anger at all. It's too irritating. That guy Li's father also knows how to use peers and longs for family affection to trap him. Damn it, this trick is too cheap. However, I am not the original Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian woke up early the next morning. It was indeed early for him to get up early in his 3rd year of high school. Li Yuqian didn't want to get up at all, but those guys downstairs seemed to have taken action. In order to watch the show, get up as soon as possible. After Li Yuqian snapped his fingers, the sheets opened automatically, and Li Yuqian's jacket and pants stood up on his own, ran over, and put them on Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian looked at his hairstyle in the mirror. Well, it's good. He's getting more and more handsome as he grows. He's already reached the level of a reader. He opened the door and walked downstairs. He happened to be hungry and wanted to have breakfast. At the dining table on the 1st floor, Father Li, Mother Li, and the 3 daughters of the Li family were all sitting at the dining table, as if waiting for someone. That's right, it's Li Yuqian who's waiting this time. As soon as Li Yuqian came over, Li's father forced out a smile and said, "You have money. Are you hungry? I'll be waiting for you. Come and eat." "Oh, The sun is shining in the west today. Why are you allowed to come to the table to eat? Are you going to drug me? Li Yuqian looked at everyone with smiles on their faces. But it made the people in front of them feel a little stunned. Father Li's expression changed, and the eldest sister Li Weiner beside him suddenly spoke up. You have money. Why do you think of us like this? I didn't think clearly. You have indeed suffered at home, and it is normal to have resentment. But after all, we are a family. Don't be like this. You see, we specially waited for you to have dinner together. Li Yuqian looked at Mother Li, who was silent, Li Shihan, whose eyes were full of hatred, and Li Yaoguang, who looked as usual. Oh, really? Then I have to have a taste. Li Yuqian found a seat to sit down, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up the food very quickly. There are not many things on the table. There are preserved eggs, lean meat porridge, and some breakfast. Li Yuqian ate all the breakfast on the table in a short while. But Li Yuqian didn't touch the preserved egg and lean meat porridge in front of him. Just kidding. After Li Yuqian's psychokinesis examination, Li Yuqian could see clearly which items contain medicine. This preserved egg and lean meat porridge is not said to be drugged, but another description is more accurate. It should be made into preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Damn, if you put so much in there, no matter how stupid I am, I can still find it after just one bite. Oh, that's right. After taking so many drugs, a normal person would fall asleep within a short while after taking one bite. There are so many intoxicating drugs in a bowl of porridge. If you drink it all, you will definitely be injured, not to mention you will die from drinking it. The people around looked at Li Yuqian, who was a little anxious because he refused to eat the preserved egg and lean meat porridge in front of him. Father Li continued to smile. You are rich. Why don't you drink porridge? Drinking porridge is a beautiful thing. Yes, our mother cooked this specially for you. Lao Deng is quite good at it. In my memory, Mother Li is the one who is better at dealing with peers in her family. The peers still listen to Mother Li's words. Li Yuqian beats people these days, and Mother Li has been beaten the least. Li Yuqian looked at Father Li and Li Weiner with a smile. You really want me to drink this porridge? Isn't it really poisonous? Oh, why do you like to joke so much when you have money? Okay, drink quickly. We won't disturb you anymore. Father Li pretended to be a loving father. Li Yuqian looked at the preserved egg and lean meat porridge without moving. Father Li felt a little guilty in front of him. Since it's not poisonous, I happen to be full. How about Lao Deng you drink? Li Yuqian patted his belly to show that he was full. Father Li felt a little nervous, and he even felt sweat on his back. Guang, you are sweating profusely, brother. You are rich. Your mother made this preserved egg and lean meat porridge for you. How can I drink it? Right? Father Li saw Li Yuqian extending his hand, as if he was about to give him a big hand. Li Yuqian waved his hand and said, Oh, what's a piece of preserved egg and lean meat porridge? Just drink it. If you don't drink it, you won't really have poisoned it, right? You actually poisoned me? It seems that I only drank green tea yesterday and forgot to drink Lao Deng. Isn't this right? Why don't you believe your dad yet? Come here. Let me dig out a spoonful and let you see that it's definitely not poisonous. Father Li approached Li Yuqian with heavy steps, picked up the preserved egg and lean meat porridge in front of him, took a spoonful and put it in his mouth. Then he showed a smile and said, Look, are you okay? It's neither salty nor bland, and it tastes great. You could just drink it. You can't live up to your mother's wishes. Sorry, I refuse. You, an old man, have already drank. I think it's dirty. Li Yuqian said one word to let his father break his guard. Li's father became anxious and cursed directly. Why don't you drink from his grandma? Drink, drink. Li Yuqian showed a mocking expression. Hey, I won't drink. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Li Yuqian stood up leisurely and took the preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Father Li showed a sincere smile. Sure enough, he still felt a little bit oppressed by his father. The next second, Li Yuqian ordered the porridge, grabbed Father Li's chin with his other hand, pinched it, and then poured the entire bowl of porridge into Father Li's mouth. Father Li subconsciously wanted to vomit, but an invisible force wrapped the porridge and slid it in smoothly. Li Yuqian let go of his hand, and Li's father lay on the ground and coughed a few times, but nothing came out. Then he looked up at Li Yuqian, and just as he was about to say a few words, Li Yuqian spoke first. "No need to repeat myself. I am indeed vicious." Father Li's eyes widened as the medicine took over. His head tilted and he fainted. "Dad, call an ambulance." Li Yuqian turned around and glanced at the remaining 4 people. The 4 of them instantly became honest. "Ambulance? Huh? Didn't you say it wasn't poisoned?" "Oh yes, it was drugged, not poison, right?" Li Yuqian waved his hand, causing the 4 of them to shrink back in fear. Li Wanner's expression was the same as her face change: shame, anger, and helplessness. "Li Yuqian, don't go too far. My family just doesn't want to use those methods. Otherwise, do you think you can do whatever you want if you can fight? Being able to fight is useless. Now it's about background and power. If you weren't related to us by blood, you're just a little loser. If you use more tricks, even if you lose a little face, you can be put in jail or you can disappear from this world. Believe it or not. Hey, why don't you pretend? Are you getting tougher? Then you can come over. I'll keep going, but I have to think clearly. I will retaliate. There is revenge and there is kindness. When I repay kindness, I will repay it normally, but if it is revenge, then I will repay it tenfold." Li Yuqian spoke very casually, but Li Weiner was inexplicably flustered. After Li Yuqian finished speaking, he turned around and left and saw Li Yuqian's actions. The 4 girls breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Li had already started calling the ambulance. Suddenly, Li Yuqian stopped, turned around, and slapped Li Weiner, catching her off guard. "I almost forgot about you. You were eager to let me drink porridge just now. Also, I don't allow anyone in this world to be more arrogant than me. You little brat." After Li Yuqian finished these things, he pushed the door open and left, leaving the 3 women at a loss. Mother Li went to the side hall and sat on the sofa, urging the 2 girls. "Hurry up and get your dad into the room. He seems to have put a lot of medicine just now. He will probably sleep for a long time." Li Shirhan hurriedly ran out to call the driver in the garage at home and asked the driver at home to help. Li Yaowang watched the family driver take Li's father to his room at home and then hurriedly asked him to take him back to school. He was almost late. After getting in the car, Li Yaowang looked out the window and felt that he was going crazy during this period. The house was getting more and more chaotic. Li Juanjia even broke his leg and is still in the hospital. Li Yaowang thought of what Li Yuqian said when he pushed Li Juanjia, and this was how he pushed. For a moment, she fell in a deep thought. He said something. What did he mean? Didn't he push it before? After thinking about it carefully, Li Yaowang discovered many problems, such as why Li Juanjia went to see Li Yuqian so late at night, and why Li Juanjia wasn't hurt at all in the first place. The second time, his leg was broken directly. After thinking about it again, Li Juanjia said all the things that Li Yuqian wanted to harm him, but he couldn't bear to think about it carefully. Could it be that everything Juanjia said was false? Li Yaowang was confused for a moment. Why he believed in Juanjia so much, but not his brother. Li Yaowang remembered how Li Yuqian looked when he was first found a few years ago. He was so tacky, and he could still be considered a campus beauty in the university. Compared with the rustic Li Yuqian, Li Juanjia is more in line with his younger brother's identity and has more face when speaking out. So, is it because of selfishness? No. How could I be that kind of person? Li Yaowang shook his head in embarrassment. It was because this guy Li Yuqian had developed some bad habits after being abducted, which was annoying. That's right, that's it. I usually talk to him very gently. What else do you want from me? Li Yuqian, my evaluation is that he is selfish and unwilling to admit his mistakes, which is 8T0 level. Li Yuqian appeared at the refresh point of the toilet cubicle leisurely, and then walked to his classroom. When passing by Lu Ruyan's position, Lu Ruyan suddenly said, "Why did you ignore me yesterday?" Li Yuqian was stunned for a moment and thought of the same thing. He didn't seem to have looked at his peer's phone during this period of time. Li Yuqian ignored Lu Ruyan and walked directly back to his seat, rummaged through Li Juanjia's school bag, took out a book, and put it on the table. Then he pulled out his mobile phone from his back and asked Little Sunspot to synchronize the information in the peer's mobile phone. After looking at Green Bubble, I saw that there were only dozens of people on WeChat, and many of them were people I hadn't contacted in years. His peers were really pitiful. Li Yuqian noticed Lu Ruyan's message, which contained only 2 lines of text. One line read, "You actually ignored me for so long? Don't go too far." Another line reads, "Everything is fake. Why don't you believe what I say?" Sure enough, there's a reason why people like you are bullied by others. It is really bad to not give others any trust. I saved you, Li Yuqian. Damn, this is so mean. As a fellow student, Lu Ruyan did help him when he was bullied on campus before. But my peers have been licking you for more than 2 years, so I've already repaid my kindness. Besides, if you're looking for a substitute, you are not a good person and you still say such things. Although I'm not him, I feel uncomfortable hearing it. Too cheap. Li Yuqian had a dark face and asked Sunspot to delete Lu Ruyan. At the same time, he asked Sunspot to check the situation of Lu Ruyan's family. Her family seems to be quite wealthy and they have property and so on. Check to see if there is any tax evasion in her family and report it directly. Li Yuqian lay speechless on the table, preparing for class. As the self-study ended, class began. Li Yuqian experienced the feeling of being a top student. When the teacher asked a question, he would raise his hand directly and then solve it easily. Then I pretended to say that I still had several solutions. The bald teacher became interested and raised the problem on the spot. Li Yuqian went to the podium on the spot and wrote down his ideas and answers on the blackboard. The process of being a top student is that process with the admiring eyes of the students around you and the praising eyes of the bald teacher next to you. In one word, cool. It feels so good to make up for my childhood. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be the top student in high school. Aguang, no wonder you were willing to come to school for 2 days in a row. It turns out you were just showing off. Li Yuqian, what words are these? I am recalling my struggling years in my senior year of high school. Lu Ruyan's impression of Li Yuqian changed completely today. He was originally used as a substitute just because he was handsome and looked 3/3 like his own by Aguang. But in other aspects, Lu Ruyan was very dissatisfied. He was usually just like a wooden person, with nothing outstanding in all aspects, just ordinary. But these days, he went out of his way and beat Li Juanja violently. Today, Li Juanja didn't even come to school, and I have the ability to create videos that have no trace of fraud at all. Now he's still like a top student. In the content of today's class, and in all courses, Li Yuqian seems to have the style of a top student. To sum it up simply, the plenary session was full of high-spirited questions. Lu Ruyan felt that it was not impossible to give Li Yuqian a step up. Originally planning to leave him alone for a few days, Lu Ruyan secretly turned on her phone after class and clicked on the green bubble. After thinking about it, he changed what he wanted to say. If you have money, please don't get me wrong. I really have nothing to do with Uncle G. It's just that we grew up together when we were young and have a good relationship. It's normal for someone to spread rumors about us. Okay, don't be angry. I will celebrate my birthday in a while. If you prepare it well for me, I will forgive you. Lu Ruyan looked at what she was going to say with satisfaction. This was the first time she had replied to him in such a long paragraph. Li Yuqian, just have fun secretly. With the click of send, a red exclamation mark appeared in front of Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was stunned. How dare he? Why? I allowed him to lick me, so he was so lucky. He actually dared to delete me. Lu Ruyan was distracted for a long time, and she didn't come back to her senses until she was reminded by the teacher. She turned to look at Li Yuqian, her eyes showing 3 parts coldness, 3 parts sneer, and 4 parts carelessness. Li Yuqian felt frightened because he was being stared at. He turned his head and glanced at Ding Zhan. As soon as he saw Lu Ruyan, he noticed the fan-shaped statistics in her eyes. Li Yuqian, what is this Bienpa doing? Li Yuqian showed a disgusted expression. Lu Ruyan lowered his head and muttered in a low voice. Then don't blame me, Li Yuqian. Although her voice was very low, she could hear clearly who Li Yuqian was. So are you trying to trick me? Li Yuqian said that's fine. I have a reason to beat you up. After all, it's too early in the plot now. Lu Ruyan is using her fellow person as a substitute. Although it's disgusting, her Bai Aguang hasn't returned to Daxia yet. This guy didn't agree to his girlfriend as his girlfriend, so it's not even cheating, it's just fishing. Moreover, this fishing behavior is not disguised. The same person, is just a fool and is willing to be fished. According to the development of the plot, his counterpart now knows that he is a stand-in and will actually talk about the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend with Lu Rian later. Damn it! Why is my peer such a selfish man? This is all my own doing. Do you still have the nerve to take a heavy blow? Now that it's good, I have a reason. If it's bad, why do I get so cruel and scold myself? Aguang, is this a fishing act? With her character, if you block her and ignore her, you will definitely be tricked. Li Yuqian, Aguang, can you please stop slandering me? How can I, a just and kind-hearted person like me, fish for law enforcement? How can we call the matter of revenge for fellow beings a fishing for law enforcement? Really? Li Yuqian lamented that fortunately Lu Ruyan could only take action against him now. You could tell by the look in her eyes that he would be the female CEO in the future. If she takes action in the future, it will definitely be Tiong Liang Li Pa. How embarrassed I am. I have to thank her for her help. It's so funny. Li Yuqian finished the class for the day and nothing happened, which made him feel a little confused. Shouldn't he pour some dirty water on himself? This Lu Ruyan doesn't play by the rules. Li Yuqian left the classroom a little bored and headed to the toilet. He left relatively late, and there was no one in the toilet, but Li Yuqian did not teleport away directly. Instead, he wordlessly stretched out his finger, and with a tap, psychokinesis destroyed the pinhole camera in a toilet cubicle. No, what kind of world is this? Is there such a camera in the men's room? Li Yuqian felt like he had a lot to complain about. Sure enough, these days, even boys have to protect themselves outside. At this time, 5 people poured into the toilet with clear eyes, and they surrounded Li Yuqian as soon as they entered. Their heads were dyed in various colors, and their hairstyles were more abstract than the other, with red, yellow, blue, green, and purple dyes, and their clothes were also very cool. Their identity is also easy to confirm. They are social gangsters outside the school. The red-haired Shamat said arrogantly, "Your name is Li Yuqian, right? Damn, you fell into the toilet. We squatted on you outside the school for a long time, and if my employer hadn't told me that you ran into the toilet every time after school, we really wouldn't have been able to catch you." There was a snap. The green-haired Shammate slapped the red-haired man on the head. "Why is your mouth like a big tattered cotton-padded jacket? Everything you say comes out. Shut your mouth and stop talking." Li Yuqian, you don't have to think about it. Just when Lu Ruyan was about to resort to tricks, these guys came over. So, this is the method used by the domineering female president in the early days. What is she going to do? Beat me up? Li Yuqian looked at the 5 people in front of him as if he were looking at rare animals, and felt a little unhappy when he looked at the 5 people in front of him. The green-haired Shammate stood up directly. "Boy, the 5 of us are just unhappy with you today. I heard that your grades are very good, right? I usually like to bully the 4-eyed frog. I'm not wearing glasses." Li Yuqian said speechlessly. "I haven't finished yet. I bully people with 4 eyes because most people with good grades wear glasses. You're lucky. You have good grades and don't even need to wear glasses. Do you think you deserve a beating?" Lu Mao killed Matt and gave Li Yuqian an unpleasant place on the spot. The red-haired Shammate on the side also immediately added, "That's right, that's it. It's definitely not, because someone paid us to beat you." There was a bang. The green-haired killer Matt started blasting the red-haired one. The red-haired Shammate screamed, stop fighting, you are my brother. It's just a show of love. I'm not my real brother. See if I don't teach you a lesson. I act like I'm loose-mouthed every day. I told you to stop talking, but you still say it." Li Yuqian took a deep breath, then spit it out and asked these people to beat me, even though they knew this was an urban world. It was usually enough for 5 people to hit one person, but Li Yuqian still felt insulted. If I beat up the red-haired person in front of me, what's the difference between beating up a fool? He is already a fool, and I still bully him. So shouldn't I pay him back and buy melon seeds? The first 5 guys, are you opera singers, or are you here to beat me? Li Yuqian spoke directly to Liang Shamat, attracting their attention. Lu Mao Shamat turned around and looked at Li Yuqian. You are still the first one to be beaten by us. Come on, Xiaohong, given the whole job. Drink, Hong Mao, who was still being blasted by Green Mao, did a backflip without saying a word. Li Yuqian, so you're here to make fun of me? Oh, do you look down on me? Hong Mao became anxious, rolled up his sleeves, and without saying a word, kicked Li Yuqian with his big foot. Li Yuqian reached out and grabbed his ankle, then pulled and pulled him, forcing the red-haired Shamat to do the splits. Just hearing a scream, the crotch of the red-haired Shamate's pants split. The sound sounded painful. The red-haired man directly covered his crotch, and the pain was so bad that he couldn't get up. Li Yuqian looked at the four people behind Hong Mao. That's it? That's it. Damn, so arrogant. I am the most ruthless person on this street. Seeing his cousin in such pain, Lu Mao immediately became anxious and hit his relative. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Look at your hair color. I can see it. So what? Li Yuqian took a look at LV Mao's green hair, and he was indeed a ruthless person for daring to give him all LV Mao. Lu Mao Shamat shouted, "Brothers, come on." After saying that, Lu Mao punched Li Yuqian in the face. Li Yuqian raised his leg and kicked him so hard that his green teeth flew away, and then he lay straight on the ground. Hong Mao, who was originally screaming, became anxious when he saw this, and stood up with his legs twisted. Then Li Yuqian looked at Nei Ba's feet and struck directly from the middle, one kick into the sole. The red-haired man stopped barking this time and just rolled his eyes and lay down on the ground. Then Li Yuqian turned to look at the three gangsters Huang, Xylan, and Shamat, who were stiff in their movements and were about to pounce. The three gangsters immediately forced out a smile, but among them, Huang Mao Shamat was the closest, and Li Yuqian saw his big face. It was just a punch. Another one fell down. The remaining two people originally stood relatively far back. At this time, they started to step back step by step very carefully. Li Yuqian, don't think that I can't notice you if your upper body doesn't move and your lower body runs backwards. Don't run. If anyone runs, I'll hit that guy just like I hit this little red-haired guy. Li Yuqian pointed at the little red-haired man next to him. As soon as he said this, the two gangsters Zi Mao and Lan Mao immediately clamped their legs together and turned pale. If you were beaten like that, I'm afraid it would be a little painful. Li Yuqian feels that the comedy talent of these two guys is not inferior to that of red hair and green hair. They are both talents. It's a pity that they met me. If you want to hit me, then I will definitely have to take revenge. Let's do this. You two hit each other and do it yourself. Hurry up. If I attack with a small hand, it will be very serious. Lan Mao and Zi Mao looked at each other. Zi Mao looked at Blue Mao sincerely. It's okay, brother. I will not give in. I will never hurt my own brother. Good brothers for life. The blue-haired Shamate was very moved when he heard this. Brother. Needless to say, brother. Faced with this situation, there is only one way. Zi Mao Shamat's eyes were filled with wisdom. This can't help but make Li Yuqian curious. Is there any way to resist by force? One more thing. Are you too sure you want to conspire in front of me? Li Yuqian. The blue-haired Shamate said seriously. How to do it? That's it. Just do it. Zi Mao said. With a sudden force on his hand, he pushed Lan Mao directly towards Li Yuqian, while he ran towards the toilet exit. Blue-haired Shamate. What are you doing? No. Damn, you tricked me. You idiot. I'll F***K you. You idiot. Li Yuqian. A Guang. What a superficial brother. Li Yuqian slapped the blue-haired Shamate against the wall, hitting him so hard that all his teeth fell out. There was nothing he could do. When he rushed over and cursed Zi Mao, his saliva was splashing everywhere. Li Yuqian couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. Psychokinesis attached to his hand and slapped him away. Li Yuqian looked at Zi Mao, who had an expression of escaping from his life, and raised his fingers. An invisible rope from psychokinesis tripped him down, and Li Yuqian slowly walked over. Li Yuqian looked at Zi Mao lying on the ground and kicked a football. That kick sounded painful, but it actually felt very painful. Zimao got kicked, his tongue stretched out so long, and he fainted when he tilted his head. After Li Yuqian finished solving these 5 living treasures, he did not leave. At this time, his psychokinesis had already sensed that the mastermind behind the scenes was here. Damn, he actually played the trick of saving the handsome man. Lu Ruyin walked slowly in the school corridor. It should be almost time, although Uncle Wong found those 5 guys nearby temporarily. But if 5 gangsters hit one person, even if Li Yuqian has become more powerful recently, he still deserves a beating. Get a good beating. Feel the despair of being bullied in school before. Really, when you become more powerful, you won't behave anymore. Lu Ruyin smiled wickedly, as if she thought that Li Yuqian would look at her with the same look as before, and she immediately felt happy. As for whether this trick works, Lu Ruyin said that Li Yuqian licked her so much before, wasn't it because she was a beam of light in his dark life? The routine is indeed old, but it works, and if Li has money, he will do it. But by this time, I've probably beaten him enough, so I have to walk faster. Lu Ruyin rubbed her face, then trotted into the men's room and shouted loudly, "Let the boy go." What came face to face was Li Yuqian's expressionless face and 5 gangsters with colorful hair lying around him. Li Yuqian looked at Lu Ruyin with disdain. In the plot, she should be considered the heroine. Such a bad guy is worthy of being the heroine. Someone deliberately beat Li Yuqian, and she came to rescue him as a hero. If nothing else, she just came so slowly on purpose, and she didn't worry about how these gangsters would beat him up. How selfish. Is your routine old-fashioned? And you're going too far. Do you think I'm a fool? Li Yuqian's words made Lu Ruyin feel cold all over, and her mind was running rapidly. You keep going into this toilet and never come out. I just saw 5 gangsters go in. I'm just worried about you. What do you mean by that? You have such a big mouth and tell me everything, and you still hire someone to beat me. Okay. You are quite vicious. Li Yuqian raised a hand. His own slap was already a little hungry. Lu Ruyin looked at Li Yuqian's big mouth with a twisted expression, a red-haired killer. Damn this guy. He has such a loose mouth and no professional ethics at all. Li Yuqian knew about it, and he used him as a substitute. He also failed in using small tricks, and he also found out about it. The look in Li Yuqian's eyes at this moment was only teasing and ridicule, and Lu Ruyin was a little defensive for a moment. She looked at Li Yuqian and shouted, "Li Yuqian, you are playing with fire. It is obvious that as long as you persist for a while, I will agree to be your girlfriend. Why did you delete me suddenly and ignore me? I am Lu Ruyin. Return to normal quickly. Like before, I can forget about what you have done in the past few days." Li Yuqian, what kind of quotation is this from the boss? Sorry, I refuse. I don't want to be a licker. Li Yuqian was about to give Lu Ruyin a slap in the face when he heard something outrageous. Whose love do you think you are rejecting? It's me, Lu Ruyin's love. I rejected so many suitors, but I only accepted you. I helped you deal with those people who bullied you on campus before. Why do you have that? Why don't you pursue me? What else is there to lick a dog? That's called a loyal dog. Lu Ruyin's appearance was a bit broken, and her smile and eyes gave her another blow. Li Yuqian, Nima, isn't that also a dog? Li Yuqian felt that she was becoming a Yandere. As the old saying goes, liking a Yandere is a story. Being liked by a Yandere is an accident. Of course, this is for ordinary people. Li Yuqian said that for me, it is direct. A slap in the face. Li Yuqian hit Lu Ruyin in the face, and she froze. It was obvious that he was passively restrained by Li Yuqian's justice bag. Li Yuqian pointed to the 5 people lying on the ground. Don't say, I bully women. If you find 5 people to beat me up, I'll punch you 5 times. That's not too much. Lu Ruyin's eyes were full of fear, and once he was so scared that he felt like he couldn't move. Li Yuqian punched Lu Ruyin in the stomach. Lu Ruyin felt a sharp pain. She subconsciously wanted to curl up, but she couldn't. Li Yuqian saw Lu Ruyin getting punched by him, but he didn't faint from the pain. Yes, she was worthy of being a heroine. Then there were 4 punches left, and Li Yuqian punched Lu Ruyin once on each limb. Make a clicking sound. After doing all this, Li Yuqian walked into the toilet cubicle in front of her. After closing the door, He opened the blue portal and walked in. Those 4 punches, it is estimated that Lu Ruyan's limbs will at least be broken after he leaves. But don't be afraid, they can recover. However, given the medical level of this world, the recovery process is a billion times more difficult. So, this is a lesson to her. If he provoked him again later, Liu Qian felt that if he punched Lu Ruyan a few more times, Lu Ruyan would probably be knocked out when he was about to leave. However, she deserves it. She knew how to hire people to beat people at a young age. How can she do it when she grows up? Lu Ruyan felt like she was going crazy. She couldn't move her body for no reason, and then she received 5 punches. Every punch hurt like hell, but he still remained motionless, couldn't move his mouth, couldn't even let out a scream. It was too outrageous. As time passed, Lu Ruyan felt that she could move, and her whole body collapsed on the ground. The next second, Lu Ruyan stood up quickly, looked at the ground with disgust, and then quickly looked at herself, where her limbs were hit by the fist. I moved my hands and feet, but they were not broken, although it was very painful at the time. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and pulled open the door of the toilet cubicle. The door of the cubicle was not locked and opened easily, but there was no one in this life. Lu Ruyan thought of Li Youqian's strange behavior during this period and his sudden inability to move. And now that he suddenly disappeared, an idea slowly appeared in Lu Ruyan's mind. Li Youqian is not a human being? Li Youqian, you are not a human. Your whole family is not a human. You still get beaten less. Lu Ruyan picked up a yellow-haired killer lying on the ground, pinched his neck with both hands, and shook his head crazily. Wake up! Wake up! What happened just now? Why can't the 5 of you defeat him alone? Being shaken so hard, Huang Mao actually woke up and murmured something in response. He's like Superman. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt a chill in her heart. When she put her hands down, her yellow hair clicked, and the back of her head hit the ground. Her head tilted, and she fainted again. Lu Ruyan first glanced at Huang Mao with disgust, then walked out of the toilet in confusion and walked toward the outside of the school. In a luxury car, Uncle Wang looked at Sister File Size, who seemed to have lost her soul, and asked with a frown, Sister File Size, what happened? Lu Ruyan looked at Uncle Wang, collapsed, and shouted, Ah, what happened today? And Uncle Wang, why did you find 5 losers for me? If the red-haired man had a tougher mouth, even if he didn't help Li Youqian, maybe the relationship between the two wouldn't be so tense now. Li Youqian is so mysterious now. Uncle Wang has a question mark face, not Miss File Size. You just came out of school, and you asked me to find several people to help you bully a classmate within 3 minutes. You still want to be a hero? No. 3 minutes, where can I find it for you? Uncle Wang's face darkened, and he drove out of school in a luxury car. It was hard to make money, and shit tasted bad. The employer's File Size sister could do whatever she wanted. Look at it like this, Sister File Size, the plan probably didn't succeed, and I might have to deal with the follow-up, which is annoying. Li Youqian just returned to the gate of Li's villa, and he felt happy as soon as psychokinesis was perceived. There were 2 police officers waiting inside the villa, and Li Youqian walked in leisurely. I saw Li Shirhan on the sofa. As soon as he saw Li Youqian, he shouted loudly, It's him. He was the one who injured Juanjia. He deliberately pushed the person downstairs, causing his fracture. Facing the sharp gazes of the 2 police officers, Li Youqian calmly found a place to sit down. Of the 2 police officers, one was young and the other seemed a bit older. Oh, why did you call the police? Did you not care about the Li family's face? Li Youqian's voice was a bit joking, but Li Weiner, who was sitting on the sofa opposite, said coldly, Li Youqian, you have gone too far during this period. Please don't ignore our blood relationship. Why are you so weird? You hurt people intentionally. This kind of thing is very bad. You don't even have any intention of repenting. The young policeman patted the table and stood up directly. Li Youqian was very calm, and even looked forward to it. You have to rely on evidence to do things, so it was obviously his own fault, right? The young policeman turned to look at Li Weiner, who said coldly, There are only witnesses. The camera at home is broken during this time. Li Youqian, what kind of trick is this? There's a conspiracy. Li Weiner's eyes were full of confidence, as if everything was under control. Li Yuqian pouted at this. No matter what tricks he has, I will break the formation with all my strength. And you have no physical evidence, but I have the video of Admiral Sunspot's deeds to prove my innocence. There is no evidence. You are framing me. By coincidence, I have evidence. I usually like to take videos and record my life. This video is enough to prove that Li Juanji's little green tea danced on his own, and it's none of my business. Is there anyone else who wants to frame me? I have relevant videos. Li Yuqian picked up his phone calmly and clicked on a video. In a video, Li Juanji walked up to the second floor and jumped off as if he had lost his mind. Li Yuqian added, "The video can be sent to you, and you can check it however you want." Anyway, it is true. Li Weiner suddenly smiled, and then said to the two police officers, "Two police officers, you misunderstood. I call the police not because of this matter. It's because someone stole a large amount of property from the home, and the amount was huge. This is a list of the missing items." There was a hint of fear in Li Weiner's eyes. Li Yuqian got a bunch of fake videos from somewhere and also modified his own surveillance. If Juanji hadn't reminded himself that Li Yuqian had produced a fake video before when he framed him at school. Li Weiner called the police over this time and said that if Li Yuqian deliberately hurt people, he would definitely fail. Li Weiner was ready to change her mind when she saw that the content of her home surveillance had been changed. When she saw Li Yuqian saying that the police could conduct inspections at will, Li Weiner became even more uneasy. Behind Li Yuqian, there is a master of forging videos, but the video can be forged. Li Yuqian, how can you cover up the fact that you stole many of my belongings and various jewelry before? Although most of the stolen property was exposed by Juanji on the spot, there was still some that this guy refused to admit. Originally, because he was his younger brother, he didn't hold him accountable, but now he just used this to give him a fatal blow. As long as these properties flow through, they will inevitably leave traces, making it easy for the police to investigate. Li Yuqian was so happy. I thought there was some conspiracy. This is what happened. Those properties and jewelry that Li Weiner mentioned were not done by Li Yuqian at all. No need to think about it. It was probably Li Juanji who stole some while framing Li Yuqian. No wonder he saved quite a lot of money. The two police officers took the information provided by Li Weiner and said they would handle the case as soon as possible. Li Weiner said on the spot that after solving this case, she would donate $50 million to the city's police station. The two policemen patted their chests and promised to solve the problem as quickly as possible, and maybe the suspect would be arrested and brought to justice in the evening. The young policeman said and glanced at Li Yuqian. "Hey, I'm going to sue this woman for slandering me. She said I intentionally hurt people." Li Yuqian pointed at Li Shihan. The young police officer looked a little embarrassed and wanted to say something. But the elderly police officer on the side patted him on the shoulder and pulled his companion away with an attitude of ignoring Li Yuqian. "Just kidding. That is the second young lady of the Li family. How could I catch her? As for Li Yuqian, he is probably some poor relative of the Li family." Cut. Li Yuqian stood up calmly. He was very unhappy with the performance of the two police officers. He asked Sunspot to check to see if the two police officers had done anything illegal or disciplinary. As for Li Shihan, she gave her a big slap in the face and wanted to play with it. Li Yuqian slowly went to the dining table to eat. The casual look made Li Weiner feel a little puzzled, and her face looked a little ugly. Shouldn't Li Yuqian be panicking? As the two police officers left, Li Shihan looked excitedly at Li Yuqian, who was eating so much. "You're done, let me tell you. Just for the things you stole, I will definitely give you a life sentence." Bang! Li Yuqian slapped her. "Can you stop talking while eating? You're so humble." Li Weiner suddenly felt a chill in her heart when she saw Li Yuqian's nonchalant look. "Why aren't you afraid? You're so crazy," Li Yuqian said with a smile. "Is there a possibility? Those things you mentioned were not stolen by me, but by that little green tea, and then framed me. How is that possible?" Li Shihan screamed loudly, but Li Weiner also looked in disbelief. Li Yuqian is very happy. When the police arrest Li Juanji, it will be very interesting. After finishing the meal with satisfaction, Li Yuqian walked back to his room leisurely. Li Weiner and Li Shihan looked at the dining table with disgust. Li Weiner even called the nanny directly and asked the nanny to come over quickly and do it again. He also informed the nanny to change the cooking time. Li has money. He won't even be able to eat the Li family's meals from now on. Damn it, I haven't even eaten yet. The house was made a mess by Li Yuqian. Li's father had been sleeping all day, and Li Juanjia broke his leg. What a scourge. With the support of money, the police investigate cases as fast as a rocket. The suspect was immediately identified based on the circulation of relevant information and property in the market. Li Juanjia, how fast is it? It was detected in 3 hours because Li Juanjia actually created a small account to sell those things online. The police also discovered that Li Juanjia was actually the adopted son of the Li family, not his biological son. The person who called the police was also the Li family. What does this mean? The relevant police personnel thought about the drama of the wealthy family, and then dispatched personnel to the hospital to tell Li Juanjia, "You committed a theft. I'll give you a silver bracelet." Li Juanjia, what happened? After the 3 daughters of the Li family learned the news, they rushed to the hospital. Then the 3 women got to know the true situation of the lost property. One piece of information showed that Li Juanjia stole these things and sold them. Li Weiner quickly used her connections and chose to keep the case private, suppressing the case. Police, Xinjin, you reported it to the police, and you still want to keep it secret, and you also used your connections to suppress this matter. What kind of brain circuit? In the VIP ward of the hospital, the 3 women looked at Li Juanjia for a moment, not knowing what to say. After a while, Li Weiner said in a cold tone, "Why did you do this?" "So, when Li Yuqian hurts you, you were just pretending. Like your broken leg, did you deliberately provoke him? Was it also a lie that he stole things? Was it you who framed him?" Li Juanjia was a little stunned for a moment. Li Weiner's tone became colder and colder. "Stop talking. Just leave it like this. It seems that I will have to change my view of you in the future. I see that this younger brother is usually very honest, and since he is not his biological son, he will not snatch the company that I should have. So, I am usually so kind to him. Now it seems that a little jackal may have been recruited into the family, but it's okay. After all, he is an adopted son. He will wait until Li Yuqian is taken out. Find a way to let Juanjia leave the house. At most, give him money and some shares. I hope he can be as sensible as before." Li Yaoguang glanced at Li Juanjia, his eyes full of disgust. So it was Li Juanjia who framed Li Yuqian before, and he really stole it. One is rustic, the other loves to steal. Why are my younger brothers so bad? Li Shihan didn't say anything. She had no talent. The eldest sister would be in charge of the company in the future, and the third sister was a school beauty with good academic performance. Only this younger brother is similar to me, and he is usually soft and weak. I'm a useless second sister. Protecting her makes me feel like a sister, so I'm usually so kind to him. But suddenly Li Shihan discovered that her weak brother seemed not to be simple. Green tea? Poisonous snake? It's better to stay away from such scheming people like myself who just want to mess around and have money to spend. A camera in the corner of the VIP ward was pointed at the scene. Li Yuqian used the little sunspot to remotely eat melons. This scene is, in one word, wonderful. Li Juanjia looked at his 3 sisters and felt a little panicked for a moment. Why did things become like this? He hated Li Yuqian. Why didn't he develop according to his plan and kicked him out? I also hate Li Weiner. What bad idea did she have? She was caught by the police and everything was exposed. I also hate Li Yaoguang. The look of disgust in his eyes is too obvious. As for Li Shihan, he is a piece of trash. He is just a good reincarnation. He doesn't have much to gain from him, and he actually dares to show off to himself. You are really 3 nasty, selfish guys. What do emotions mean to you 3? I just made a few mistakes. Is this what you think? When Li Yuqian was eating the melon, his eyes were filled with the power of thought. Li Yuqian could clearly hear what these people were thinking. In this regard, Li Yuqian said, 6,666. For a moment, Li Yuqian really doubted whether his peers and these guys were family. They're all born in this family. I have learned a lot. But Aguang on the side was not in the mood to eat and sighed in Li Yuqian's mind. It's really strange. The Li family doesn't have a goddess system host, and there isn't one in that school either. Where did the goddess go? Why didn't the host follow the plot? Could it be that she found a place to lie down? I'm glad. Your goddess has never told you before. What is the identity of his host in this world? Li Yuqian felt that Aguang sighed 800 times a day. Aguang said a little embarrassedly, "Well, the goddess is usually busy, so how could I ask about such a trivial matter?" Li Yuqian, you post essays every day, and people just reply with a few words, right? Aguang said to himself in some distress. Speaking of which, if we want to meet, how should I start? What should I say first? What do you think? Li Yuqian asked casually. Then Aguang fell into thinking, and his eyes were full of confidence. When I find the goddess system, I will come out directly and knock the other host on the head. Then say, "Are you there?" Li Yuqian, the picture is so beautiful that I can't even imagine it. Are you still there? The starting player must be Joker. Guang, you should go back to Gotham. One night passed. Li Yuqian lay on the bed and didn't want to move. He took a few days of high school classes. Although he attended all the classes, going to school was like going to prison. It was too boring. The addiction to being a top student had worn off, and Li Yuqian decided not to take up the profession. After all, I have experienced my senior year of high school before. If I experience it again, I will be sick. It's not like I want to be reborn as a senior in high school and become a rich, handsome person. Let little Sunspot handle it directly. I can rest assured that little Sunspot will handle the matter. In the end, Li Yuqian watched videos on the bed and played around for a while. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that he was ready to get up and go downstairs. There was no one at home. Li Yuqian was sitting on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor, eating fruit and playing with his mobile phone. While playing around, I suddenly froze for a moment. Damn, this family is not going to run away, right? That won't work. I haven't tortured you enough. He quickly asked little Sunspot to check what the Lee family members were doing now, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Lee's father slept all day yesterday, and the dose of medicine was a bit too much. Lee's mother accompanied him to the hospital for a full-body checkup. Li Weiner went to deal with the company's affairs, and Li Shirhan, as if to avenge the injustice she had suffered in the past few days, was spending money in retaliation, buying and selling. Li Yaoguang is taking classes at the university. Li Yuqian nodded and asked Sunspot to find a way to bring down the Li family's company. These bullies were so rich, which made him a little unhappy. By the way, let Sunspot take some measures to prevent people like the Li family from leaving these cities. Little Sunspot expressed his concern and provided an examination of the relationship between Li's father and Li Juinja during this period. After big data analysis, blood type, interpersonal relationships during that period, hotel booking records, etc., it was proved that Li's father and Li Juinja were not related by blood, but they were related by blood to Li's father's lover. It's so bloody, I like to watch it. There were more and more people in the villa, and Fatherly took Motherly back home with a look on his face as if the sky was falling. I took too much medicine that day, but I drank it all after finishing it, which not only hurt my liver, but also my kidneys. You need to take good care of yourself during this period. Father Li's face turned green when he thought of this. Li Weiner also returned home with a tired look on her face. Today, there was a lot of dirty information about this company on the internet for no reason. She felt like a storm was coming. Li Shirhan and Li Yaoguang were in a good mood at first, but when they got home and saw Li Yuqian, they felt bad. You have money. Why did you come back so early today? Li Yaoguang asked as if he had something in mind. Li Yuqian gave her middle finger and said, "It's none of your business." Li Weiner rubbed her eyebrows and said with a sincere expression, "Rich, I did wrong you before, and we have found out all those things. Stop doing this. I will also give you corresponding compensation. You can go out and live. We will pretend that the previous things never happened. By the way, I will make Juinja apologize to you. It's none of my business, don't leave on. As the saying goes, good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be rewarded with evil. You are a great family, and I will be the one to repay you." Li Yuqian said that he can answer everything in 2 sentences. It's none of my business, and it's none of your business. Speaking of which, the food was served a bit early today. If I hadn't gone to school today, I might not have been able to eat. Li Yuqian's words made Li Weiner's heart skip a beat, but she didn't say anything. She quickly lowered her head and stayed away from Li Yuqian for fear of being beaten. Li's father also knew about Juanja's false accusation against Li Yuqian and understood that there had been misunderstandings over the past few years. But so what? Xiao Li is rich, but he dares to hit himself. But he is still uneducated. After his liver and kidney were injured, Li's father had only one idea now, to make Li Yuqian disappear from home as soon as possible. Li Yuqian sat on the dining table. There was still one seat at the dining table, but he looked straight at Li Shihan in front of him. What are you doing? Isn't there a seat? Li Shihan's voice was not as arrogant as before when he bullied his peers, and he was a bit fierce but also shy. Wow! Li Yuqian jumped forward. Li Shihan watched Li Yuqian getting closer and closer, and was so frightened that he left his seat and fell to the ground. Li Yuqian laughed loudly, sat in a position, looked at Li Shihan, who fell to the ground, and said with a smile, "Just kidding, you probably won't care. Of course, it's useless to care. Hey, I'm just playing." Li Shihan felt that the first half of the sentence seemed familiar. When she bullied Li Yuqian before, she often said this. Inexplicably, there's a feeling that a boomerang thrown many years ago hit me between the eyebrows. Li Shihan felt very aggrieved and looked at her parents and sisters. "Mom and Dad, look. My daughter will be bullied to death by him. He is simply a vicious person." As soon as the word vicious came out of his mouth, Li Shihan felt that something was wrong. With a snap, Li Yuqian took back the hand he had just waved. "Yes, I am vicious, and do you still want to stand up for her?" Although Li Shihan couldn't move her body, the scene at the scene made her extremely chilling. My parents didn't say anything, but ignored them indifferently. What did the eldest sister want to say? But the look in her eyes seemed to be full of blame, blaming herself for why she said something. The third sister is even more amazing. She usually pretends to be gentle, but he is the most selfish in the whole family. She also learned to be as indifferent as her parents, and even looked at her with a hint of disgust in her eyes. Now that the useless Li Juanja is away from home, Li Yuqian has gone crazy, and he has become the bottom of the family. Thinking of Li Yuqian's previous treatment, Li Shihan felt chilled. Everyone in the Li family ignored Li Shihan indifferently and sat at the dining table. Li's father just wanted to move his chopsticks. Li Yuqian slapped the table directly. "You're so brave. Lao Deng, you still dare to touch your chopsticks while I'm eating? Today, I just have time. I will make a rule. When I eat from now on, you will wait obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for mercilessly slapping you." Everyone in the Li family. What kind of rebellion against Tian Gang is this? Father Li covered his heart, pointed at Li Yuqian with the other hand, and shouted, "Li Yuqian, don't go too far." With a slap on the left and a slap on the right, Li Yuqian came to the front of Father Li and gave him 2 slaps. "Can you please stop talking while I'm eating? I'm so incompetent. Be careful. Don't be as vicious as me. But it's useless for you to be vicious. You still can't beat me if you're vicious." Jia. Li Weiner looked at Li Yuqian, who was making a strange laugh, and sighed that he was really crazy, but it was quite normal, suffering from such cold violence and all kinds of false accusations. It's reasonable to be crazy, but it's even more dangerous. Li Weiner thinks it's better not to eat at home in the future. Everyone in the Li family, +1. Li Yuqian chewed. "Today's dish is really good chewing, but the portion is a little chewy." Everyone in the Li family. You be ************** D. You didn't leave any for us again. Forget it. I won't go home to eat next time. I can't afford to offend you. Can't we afford to hide? Hey, you're right. You really can't afford to hide. Over the next week or so, Li Yuqian was very good at using the portal, no matter where the people were. Whenever Li Yuqian has time, he will suddenly appear next to them, making sarcastic remarks and showing off his righteousness. It made several people miserable. Li Weiner, coupled with the company's affairs, had several wrinkles, dark circles, and white hair in just a few days. Damn it, my business secrets are as poisonous as they have been leaked to my enemies these past few days. Some of the products made by this company in the past were of poor quality and were very popular, and all of them were reported. Li Shirhan originally lived in a hotel, but she would find Li Yuqian nearby from time to time every day and was teased and bullied by him several times. But generally speaking, they almost got used to it. But Li Shirhan suddenly found that the money in her bank card was almost gone. Although I like to spend money in revenge when I'm angry, the pocket money given by my family this month should have arrived in my account. Why hasn't it arrived yet? When I asked my eldest sister, there was something going on at home. She needed a lot of working capital. Now that the family was short of money, she only had 10,000 yuan in change this month. Li Shirhan didn't want to go back to a place where Li had money, but she had no choice. After spending a few days lavishly, she ran out of money and had to go home unwillingly. The same is true for Li Yaoguang and Li Mu. It is worth mentioning that it has been more than a week since Li Juanjia injured his legs. He is almost in good condition and can barely leave the hospital to recuperate at home. Li Yunjia couldn't wait to go home. After Li Yuqian walked to Guang, he returned to the villa and was very happy to see that everyone in the family was here again. Ha ha ha. During this period of time, Li Yuqian, in addition to giving justice to these top-notch families, also took a Guang out for a walk. I wandered around a few places that were originally important to the plot, but unfortunately, I still couldn't find the goddess Aguang. Maybe that guy was lying to Aguang, and he didn't tell him where he was in the real world. Aguang refused to admit this, and Li Yuqian just wanted to say, "You lack a red nose." At this time, in the villa, Li Shirhan was full of dissatisfaction. What's going on? How come it's only been a week? Such a big thing happened in the family company. Where are my father and eldest sister? The two of them are still in the company, dealing with a lot of trouble. Mother Li replied with a livid face. Li Yuqian clapped his hands and cheered. I'm bankrupt. Li Shirhan originally wanted to scold Li Yuqian, but after thinking about her own face, she decided to forget it. But she suddenly thought of how Li Yuqian had just come back later than her. Have you been out these days? Aren't you talking nonsense? If I don't go out, how can I beat you in the past few days? Li Shirhan, how do you have a nerve to say this? She took a deep breath and began to pretend to ignore this sentence as if nothing had happened, while secretly making some small calculations. When it was time to eat, Father Li and Li Shirhan returned home with sad faces. It seemed that little sunspot had done a pretty good job. Father Li saw Li Yuqian, who was completely different from the overall atmosphere in the villa. That's right, everyone else was crying, but Li Yuqian was very happy. Li Yuqian, something happened to the company during this time, but that doesn't mean I can't do anything to you. I'll give you one last chance to get out of this house. Bang! Li Yuqian looked at it intently and withdrew his hand. Lao Deng still smoked less. Li Yuqian picked up his chopsticks and started eating. It was very good, especially when everyone else was hungry and you were eating. The Li family planned to let the nanny prepare the second meal later. Nanny, something is wrong. The workload has increased for no reason. Li's father, who was slapped, stayed where he was, but looked straight at Li Yuqian eating, and Li Juanjia did the same. Li Yuqian used a Guang's brain to think that there was something wrong. As soon as psychokinesis scanned it, he found that they had indeed done something again. Most of the dishes were fine, but they put some medicine in a bowl of braised beef. Of course, according to them, the red flames of the grassland, the blooming peonies are boiled prawns, and the gathering of heavenly soldiers is fried prawns fried with green onions. Li Yuqian was speechless when he knew the names of these dishes. Li Juanjia watched as Li Yuqian ate all the dishes except the bowl of beef. My heart skipped a beat. Li Yuqian wouldn't find out, right? That shouldn't be the case. Brother Rich, I'm hungry. Can I have some food first? Li Juanjia suddenly said, holding chopsticks in his hand and pointing at the braised beef. Intrigued, Li Yuqian looked at Li Juanjia and said only one sentence. I don't eat beef. If you want to eat it, why don't you eat it? Li Juanjia was sweating instantly. That's not right. Why didn't you follow the routine? Shouldn't he have said that when he wanted to eat? Li Yuqian slapped him in the face and then finished all the dishes in one go. It seems really exposed. Li Juanjia turned around and wanted to run, but unfortunately his legs were broken and he was still in a wheelchair. Bang! I'm so happy. Both my legs are broken, but I can still survive like this? Here comes Xiao Feiro. I'll stuff all this braised beef down for you. Li Yuqian stuffed all the braised beef into Li Juanjia's mouth and let him swallow it. After watching Li Juanjia release the control, his head tilted and he lay on the ground. After Li Yuqian kicked the football, he said in a faint tone, "This medicine is quite effective." After speaking, he looked straight at Father Li, who was about to say something. Li Yuqian directly exerted artificial influence and slapped him to silence him. Then he put the two guys together and unleashed a blast of hammers. These two guys have been beaten so many times by me. If the damage accumulates and backfires as soon as I leave, they will definitely die on the spot. However, let their family go bankrupt first and have a hard time. Jia jia, jia jia. Early the next morning, there was no one in the villa again, and everyone ran away quite quickly. Li Yuqian felt that he had been tortured a lot during this period, and he was tired of playing, so he asked Sunspot to do it faster without delay. After notifying little Sunspot, Li Yuqian kept feeling a little bored in bed. During this time, the Li family was busy dealing with company matters. I'm so exhausted that I haven't come up with any new tricks for a long time. I'm just bored. Li Yuqian suddenly remembered that he hadn't smoked 10 times in a row for a long time, so he wanted to have fun. Mysterious book page. At least one passage will be displayed every day, representing what will happen today and in the future. Strength card. Add 10 points of strength attribute. Gold and silver mountain card. After use, a 100-meter high gold and silver mountain will appear. Sickness card. It allows people to randomly get a disease. An ordinary stone. Now the lottery function is really getting worse and worse. The useless things in the Yoqian's house are stuffed into the small world. The Jinshan Inshan card is also used, and it is used directly in the small world. The power card was also used on the spot, and there was no difference. It was the mysterious page that Li Yuqian played with. The above sentence that predicts the future today has been revealed. Li Yuqian will have great luck today. Oops, it seems I'm lucky today. Li Yuqian stuffed this page into the small world, played the game in a good mood, and after a while he became red and warm. It's outrageous to say that since my mobile phone was transformed into a universal version for all worlds, why are my opponents acting outrageous when playing games? All of them can react to the shells. Fortunately, my skills are better. Brother, you are sweating profusely. After playing for a while, Li Yuqian felt really bored and started walking a guang every day. He summoned a portal and walked in. Li Yuqian appeared in a hospital and wandered around for a long time. No, Aguang, why is the hospital an important scene? It's weird. It's normal. In a world like this, where the male protagonist is abused, there are many appearances in the hospital. When I was abusing the male protagonist, what kind of car accident happened? Surgery. Terminal illness. Don't you just need to go to the hospital? Aguang answered seriously, and Li Yuqian's mouth twitched, feeling that what he said made sense. Okay, I'm hungry. Let's have some fun and eat. Aguang curled his lips and said, "No. Are you tired of it? Are you going to beat up those people?" I can't help it. When I read novels in the past, I read stories about real and fake young masters from rich families, and my breasts were blocked. I have already reached this kind of world. I have to beat them up to clear up their breasts. Li Yuqian recalled the feeling of wanting to beat someone when he read sadistic stories. Really? Can't those authors feel more comfortable writing? The reader's mammary glands are also mammary glands. Plus, thinking of the memories of my peers makes me want to beat them up even more. At this time, outside the Li family villa, a guy in a hood was wandering outside with a speechless expression. No, why hasn't the guy the employer mentioned gone out yet? I've been waiting for him for a long time. So forget it. Let's give the employer a call. Find out if that guy is in the villa. On the other side, Li's father frowned when he learned that Li Yuqian hadn't gone out all day, and then relax again. It's okay if you don't come out. You will suddenly act like a lunatic. If you come out, you will give yourself a big blow, and then grab your own position and eat your own food. I was already very annoyed because of the company's affairs. If Li Yuqian gave me another big deal, I would want to die. Father Li turned to look at Li Shirhan. Didn't you say he comes out every day? Dad, I did see him come back from going out yesterday. But you also know that he is a madman, a madman. I can't understand him no matter what he thinks. Li Shirhan lowered her head and spoke carefully. Li's father looked at his useless second daughter with disgust and left without looking back. While talking to his cell phone, he said, "Continue to monitor that villa, find his route when he goes out, and then make him disappear. Open the office door." Then I bumped into Li Yuqian. Father Li Yuqian. Hey, Lao Deng can do it. He has to pay to kill people. Li Yuqian was so happy that he actually did this with himself and asked Sunspot to follow the procedures. It was too slow to bring down the company. Father Li actually had time to say these words, so he sent someone to monitor the villa and kill himself. Father Li quickly backed away. "What are you doing? Calm down. It's your sister. It's your second sister's idea. It's none of my business. The tiger's poison cannot eat its seeds." Li's father was afraid that Li Yuqian would be stimulated and beat himself to death on the spot. After this period of time, Li's father beat himself to death on the spot. Father Li also understood Li Yuqian's terrifying fighting ability. Let's put it this way, the number of people was almost useless to this guy. My eldest daughter uses the best method when she is asleep. It's a pity that he was still too young and gave up after discovering that Li Yuqian didn't do it. So what if he didn't do it? With the power and status of the Li family, using their connections and getting some perjury to say that Li Yuqian did it. So what? As a result, after I woke up, problems occurred one after another in the company, and it was too risky to use my personal connections to obtain false evidence. In this situation, if something goes wrong, the gain outweighs the loss. Only the fastest and most violent method can be used. Li Shirhan, who was hiding in the corner, kept shouting, "How is that possible? I have the heart, but I don't have the courage. Even if I have the courage, I don't have the financial resources and influence. My expenses have dropped significantly recently." The scene was very fatherly and filial. "Rebellious daughter, this vicious daughter, you have become more capable." Father Li, who was originally very timid, turned to look at Li Shirhan and became brave. Li Shirhan, who originally yelled out of fear, instantly became angry after hearing what his father said. It sounds like the person who scolded Li Yuqian before. Okay. Now he can't bully Li Yuqian, so he bullied me. Angry. Li Shirhan got angry for a moment, then got angry again, and then lowered her head. If he doesn't bow his head, his arrogant and selfish father will definitely make his life difficult in the future. I don't have much ability, I just want to make a living at home, so I have no choice but to give up. When Father Li saw this, he felt inexplicably happy. This was his father's majesty. Then he turned around and showed a fake smile. "You are rich. It was all a misunderstanding just now. I asked the people sent by your second sister to evacuate. You are my biological son. How could I harm you? Chowdo Sack, let me close the door first." Li Yuqian pushed Li's father into the office, and then closed the office door. Father Li shouted in fear, "What on earth are you going to do? I'm crazy. I can do whatever I want." Li Yuqian was possessed by a native of his country. After a beating, Li Yuqian left the office. Li's father and Li Shirhan were lying on the ground, with tears of humiliation on their faces. After a while, Father Li gritted his teeth, picked up his cell phone, and made a call. Li Yuqian walked downstairs leisurely and went to a restaurant next to the company to eat. The dishes had already been ordered, and Li Yuqian asked about it just when he beat Li's father violently. Damn it, this old guy has so many problems with his company, but he actually has time to come to the restaurant to eat well. After Li Yuqian finished eating, he just walked out of the restaurant and was about to go back and mock Li Weiner. Suddenly, a large truck hit him. Li Yuqian touched his chin and looked at the sign of the truck and fell in a deep thought. Dian Automobile. So, today I will have great luck, does that mean? There will be a great luck car hitting me. Damn it, what kind of luck is this? Li Yuqian had a dark face. A faint red light emitted from his body, and the Universiade car drifted directly. Then, in the shocked eyes of the hooded male driver, the Dayun car crashed straight into Father Lee's company. Make a boom. After Li Yuqian stretched, he randomly turned into a small alley and disappeared. As Little Sunspot began to officially take action, the Lee family quickly went bankrupt. And the strangest thing was that both Lee's father and Lee Weiner solved a big trouble every time. New troubles will arise. The company's secrets are completely transparent and constantly leaked to the outside world. Although Lee Weiner is the eldest sister in the novel The True and False Young Master of a wealthy family, her business ability is indeed strong. But I couldn't resist it at all. After Li Yuqian spent a few days in ruins, the Li family went bankrupt. The villa was no longer available, so Li Yuqian stepped away decisively. Joking, he has his own small world. The entire Li family rented a house in an ordinary community, and their quality of life dropped significantly. Although Li Yuqian usually lives in a small world, a family like this must still appear. There was a loud noise in the sky, and Li Yuqian, who was gloating about his misfortune, made his debut. Li Yuqian found the house where the Li family currently lives through Sunspot. With a bang, Li Yuqian kicked the door open with a step that would disown his relatives, and then walked in. Li Yuqian glanced at the people in the room. Oh, they were quite together. Father Li and Mother Li seemed to have aged more than 10 years during this period. Seeing Li Yuqian kicking the door arrogantly, Father Li subconsciously hid behind him. Li Weiner looked tired, and she no longer looked like the strong woman she once was. Her business ability is really strong, and during this period she also wants to submit her resume to some big companies to work as a manager. It's a pity that the Li family has no money and power now. So why should they want to be in management right from the start? If we want Li Weiner to climb up step by step, Li Weiner has not yet adjusted to her current state. Li Shihan and Li Juinja are completely confused. Looking at what happened in the past few years, it is inexplicable that their family has gone bankrupt. One just wants to eat his old age, and the other only has scheming in his heart and is happy. Li Yaowang was even more devastated. She was very smart and knew what impact her family's bankruptcy would have on her. In the future, he would have to rely on his own means to find a job and wear cheap clothes. Li Yaowang couldn't bear all of this. After all, it is easy to go from simplicity to luxury, and it is difficult to go from easy to simplicity. Hey, Xiao Deng and Lao Deng, I haven't beaten you in a few days. Why are you all so miserable? Li Yuqian's gloating expression was obvious. Father Li was suddenly stunned when he stepped back, and then looked up at Li Yuqian with a twisted look. You did everything in the company. Ever since Li Yuqian became a madman, the company began to have problems. He had someone drive a car to hit Li Yuqian. In just a few days, the company went bankrupt at an even weirder rate. Coupled with the ability shown by Li Yuqian, it may be a coincidence once or twice, but when added together so many times, it is definitely not a coincidence. Oops, I discovered it. But what will you do with me? Li Yuqian walked in step by step and found a seat to sit down. Then he threw a pile of materials on the ground and said, Old Deng, your head is quite green. Li Juinja is not your son. Do you know that? What do you mean? Juinja is his adopted son. Li Weiner heard Li Yuqian admit that he was responsible for the company's affairs. First it was rage, then fear, and now he couldn't see his own brother clearly. Then she heard what Li Yuqian said to Li's father. Li Weiner was stunned for a moment, and then thought about a terrifying possibility. Then he looked at Li's father with an expression of disbelief on his face, and his heart skipped a beat. Mother Li, who has always pretended to be gentle on the surface, but in fact insisted that the matter had nothing to do with her, showed an extreme emotion on her face for the first time, anger. Mother Li pounced on the information and then read it. Then she screamed in collapse and then pounced on Father Li. You actually cheated on me. You even asked me to raise my lover's son. Father Li felt as if he had lost his soul. This is impossible. I abused my own son, and the son I have always favored is not mine. What a piece of shit this is. After doing this for a long time, it turns out that you still know that what you are doing is abuse. Li Weiner also froze on the spot, not knowing what to do for a while. After a while, she hurriedly pulled the two of them, not to mention Li Shirhan and Li Yaoguang. After Li's father and Li's mother started fighting, they stayed far away. Li Juanjia is sitting alone in a wheelchair with no one to care about him. He is extremely embarrassed now. This was a chaotic scene until the neighbor next door started shouting, "Shout the soul." After more and more people started to watch, the farce stopped again. Li Weiner quickly went to the entrance and closed the door. These doors had just been kicked down by Li Yuqian, so he could only stand there and hold them to prevent them from opening. Seeing that there was no more excitement, the melon-eating crowd slowly dispersed. Li Yuqian glanced at the food on the table. It was estimated that the whole family was just trying to eat. The food was rubbish. It was probably made by someone from the Li family. It looked completely unappetizing. Li Yuqian curled his lips and watched the scene fall into silence. After losing his enjoyment, he decisively pushed Li Weiner away, opened the door, and left. Li Yuqian thought that the original plot had been ruined by himself, but it was estimated that there was still about a year before the end. In the following days, I will eat, sleep, walk Agwang, and eat melon at Li's house. Look at these things, dog bites dog. Father Li looked at the door and stretched out his hand, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and looked at Li Juanjia with vicious eyes. The same is true for Mother Li. Li Juanjia's face was pale, and he could already think of his miserable life in the future. Li Yuqian said, "Don't worry. Given the number of times you have been beaten, you will be beaten hard. As soon as you leave, you promise, just grit your teeth and persevere, and if you suffer for another year, you will be fine." The subsequent development of the Li family will be interesting. Li's father originally injured his internal organs due to drug addiction and was not in good condition. There was a lot of pressure during this period, and I was stimulated by the fact that Li Juanjia was not his biological son. Her health is getting worse day by day, and Li's mother has now lost her life as a wealthy wife. And the reason for all this is that she allowed her illegitimate son to frame her own son. If it weren't for this guy, Li Yuqian could bankrupt the Li family by means that the Li family couldn't understand. If it weren't for this damn guy, not only would I have a biological son, but I would still be able to maintain my life as a wealthy wife. Li Yuqian, I feel that the last half of the sentence is the key point. Li's mother went straight to Blacken and became a vicious foster mother, trying to torment Li Juanjia every day. Li Shirhan, a coward, had supported Li Juanjia before, but after knowing the truth and understanding Li's mother's attitude towards Li Juanjia, my attitude began to change slowly. Just kidding, my biggest wish was to eat food when I was old and eat food from home when I was young. In the future, relying on the power and status of the family, she will find a rich and handsome husband, and she will take advantage of her husband. Now it's better. The Li family is bankrupt, their wishes are shattered, and everything is blamed on Li Juanjia. Li Yaoguang also thinks so. What? We are also part of those who coldly, violently frame and bully our peers? Maybe these guys know it, but people always have double standards. Instead of blaming themselves, it's better to blame others. Li Juanjia's leg is still broken. His household registration is also in the Li family, and he doesn't have any skills. He can only be careful. It can be said that his future is dark. Time passed little by little, and Li's father fell completely ill. Li Weiner relied on her past connections and experience to become a manager of a small company. But in the past, the suppression by some enemies of the Li family had reached its peak at that point. Li Weiner experienced a real workplace relationship, and with the salary she received, she wanted to support the lives of 6 people plus the medical expenses required after Li's father fell ill. This was a lot of pressure, and Li Weiner felt that her life had been ruined. Although Li Shirhan is a college student, she has been living at home and has no work experience at all. After finally joining a company, she made a mistake several times in a row, and no company wanted her anymore. Li Shirhan had no choice but to find a supermarket cashier. It was impossible for Li's mother to go out to find a job. His biggest thought in life now was to torture Li Juanjia. Li Yaoguang is no longer the arrogant schoolgirl she used to be. She has lost her big-name clothes, expensive cosmetics, and skincare products. Li Yaoguang even felt that her appearance had declined, and her eldest sister even asked her to find a way to work part-time and find a job to supplement the family income. The huge gap drove Li Yaoguang almost crazy. Li Yuqian basically went to Li's house from time to time to eat melon, and he didn't even bother to fight. Of course, if there is any possibility of the Li family turning over, little Sunspot will still take action. 6 months passed slowly, and Li Shirhan of the Li family opened the door tiredly and walked in, lying on the sofa, even though she had officially been working for half a year. Li Shirhan still felt very uncomfortable, and then Li Weiner and Li Yaoguang also returned home. Mother Li walked out of the room and saw that everyone was back. She shouted loudly, "Little b asterisk 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 d, everyone is back. Why haven't you cooked your meal yet?" Listening to Mother Li's roar, a limping man came out of the kitchen. Li Juanji's face was full of fear. Come on, there'll be a while." With a slap, Mother Li hit him on the ground and cursed angrily. The 3 girls of the Li family were sitting on the sofa and didn't care. Even the eyes of the 3 girls looking at Li Juanja were full of hatred and anger. As everyone knows, Li Juanja is lying on the ground, covering his head, his eyes full of viciousness. Mother Li beat and insulted her for a while, then stopped when she was tired. Li Weiner supported the old-looking father Li and walked to the dining table to sit down. Li Juanja limped to serve the dishes, and then, as usual, after finishing all this, he hid in the kitchen, as usual. With several sounds of human bodies falling to the ground, Li Juanja walked out of the kitchen and looked at the Li family members with bleeding mouths. Li Juanja smiled, then picked up the leftovers and started eating. After a while, Li Juanja also ended his life as a real and fake young master. That's right, he put rat poison into the vegetables, and after poisoning the Li family, he also poisoned himself. Because of the abuse from Li's family, he was forced to do housework when his legs were not healed and was not allowed to go to school. He became a cripple and only had a high school education. The dark future made him despair, so he chose to die, taking his whole family with him. After listening to little Sunspot's description, Li Yuqian sighed. It's true that dogs bite dogs, and they all were bitten to death. Then the showdown was started, and the whole family was finished being tortured, and the world was just a vacation. Li Yuqian watched the mosquito girl in front of him and the mechanical maids stay still, waiting for him to finish listening to what little Sunspot said. Li Yuqian sat on his seat and waved his hand. Keep playing music, keep dancing. Another half-year later, Li Yuqian came to an airport exit. There were quite a lot of people around, but Li Yuqian discovered that there was an acquaintance in the crowd. Lu Ruyan, the person she was waiting for. Li Yuqian could guess it with his eyes closed. It must be her uncle by Yue Guangji. In his mind, Aguang vowed, I'm sure that my goddess must be Ji Buchang. Basically, I have searched for all the characters who appeared in the original plot, but he's the only one missing. Okay, if you can't find it again, I won't be too lazy to do this kind of thing with you. You act like a licking dog. You can lick it, I won't care about you. Just don't affect my interests anyway. Li Yuqian seemed very indifferent. Lu Ruyan suddenly moved and trotted toward a person with excitement on his face. Li Yuqian saw a somewhat handsome man, and he guessed that guy was Uncle Ji. Aguang, have you found it? Aguang was stunned for a long time, and Li Yuqian blinked speechlessly. The power of thinking was attached to his eyes, and something appeared on Ji Buchang's body. It was a big black fat ball, and it was wearing flowery underpants. Li Yuqian looked at Aguang with an outrageous look. Aguang's expression at this time was one of heartbreak. No, goddess, even if you are ugly, why are you still in the male system? Li Yuqian couldn't help it. Ha 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 ha. I died laughing. Don't be afraid, Aguang. I will avenge you, of course. The spoils of revenge will be mine. Aguang felt as if he had lost his mind. His face was filled with disbelief. That aura was indeed that of his goddess. How come he looked like this? What is the difference between seeing a tiger tank and seeing a human online dating? The most outrageous thing is that this tiger tank is a man. Li Yuqian, I will laugh at you forever about this matter, Aguang. Li Youqian's psychokinesis exploded directly, and then he dodged. He came to Jibo Chang in an instant, and with a gentle pat, a big fat black ball came out of Jibo Chang's body. Everyone at the airport stared in shock as Li Yuqian was covered in red light and pinched the big fat black ball with one hand. Holy crap! Wife, look, there's Superman here again in a flash, and he's still glowing red. Damn it, human evolution won't bring me series. I suspect it's the revival of spiritual energy. It turns out that everything in the novel is true. There really are people with superpowers in the world. I want to awaken. I want the black helicopter to take me away and embark on the road to slay the dragon. Uncle G looked at Li Yuqian in shock and then shouted in horror, "Let go of my system. Are you Li Yuqian?" Although Li Yuqian's appearance and temperament have changed now, and everything he wears has changed, this face makes Uncle G look real. Isn't this guy Li Yuqian? The original protagonist of this world was the one who let Lu Ruyin chase her husband to the crematorium. On the one hand, he came back this time to complete the plot by Yue Guang's return to Daxia, and, on the other hand, he used his identity to frame Li Yuqian. Let Lu Ruyin misunderstand Li Yuqian, let her kill the protagonist of this world with her own hands, and kill people with a borrowed knife. Not only will she not be attacked by the consciousness of this world, you can also harvest a large amount of world energy, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and just leave this world when the time comes. Anyway, this world is boring to me. But I didn't expect that Li Yuqian suddenly had super ability. No, I didn't have super ability even though I had the system. After setting tasks for me, they provided very little help. On the contrary, if the mission fails, you will directly erase yourself. But don't worry about being erased by the system now, because this system is no longer able to protect itself. Li Yuqian squeezed the big fat black ball tightly with his 5 fingers. The strange force of Aishuanxi's power restrained the big fat black ball. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not break free. Next to Uncle G, Lu Ruyin was stunned for a moment when he saw what Li Yuqian did, and then smiled confidently. "Oomph. Man, I didn't expect you to have such ability, but don't worry, Uncle G and I are just friends. You don't have to be jealous. Let go of this big black ball. Is this a system?" Sure enough, the men I like are not simple. Li Yuqian. No, is it so common? A common woman, bah. Li Yuqian glanced at Lu Ruyin with disgust and gave her a big pass with his backhand. The girl below. Li Yuqian pinched the big fat black ball and disappeared in place with a backflip. Uncle G, who was left stunned, shouted on the spot, "No, these days there are still people who rob the system." In the small world, Li Yuqian pinched the big fat black ball and patted his head, and a string of messages appeared above his head. This system is the result of the resentment of the female protagonist in all the sadistic novels after discovering that the male protagonist is good and taking revenge on by Yue Guang. So his job is to find a host, let him become a white moonlight, and then use tricks on the male and female protagonists. Anyway, they must not be together in the end, drastically changing the plot of the world and stealing the world's energy. This system is worse than a Guang. Being his host has no benefits other than knowing the original plot. The advantage after completing the mission is that you can travel to the next world and continue to help him complete the mission. What? You won't do it? If you don't do it, there are people who will do it. If the host resists, just kill it. He is more capitalist than capitalist, and more of a dog than A Guang. Li Yuqian looked at the emo A Guang with shocked eyes. I didn't expect that you were a conscientious person in the system, but I actually blamed you wrongly. A Guang ignored his host at all. In Li Yuqian's mind, he got a few bottles of strange wine from nowhere and drank it one sip after another. He also muttered in his mouth, "From today onwards, the innocent A Guang disappears." The next one to appear is Aquaman A Guang. Li Yuqian gave a kind reminder, "A Guang, the system is too deep for love. You can't grasp it. Stop being so love-minded. If you can't fall in love, just start a career. Isn't it nice to upgrade your system to become stronger in a second? Become the strongest with one click, etc. For example, if you train me, the host, to be the strongest in all the worlds, it will be very fulfilling. Guang, no, your abacus is a bit too obvious. As a result, Guang was dumbfounded and kept talking to himself. Li Yuqian shrugged and stopped looking at him. This system focuses on things like Bai Yue Guang, stand-in, etc. The work that the host has to do is also about love and love, playing with other people's emotions. Therefore, while this system allows the host to work, it also deceives some stupid systems online and obtains profits from it. If those systems were to be face-to-face, this system would selectively avoid people. Unfortunately, horses and people stumble, and this time they still failed. Li Yuqian's eyes turned to the big, fat black ball in his hand, and he already understood the general situation. Li Yuqian used his fingers hard, then threw it, and then waved his arms. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Countless fists hit the big, fat black ball, and one treasure after another exploded out of him. The more Li Yuqian played, the more excited he became, and he immediately became rich. The nature of this system was too low, but it was just an online scam, just squeezing the host, and there were quite a lot of good things. Li Yuqian then punched hard, and the big fat black ball spit out a large amount of world energy. At this time, the big fat black ball lost weight and looked like a frozen pear that had been sucked dry. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis scanned it and found that there was nothing good in this system, and it was drained. In this case, Li Yuqian finally clenched his fist and hit the black ball with a heavy punch. With a bang, the black ball was directly penetrated. This system turned into black energy and began to scatter. Li Yuqian casually tied up the black energy and turned psychokinesis into a small ball, trapping the black energy inside. He would have time to study it carefully in the future. After Li Yuqian finished solving these problems, he gently patted the emo, Guang, to get him out of his mind. She began to persuade him earnestly. Guang, I won't say much. You've been in a bad mood these past few days, so take a good rest. You don't have to worry about running your own system. I'll help you. As Li Yuqian spoke, the power of his thoughts slowly entered Guang's body. Originally, the relationship between Guang and Li Yuqian was roughly equal, but now Guang himself is responsible for the main program of running the system. Well, now Li Yuqian and I tried our best to install a backdoor in the system. Poor Guang is still intoxicated by the pain of failure. Li Yuqian, jia. After secretly installing a backdoor, Li Yuqian changed his face decisively and gave Guang the middle finger to the B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* and left the small world. Suddenly, a familiar sense of oppression clung to Li Yuqian. Is this the world consciousness gone berserk? Li Yuqian casually looked aside and understood why the world's consciousness was so violent. At this time, at the airport, a headless corpse was lying on the ground, and he saw the clothes and Lu Ruyan next to him. Obviously, this guy is Uncle G, probably because of the black-hearted system. He has done something with this host, and if he dies, the host will die as well. Li Yuqian felt the increasing pressure and smiled with a cracked smile. With a loud shout, black and red arrogance erupted all over his body, flying towards the sky. The airwaves stirred up, and the dust from shoelaces covered Lu Ruyan's face. Lu Ruyan. I came to the airport to pick up Yue Wang, but not only did the former stand-in transform into a super ability person, my own Yue Wang also got his head shot. Then his face was covered in dust. What a weird thing happened. In the sky, Li Yuqian moved his body joints, then raised his head and chest, and his body muscles expanded directly, turning his whole person into a small, muscular giant. The last hand waved continuously, as if it had become a propeller, and then he punched out. It was clear that what was in front of him was air, but the whole world seemed to be shaking. That's right, I gave the world's will a punch. Then Li Yuqian pulled in the air and pulled out a strange ball of light. The ball of light was filled with various auras, like everything in the world. This is the representative of world consciousness pulled out by Li Yuqian. This light ball is personified with a frightened face. No, is this reasonable? I'm obviously hiding far away, and I'm going to strike this guy with lightning later so I can drive this guy away quickly. He really conquered this world, and the plot was messed up by him. As a result, this guy dragged me in front of him. Li Yuqian was actually ready to leave, but after experiencing a world last time, Liu Qian felt that his strength could now compete with the average world consciousness, so he just wanted to give him a try. After all, the consciousness of this world is very average, not very strong. World consciousness. I was beaten, but you still call me weak. Are you polite? Liu Qian held onto world consciousness with one hand and punched him in the face with the other. The big light ball of world consciousness began to twist and deform, turning into a human form emitting white light, and then continued to grow in size. Countless tentacles began to appear on his body, attacking Liu Qian. Everything in this world began to reject and hate Liu Qian. Air and oxygen began to reject Liu Qian, dark clouds filled the sky, and lightning began to appear. Liu Qian nodded with satisfaction, giving him a sense of world awareness. Then, a slap was directed towards the consciousness of the world. As a result, the world was muted and listened to the sound of the slap. With a snap, the world froze in place for a moment, and Liu Qian's power of thinking was concentrated in his fist. Then he threw out a punch and hit the head of the giant, whose world consciousness turned into a giant. The world consciousness feels that the meaning, rules, and energy of its existence are being obliterated. What a weird fist. At this time, Guang, who had a flash in his mind, jumped out and shouted directly, "Stop fighting, you guys stop fighting!" Why did Liu Qian suddenly feel like it was going to rain? Guang quickly leaned close to Liu Qian's ear and whispered softly, "It's okay if you beat him up, but if you beat him to death, your body will be enveloped in the aura of destroying the world. It won't be easy to travel across the world in the future. To use an analogy, who would be wrong and put a murderer in their own house?" Guang's voice was not loud, but the world consciousness could still hear it. In an instant, the world consciousness's face became much brighter. Indeed, Liu Qian, this kind of world-traveling, world-killing consciousness will not be able to develop in the future. Who would make fun of their own future? But what Liu Qian said made the world's consciousness tremble. But this guy just didn't say hello to me and just kicked me away. This uncle can bear it, but my aunt can't. It's very difficult for me to let him go. After Liu Qian finished speaking, he winked at the world consciousness. It's difficult. Damn it, then don't do it. The world's consciousness now wants to speak arrogantly, but unfortunately, it's not strong enough. I prepared to negotiate very carefully, but found that I was frozen and unable to speak. World consciousness. Oh, Guang, look, I even stepped down the stairs for him, but he didn't say anything and ignored me. Okay, you are quite brave. Look, I will kill you with one punch now. Liu Qian rolled up his sleeves and looked at the world consciousness vigorously. The consciousness of the world keeps blinking, indicating that it cannot speak now. Liu Qian laughed angrily. Okay, you actually dare to raise eyebrows at me and provoke me, right? World consciousness. I suspect this guy did it on purpose. Liu Qian was sitting in the air with his legs crossed. Of course, he knew the history of the world. He had just been slapped and couldn't move or speak. But Liu Qian said that just now he was just playing and trying to gain world consciousness. After a while, the world consciousness felt that it could move and immediately opened its mouth and began to speak. Then what do you want? What price do you want me to pay? 10,000 world energy. Okay. What words? What words are these? I just feel that my spirit has been insulted. My self-esteem has been hurt. Liu Qian's heartbroken look made the world's consciousness a little overwhelmed. Why can't he keep up with this man's thinking? What was going on in his mind? What should I do? You have to pay more, 20,000 world energy. Liu Qian stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed them with a serious face. World consciousness, deal. The world consciousness was a little heartbroken and spit out 2 balls of light, and Liu Qian put them into the small world. His face immediately changed. Okay, just wait and see what the world wants. I'll leave right away. Goodbye. Liu Qian gave Guang a look, and Guang nodded speechlessly. There was a flash of white light, and Liu Qian disappeared into this world. Liu Qian feels that this world is too ordinary and is not prepared to obtain permanent residency. Just go back and forget it. It's boring to stay there, I just don't know, although the plot is almost ruined by myself. People who bully their peers are pretty much tortured. But will their peers be satisfied and willing to strengthen their origins? High above the airport, Lu Rian felt that what happened today was very dreamy. In general, everything that happened in the past few years was very dreamy. All the dirty stuff about our business has been discovered. The company has been going downhill during this period, and the atmosphere at home is tense. As a result, I picked up by Yue Guang and encountered this kind of thing. Bai Yue Guang was shocked, and he was also very embarrassed. Forget it. It won't get any worse anyway. Lu Rian decided to be her own rich second generation, inherit the family property, and become a female CEO. Suddenly there were a few clicks, and a sharp pain surged up from his limbs. Lu Rian felt that his legs and hand were broken, and his face seemed to be swollen. The severe pain caused her to fall into a coma, and she only listened to a few words in a daze. Is this my daughter? I guess not. It's not true. How could my daughter be so fat? That's really strange. Where's my daughter? Lu Rian only had one thought at this time. Call an ambulance for me. UB asterisk 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 D. In the New York City level of Marvel World, a burst of white light flashed, and Li Yuqian's figure gradually appeared. When Li Yuqian came back, he first felt that his ability had been further improved, and that feeling had just ended. A stronger feeling emerged, which was a gift for me that I had completed another world journey. Li Yuqian was overjoyed. Double happiness came to his door. He didn't expect that this method of time travel, quick travel, would have such a good origin-enhancing effect. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis scattered in all directions, and for a moment, he seemed to jump out of another dimension. Observing his surroundings from a strange angle, Li Yuqian noticed a mass of black mist, something like silt. I also noticed a sacred light emitting from it, and there seemed to be men, women, and a strange creature with a tiger head inside. Do Ohit, Hogs, and Agamotto form the Trinity of Ashandi? The previous information about the black mist was also captured by Li Yuqian's perception and revealed to Domu, the ruler of the dark dimension. Li Yuqian even noticed an area full of sulfur smell. Is that hell? Li Yuqian feels that these guys who are the big guys in Marvel are just like this. Li Yuqian was happy. Not only did he far surpass them in terms of concepts and settings, but his total energy value was no weaker than theirs. Essence is essence, quality is quality. After Li Yuqian obtained the template before, his essence was extremely high, and now he has grown up again and again. Li Yuqian's essence has improved to a higher level, and the energy of his body is also frighteningly strong. Li Yuqian's perspective went up again, and he noticed 5 breaths again: planet devourer, death, eternity, infinity, and annihilation. The 5 multi-universe guys seemed to have noticed something. Li Yuqian observed it carefully for a while and found that his template power could already be used in multi-universe. If he really fought with these 5 guys, Li Yuqian would definitely not be beaten to death with his weird template. Generally speaking, it is still a weakness in terms of size. In the future, you'll have to draw some time travel cards and ask Aguang to help think of ways to travel through more worlds to upgrade. Li Yuqian thought of this, sat down on the sofa, and lay stretched out on the sofa. Having completed a world, Li Yuqian instantly felt like a social worker who had finished his work and returned home to lay out his corpse. Aguang. No, in that world you eat and sleep every day to create a family, then do your homework and dance. How dare you compare yourself to some miserable migrant workers? Li Yuqian showed off for a while, then went to the bathroom to wash his hands, did some metaphysics, and then chose to smoke 10 times in a row. Aguang was emo, but Li Yuqian waved his hand and used the back door to bypass him and use it himself. Poor Aguang still doesn't know that when he was emo, Li Yuqian had done whatever he wanted to his body and turned into Li Yuqian's shape. Aguang, can you please stop saying such ambiguous words? Degree. Labi, a carbonated drink that tastes terrible. 2-arm super ability. You can make your arms leave your body. 6 nuclear bombs. It's not a drink. There are really 6 nuclear bombs. The seeds of 6G. The version of all heavens and worlds. Holy sword of physics. Crowbar for short. Terrorist attack. a one-time skill. After using this attack, no matter how strong the enemy is, the enemy will die in 10,000 years. Li Yuqian touched his chin, feeling that it was difficult to comment on what he had taken out this time. So he would not mention the first one. It was just ordinary. What the hell is the second one? You thought you were in Marvel and haven't seen DC? Isn't this the super ability of the two-armed man? Can be used by me? Wait, it seems to be quite useful. Next time the enemy is far away, your arm will fly over and slap him in the back. The third nuclear bomb is just a nuclear bomb, and there are still 6. If you don't know, you think your system has been modified into a pirated and shoddy product system. As for the seeds of these 6 GS, which were offensive to public morals, Li Yuqian said righteously that he must manage this thing well. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Other things are ordinary, but there is also a terrifying concept ability that can be knocked down in one shot. It's just an enemy of 10,000 years. It's hard to judge. With my own growth rate, what kind of guy can I not defeat even after 10,000 years of development? It seems that today's luck is not good. Li Yuqian decided not to smoke anymore. After a while, he will do another 10 consecutive draws. In the Sea View Villa, Tony Stark was looking at his steel suit all over the wall, feeling pleased with himself. I made so many steel suits myself and put them together, which gave me an inexplicable feeling of collecting things. Tony decided that these steel suits should be kept well. When they get old, they can be used as souvenirs to remember. In future battles, they can be used as the Iron Legion to kill everyone. As expected of me, the brilliant Tony Stark. Tony admired his Iron Legion, then slowly went upstairs, preparing to go to the Justice League headquarters later. Recently, the number of vicious incidents around the world has been increasing, and they all seem to have the shadow of super ability villains. Things like this must be handled by the Justice League. Alas, incidents happen frequently. The Justice League has money disappearing every day. It's unreliable. Thor messes with his friends every day. The quality of his captain is worrying. The Hulk only has muscles but no brains, and Dr. Banner only has brains but no muscles. Little Spider-Man, my adopted son, can't fight alone yet. No one is very useful. This is a critical time for your life and death. You still have to rely on me. Tony shook his head and thought about it. There was no one at home today, and the narcissistic expression on his face became even more obvious. Then he smiled crookedly and even suddenly started dancing a little bit, letting himself go. After all, no matter how serious a person is, he will sing inexplicably while taking a shower, and he will do such things occasionally, no matter how old he is. Tony, you fart. I was obviously assimilated by Li Yuqian, right? Tony did a backflip to take on the superhero appearance, knelt down on one knee, summoned the steel suit in the air, dressed up handsomely, and then looked up. Li Yuqian was recording the video with his mobile phone, with a smile on his face. You had a pretty good life as a kid. What you danced just now was pretty eye-catching. No, when you come to my house, can you knock on the door? Tony's face turned green. His character was shattered. A hungry tiger pounced on Li Yuqian, staring intently at the mobile phone in Li Yuqian's hand. When Li Yuqian held the phone, he raised it above his head. Tony was very happy. Did he think he was a child? He thought that if he raised it above his head, he wouldn't be able to get it. Tony stretched out his hand confidently, and then saw Li Yuqian's arm snapped off and then floated into the sky. Tony, what's going on with this weird scene? I want to see which one is faster, your hands or my arms. Go ahead, arm flying sword. As Li Yuqian said, the arms flying in the sky were like flying swords, flying around in a whoosh, and the fast arms almost turned into a ray of light. How can Fagian have such long arms? Li Yuqian said that the flying sword can fly, and my arm can fly too. The flying sword is controlled by the user, and my arm is also controlled by me. So the flying sword is equal to my arm. A Guang. What kind of weird brain circuit is this? The plump Happy naturally passed Jarvis's inspection and entered the gate of the Sea View Villa. Jarvis' mechanical voice suddenly reminded, Happy, when we enter the villa in a moment, The scene may be a little unusual, so you have to be mentally prepared. Happy closed the door smoothly, then heard the noisy sound in the villa, and replied casually, "I haven't seen any big scenes before. Is this voice coming back with money?" The next second, Happy almost couldn't breathe. Tony was wearing a steel suit and flying around the villa. Then chase an arm. The arm? The incision where the arm and body were broken, and you can even see bones and flesh. This is so scary. I've never seen this scene before. Happy sighed and then shouted, "Mr. Tony, the Justice League has a meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's already 1:40. Are you still going?" "Then I must go." Li Yuqian's arm flew back to his body, and he tucked the phone behind his back and disappeared. "It's not Tony. The Justice League is having a meeting. Why didn't you call me?" You disappear suddenly every time. Even if I contact you, you just say you're busy and won't come back. I still can't find where you are, so I might as well not notify you. Tony took off his steel suit, walked out with a look of displeasure on his face, and then said something back to Happy. "Go. I must go. Li Yuqian happens to be here. Take out your pink door quickly." Li Yuqian stretched out his finger and tapped it lightly, and a blue portal appeared in front of the two of them. Li Yuqian took the lead and walked in, followed closely by Happy and Tony. As soon as we entered, we found that there were quite a few people there, including Captain Quality, Dr. Banner, Nick Fury, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Falcon. Thor, Little Spider-Man, plus Tony and Li Yuqian, all of them were present. Damn it, what happened? Avengers 2? That shouldn't be the case. I didn't even leave the Mind Stone to them. When everyone saw Li Yuqian, their faces were full of excitement. Captain America even said directly, "Okay, all members of the Justice League are here, and those little villains can't be captured without any help. Jia. No one will be left alive. I want to see blood flowing like a river. It seems that I don't need to be green this time. If you have money, this kind of thing can be solved easily," Banner said with a smile, and the little Spider-Man on the side heard it very strangely. "What a green man." Li Yuqian found a seat and sat down. "Tell me, what happened?" Suddenly, virtual text began to appear in the center of the hall, introducing recent events. Suddenly, a guy who called himself the Mandarin formed an organization called the Villain Alliance, following the example of the previous Avengers and Justice League. Villains from all walks of life are summoned to resist the oppression of the Justice League, and the League of Villains is a mixed bag. However, many powerful supervillains did emerge, such as the Absorbing Man, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, and a guy named the Winter Soldier. Of course, the most common cannon fodder of its alliance is a group of super soldiers who can emit high temperatures. After inspection by the Justice League, it was discovered that the Villain Alliance was composed of the remnants of Hydra and a group of special forces. Li Yuqian was speechless. "I have only disappeared for a few months. Originally, all Hydra was beaten was a few trash fish. However, after this period of time passed, Hydra found a bunch of allies and even grew stronger. Should I say it or not? Your actions are a bit lame." "That's right. Those guys are worried about this and that. So when I beat up Hydra, I was tied up and not happy at all." Captain America was so indignant that Nick Fury on the side covered his head. Captain America is not a superhero. He is simply a bandit. Li Yuqian waved his hand. "Rogers said it well. If you want to do it big." "Did you find the location of the Villain Alliance headquarters in this meeting?" "We found a secret base, which is very likely to be the headquarters of the Villain Alliance." Nick Fury showed a confident expression. "When it comes to intelligence, I have never been afraid of anyone." "Okay, let's do it." Tony secretly hacked into Nick Fury's database and confirmed the authenticity. Although there is no longer S.H.I.E.L.D., thanks to the efforts of Nick Fury, a Justice League-affiliated organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. has emerged. This time, I'm glad that there is no Hydra inside. Well, not necessarily. "Father, did you really give me this random door?" Tony stroked a pink door like an old pervert. Li Yuqian's face was full of disgust. Here you go. Anyway, I can control the space now. This thing is useless to me." "Look how useless you are." Tony's eyes were full of this pink, random door this kind of outrageous technological creation that can go anywhere you want. As a scientist, it's normal to be attracted. Okay, if you don't come in, I will close the portal, Li Yuqian said as he walked into a blue portal. Tony controlled the steel suit and put the pink door into the research room of the Justice League headquarters, and then hurriedly walked into the blue portal. Just now, because Li Yuqian was at the scene, the Justice League decided to start today. Li Yuqian opened the portal, and all members of the Justice League ran directly in, aiming directly at the secret base. When it was Tony's turn, Tony suddenly asked where the pink door was. Li Yuqian pulled it out at will and gave it to Tony, just in time to see if Tony could figure out the principle and method of making any door in the world of Doraemon. In a snowy forest, Li Yuqian led everyone in the Justice League to look at a base. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and a large wave of robots began to scatter in all directions, and then surrounded the base. Okay, this way no fish will slip through the net. Come on, everyone. Li Yuqian took a small ponytail, put it under his butt, held the popcorn in his hand, and started eating it. The Justice League versus the League of Villains is quite like a superhero movie. Everyone in the Justice League looked at each other, and as Captain America shouted, the dispute began. Come on, leave no one behind. I still think it's better to arrest them all and ask for some information, Little Spider-Man said weakly, and the Black Widow, Falcon, Hawkeye on the side agreed. But Captain America's face was grim. Sorry, I refuse. I want blood to flow into a river. Traces of the Justice League were also found in the base, and attacks from various machine guns, artillery, and rocket launchers began to appear. As the Justice League got closer and closer to the base, all kinds of munitions in the base stopped, and then rushed out a group of super soldiers emitting high-temperature red light. Started a hand-to-hand battle with the Justice League. Li Yuqian ate popcorn more deliciously. He actually saw a lot of classic villains, although they were all minor villains. For example, what kind of absorbers appear in SHIELD Agent? And those few, they should be the Inhumans. During the battle, Tony encountered the most famous villains, a very fast man, and a beautiful woman dressed in red who controlled magic. There is also a man with the most dazzling red light and the hottest temperature. The three guys took action together, shouting, Tony. Li Yuqian, it seems that Tony will suffer a lot in this battle. Li Yuqian saw the man who was glowing red and having high temperature rushing towards Tony. You also know what plot point this is. Is this already in Iron Man 3? Because Mocklin will get involved with Hydra. This plot has even messed up my grandma's house. Does this still require me to change the plot? With this development, as long as I sit here and eat, I can get special achievements and check in. No. Tony, you have a lot of enemies. And they screamed so heartbreakingly that they didn't dare to think about you. What did you do? Li Yuqian was eating melon while commenting on the battlefield. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Tony felt like he was going to vomit blood. What are you barking at, you loser friend? In the next Justice League game, there are so many people are clearing out the soldiers. Why do these three guys who seem to have the same strength join forces to beat me? Got it. Tony in the iron suit's face darkened. Holy crap, what's going on with the three of you? You're like a mad dog. I bombed your house, but I still humiliated you. You inexplicable guy. How presumptuous. As soon as the words fell, the three people became even more crazy. The extremely fast guy held a long knife in his hand and kept slashing at the steel suit. He is Quicksilver in the League of Villains. Another woman in red who manipulates magic is the Scarlet Witch. Her hands glow red. On the steel suit controlled by Tony, a red ball of light containing terrifying power enveloped him and distorted his steel suit. And keep it firmly in place. Killian's hand emitted terrifying heat and was shaped like a claw, which directly ripped out Tony's heart. It was full, and the three of them cooperated. It's also no wonder that Tony jumped around the minefield with all his strength. The three of them were so excited that they almost had S*X. Li Yuqian took out his cell phone and gloated, and finally heard Tony yell, Father, save me. Don't be afraid, my son. I'm coming. Li Yuqian looked serious, stretched out a hand, and then pulled. The magic cast by the Scarlet Witch on him was directly broken by Li Yuqian's psychokinesis. Tony took the opportunity to take out his steel suit and fly to high altitude, and directly started long-range attacks, using his palm cannon to continuously hit the 3 people underground. The Hulk was thick-skinned and ran rampant among a group of soldiers injected with the extremist virus, knocking them to pieces and making it difficult for even the menopausal virus to regenerate. Then one of those soldiers exploded, and the scene was a bit chaotic for a while. Thor roared, holding Thor's hammer, and controlled the power of thunder to hit the ground heavily. The surrounding desperate virus soldiers were hit by these lightnings and exploded directly. The most outrageous thing is that some extremist virus soldiers will self-destruct, but some will not, just like playing a lottery. Thor and the Hulk were okay. They had rough skin and thick flesh, and they couldn't be killed by explosions, but Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Falcon were suffering because their 3 attacks were weak. Their bodies were fragile, and explosions would happen around them from time to time. The 3 of them would die just to resist the blast wave, so the 3 of them returned to Li Yuqian's side very conscientiously. Li Yuqian kindly provided a bucket of popcorn and 2 small matzahs for 2 people. The 3 of them sat in a row and ate popcorn. At this time, Captain America is fighting a 1v1 real man battle with the Winter Soldier. Look at what you look like, wearing a mask. You must be an ugly monster, and you also have a metal arm. Your villain alliance is quite deceptive. Even though you are disabled and still have to go to the battlefield, you are simply an innate beast. Winter Soldier Bucky, no one told me that in addition to physical attacks, this guy can also attack mentally. Captain America was holding a shield while fighting, spitting out all kinds of quality words from his mouth. Even Bucky has been brainwashed so that he doesn't care about anything except tasks, and his mind is empty and only cold. Still suffering from a splitting headache from being scolded by Captain America, Bucky slapped him, his movements distorted. Captain America suddenly shouted, "She looks just like my best friend," pronounced the same backwards. Bucky was suddenly stunned, a little confused as to what Captain America meant. Captain America snorted, "My good friend's name is Bucky, so you look like him." Bucky froze on the spot, with a splitting headache and feeling as if he had grown a brain. Bucky gay, wait, why do weird things suddenly pop up in your head? Captain America was stunned when he saw the cold-faced man in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh at the terrifying nature of his attacks, and then beat the drunkard hard. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, I used the shield to directly hit him with an hook shield. With a bang, the mask of the disguised man on the other side was knocked off. Then the next second, Captain America was also stunned. Why does this guy look so much like his good friend? Not sure. Check again. Damn it, this face is really my good friend. I made a hellish joke about my brother, but he was caught on the spot and punched in the face. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's a bit urgent. Since Captain America became the quality captain, his mind has obviously become much more flexible. If you think about it carefully, the guy in front of you is now following the villain. He didn't recognize himself yet, and he was still in a daze when he heard his name. In an instant, all kinds of bloody plots came to mind, such as amnesia, car accidents, brothers turning against each other, all the classics within the classics. Oh no, my brother fell off the train. It wasn't a car accident. Anyway, he lost his memory. Isn't that a big deal? Captain America quickly approached. Bucky, I'm your good brother, Rogers. Do you remember me? I was not very tall back then, of course, but now I am much taller and more handsome than you. Ahem, that's not the point. The point is that you are a decent character. How did you become a villain? Bucky had a splitting headache, and it took a while before his eyes regained their composure. He was still cold. He seemed to have remembered something, but when he looked at Captain America's face, he still looked cold. You are not my brother. What? You don't admit our homosexuality. Captain America looked like a man who had been dumped by a scumbag. Bucky said in a cold tone, "The good brother my memory, although the memory is very vague. He is not so mean." Captain America. After laughing twice, Captain America pounced on Bucky like a tiger, wrapping one hand around his neck and hitting him on the back of the head with the other. It's okay. Your memory recovery is not complete enough. I'll beat you a few more times. When your memory is clear, you will know that I am your brother. Physical therapy for amnesia and brainwashing, trustworthy. Liu Qian was eating melon remotely, and his smile was as if his leather shoes were threaded. However, Bucky personally killed Tony's parents, and I have to talk to Tony about this later. After all, he and Tony have known each other for the longest time, are bad friends with each other, and have the deepest feelings for each other. Although he can beat him violently, it would be better to see his big son being beaten by others. Just when Liu Qian was eating melon and thinking, he suddenly glanced to the side and instantly felt that he was going blind and needed to wash his eyes. Absorbing Man-Cow Creel, he is able to transform his body into any substance he comes into contact with. At this time, he was taking advantage of the chaos to take off all his clothes. Then his body came into contact with the snow, and his whole body turned into snow. Then, under the cover of white snow, he crawled out bit by bit. A muscular naked man crawling, there was a bit irritating to the eyes, and Liu Qian felt like he was going blind. There was a psychokinesis compression cannon on the spot, which hit him directly and smashed him into pieces. Even if he rushed the metal object at the last moment and transformed it into a metal man, it would not work. At the same time, some young villains who took advantage of the chaos and tried to escape also found that they were surrounded by robots with terrifying abilities. The establishment of the Villain Alliance was mainly due to the power of the Justice League and its continuous attack on Hydra. Hydra really had no choice. Only then did they start a call on all villains to unite and resist the Justice League. It's a pity that everyone is a villain and no one knows what a villain is. Everyone has their own ghosts in their hearts, and even if they are forced to unite together due to external forces, it doesn't have much effect. The people of Hydra have begun to think about brainwashing these guys with super abilities into killing machines, but unfortunately they have not yet implemented it. The Justice League is here. The situation at this time was obvious. Although the three people fighting Tony still had the upper hand, overall, the Villain Alliance was about to end. As time passed bit by bit, Liu Qian watched the battlefield gradually resolve. He looked again and saw that Tony and Captain America, who were still fighting, pinched the air with their fingers. Scarlet Witch Wanda, Quicksilver, and Bucky are all bound by red psychokinesis. As for Killian, Liu Qian just snapped his fingers and compressed psychokinesis, bombarding him. With a snap, he was beaten to pieces. In fact, the extremist virus could not regenerate. As Killian died, Liu Qian heard the sound of a special achievement being clocked in. The people escaping around were also captured and restrained by the robots. The big action of the Justice League, attacking the League of Villains, ended perfectly. Liu Qian, misunderstanding, he's my brother, not Hydra's, he must have been brainwashed. Captain America hurried over, and Liu Qian used psychokinesis to move the three of them to his side. He was indeed brainwashed, and let me tell you, how could my buddy be a villain or a member of Hydra? Bah! Captain America looked like this. At this time, Tony also controlled the steel suit and ran over. Damn it! Liu Qian, please beat these two guys to death. I have provoked them with hatred in my eyes, and they are determined to hit me and target me. The little expressions of these two people make people who don't know think that I am the villain. Am I robbing their family of money, or am I bombing their family? The missile produced by your Stark Industries blew up their home and killed his parents. People always seem very busy in embarrassing moments. Tony, who was still very angry at first, felt a little embarrassed in an instant. He looked left and right, not knowing what to say for a while. At this time, the psychokinesis in Wanda and Quicksilver, who were bound by psychokinesis, relaxed a little, and they found that they could speak. Wanda's eyes were filled with hatred. He is right. You executioner. A bomb took the lives of my parents. Next came the second one, but the second one did not explode and was a dud. I clearly saw the logo on it, Stark Industries. You are a manufacturer of arms, and now you are proud to be a superhero. Bah! Quine also yelled loudly, echoing his sister. This made Tony very wronged. No, I did produce arms before, but I am not a war fighter. The murderer killed someone with a kitchen knife. How could he still come over to make a kitchen knife? There's an old saying in the East, I am more unjust than Do-e. Blood debts can only be paid with blood. Wanda's eyes were full of desire for revenge, while Quicksilver firmly supported his sister. In fact, Quicksilver knows that blaming Tony Stark is a bit far-fetched, but as a maniac who loves his sister, if his sister wants revenge so much, then he wants to take revenge too. And his parents did die from missiles produced by Stark Industries. Liu Qian turned to look at Tony. Aside from wanting to kill you, these two have never killed any good people, and they are kind-hearted. You can find some psychiatrists to communicate with them and then let them go. You can also let them join the Justice League, depending on their own wishes. What do you mean besides wanting to kill me? I'm not a good person. Tony was almost mad at his bad friend, but his eyes softened when he looked at Wanda and Quicksilver. Tony had experienced some things and knew that the arms he produced had brought tragic experiences to some places. It was precisely because of this that he suspended the business of manufacturing and selling weapons. Turning to the energy aspect, he was indeed wrong in some of the things he had done before. Tony was a proud man and did not bother to refute that he had made mistakes. I can only find a way to make up for it. I'm not joining an alliance with this be *******D. This, brother, I won't join either. Following Wanda's squeak, Quicksilver decisively agreed with his sister. Although becoming a superhero or something, it sounded quite exciting. At this time, Captain America, who was on the side, was a little anxious. Okay, Mr. Lee, put my brother down quickly. I will find a way to help him get rid of Hydra's brainwashing on him. I can help him remove Hydra's brainwashing control on him. Liu Qian took a look at Bucky. At this time, his mind was very confused because of Captain America, but it was obvious that he was still a little controlled by Hydra's brainwashing. I just saw Captain America saying a few words to Bucky, the Winter Soldier who had been brainwashed and drugged to control mind control for so many years. He began to break away from the control of Hydra. This is the power of Jiqing, and it is really terrifying. Liu Qian's psychokinesis began to transform, turning into an invisible force and infiltrating Bucky, helping him eliminate the brainwashing mind control. After a while, Bucky's eyes gradually cleared. He looked at Captain America and said confusedly, Rogers, Bucky. Rogers, Bucky. Stop it. Stop it. Don't ask me where I came from to pay for it. Sauce did this. I have something to tell you. Liu Qian's face was a little cold, and Tony on the side looked at the way Captain America and Bucky brothers recognized each other, and even said a kind word. Don't worry. I have the impression that the name Bucky is indeed Captain America's former brother. I didn't expect that they can still recognize each other and meet each other now. It's not easy. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Qian looked at Tony with strange eyes. No, Tai, I am helping you. Brother, why are you holding me back? I am trying to speak favorably to the murderer of your father and mother. He is Hydra, and he's also a notorious guy. He has killed many people for Hydra. Liu Qian laid the groundwork for what will be said later. Tony thought about it, but sighed. It's not his true intention. He was brainwashed and controlled by Hydra people. It's understandable. Liu Qian, he killed your parents. Liu Qian told Tony bluntly. In an instant, everyone fell silent, and the members of the Justice League who had returned from work also slowed down. Bucky's eyes regained clarity, and he got rid of the brainwashing and lowered his head in guilt. Tony's face turned cold. You are rich, is it true? Really? Liu Qian said as he spoke. Tony controlled the steel suit, raised his hand directly, and aimed the palm cannon at Bucky, his eyes filled with anger. After one shot, Tony rushed directly towards Bucky, and that palm cannon strike was directly blocked by Captain America's shield, knocking Captain America back repeatedly and hitting a big tree. Calm down, Tony. I can't calm down while riding a horse. Tony's iron fist hit Bucky in the face. This punch was so hard that even if Bucky had been modified and strengthened, it would still be uncomfortable to be punched in the face. And there is no way to avoid it. Liu Qian's psychokinesis tightly binds him. Finally, the surrounding Justice League people took action, and they quickly began to push Tony. Calm down first, calm down, and then deal with it. Don't be carried away by anger. In the chaos, Bucky was restrained and received several punches. That guy Thor said he wanted Tony to calm down, but in the end he pushed Tony as hard as he could, with only a hammer in his hand to avenge Tony. But it's normal to think about it. People are divided into close relatives and alienated people. It's hard for a good brother not to do a favor if he has a deep hatred like a brother. Even little Spider-Man, who is usually very kind, didn't say anything. It's hard for him to say such things. Only Captain America actually shouted, "Money, calm down, Tony." No one else is qualified to make decisions for him with this kind of hatred. Li Yuqian said calmly from the side. Captain America gritted his teeth, knowing that he was really sorry for Tony, but he still pounced on Tony, followed by an exclamation. The battle between Captain America and Iron Man was about to break out, and everyone who originally held Tony let go, not knowing what to do for a moment. This time, without Bucky's help, the Quality Captain did not carry out the Quality attack because of guilt. As if to vent his anger, Tony punched Captain America hard. After several punches, he sat down on the ground and fell silent. Li Yuqian walked over calmly and patted Tony on the shoulder. "I will support you no matter what decision you make." Li Yuqian was originally planning to say that maybe he could help you resurrect your parents. But think about it. There is no paradise in American comics. After people on Earth die, their souls don't know where they will go. Without a soul, although Li Yuqian could use the power of the world to create two people, the two people he created would have the same appearance. Is Tony's parents also a problem? However, Li Yuqian felt that if he used the time stone to inspire his own template, he might be able to reverse time. Directly in the long river of time, reverse the established fact that Bucky killed Tony's parents. For the sake of my eldest son, it seems that I have to pay attention to the infinite stones. Li Yuqian originally thought that the infinite stones would be released in the end anyway, so he was ready to sit back and enjoy the benefits. Tony nodded, and Li Yuqian then opened the portal, which faced the Justice League headquarters. Some logistics personnel for the development of Justice League began to pour out and began to clean the battlefield and take over the villains. Wanda and Quicksilver, who had been clamoring to kill Tony, both fell silent and started eating like crazy. Captain America's good friend, Bucky, was controlled and killed by Hydra and Tony's parents. Civil war breaks out in the Justice League. Captain America and Iron Man break up. So exciting. I didn't expect this playboy to be as good as they thought. Li Yuqian walked through the portal, found Xiaojiao, who was working, and told him what had just happened. Li Yuqian sighed as he saw Pepper running towards the portal in a hurry. What a grown-up. Your kid is also very miserable. For a character like this, where the rich rely on technology, do their parents have to die? What kind of Batman joke is this? The subsequent result was that Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver received a sincere apology from Tony Chen. Tony has shown his preference for donations and resources in areas affected by terrorist attacks. He also set up a foundation to protect Wanda and Quicksilver, children who lost their parents due to the war. Perhaps due to the corrective power of the plot, Wanda and Quicksilver actually agreed to Tony joining the Justice League. Wanda and Quicksilver. We just want to see Tony Stark face his enemy. What kind of performance is this? Will he go against his true intention and kill Bucky? As for Bucky, although Bucky was controlled by Hydra and did many illegal things, but because what he did before was too egregious, it caused a particularly large impact. The Justice League decided to imprison him in the criminal prison established by the Justice League and sentence him to life imprisonment and permanent imprisonment. The Justice League is now an international organization because Li Yuqian sent an army of robots to help the Justice League before. The Justice League now has a very high status in the international community and even has some law enforcement powers. Bucky will stay in prison for the rest of his life. This is the best way to deal with it after Captain America said a lot of good things and made a lot of promises. Tony didn't get involved, which was his biggest step back. If he killed Bucky controlled by Hydra because of his parents' hatred, would Tony still be the superhero Iron Man? He didn't want to go against his heart, but it was obvious that Tony was still in a bad mood and was losing weight day by day. After all, since meeting Li Yuqian, unlike the original plot, Tony has not suffered many blows and hardships. As a result, Tony suddenly encountered this kind of thing. Even though Tony maintained his original intention, he was still deeply hit in his heart. Li Yuqian would come to the Seaview Villa from time to time, and he couldn't stand it. A slap. The sound was clear and loud, and Li Yuqian looked at Tony with sharp eyes. What's your expression? What's your eyes? What do your tears mean? Can your tears change everything? Li Yuqian said that if you keep doing this, I will hit you with my jeep. If it doesn't work, brother, just kill Bucky. Forget it. Tony covered his face as if he had been beaten awake. Li Yuqian's previous words made sense, although he didn't shed any tears. But the next sentence started to get confusing again. I don't know where this guy came from. No need. I've already made a conclusion about right and wrong. Li Yuqian looked at Tony's expression and sighed that this trick was quite effective. Next time he sees someone depressed, just slap him. Wake him up. Li Yuqian saw that his old boy's mood had finally stabilized, and then he began his journey of collecting infinite gems with confidence. The first stop, needless to say, must be that the time stone is not only on the earth, but also has the time stone in hand. Li Yuqian is just trying to see if he can find a way to resurrect Tony's parents. Li Yuqian thought of this and set off immediately. First, he asked Little Sunspot to check whether Strange, the future Supreme Mage, had his hand broken. Well, the hand was not broken, so it was probably still early. Li Yuqian then tapped his finger lightly, and a blue portal came into view. Then Li Yuqian went directly to the highest point of the Himalayas and looked around, decisively pulling out a big tree from the small world. Psychokinesis mixed it with black flames, transformed it into a large column, and inserted it into the top of the mountain. Then on it, using his finger as a pen, he wrote the 4 characters, Li Yuqian is here for a visit. In the small world, Xiongda and Xiong'er looked at the location of their most proud and best-growing tree, leaving only a big hole. Xiongda and Xiong'er, damn it, there's a tree thief in the small world. I curse him to lose his hair and become a bald man. After Li Yuqian left the immoral person to visit here, he immediately scanned the entire Himalayas. There are quite a lot of monsters and monsters here. What are these super ability races? Inhumans? Aren't they on the moon? Oh, by the way, in the SHIL the Agent TV series, it seems that there are also some Inhumans in the Himalayas. I looked at this group of people. They were exercising with swords and guns, and there were quite a few muscular men. Is this Nima Kamataj? Li Yuqian fell into silence for the next second. This was really Kamataj, because he found a fat mage, who was obviously the king in the Doctor Strange movie plot. There is another person. Isn't this the little villain Cassius? As expected, he looks like a good person. Li Yuqian had a smile on his face, swiped his hand casually, and then walked into the blue portal that suddenly appeared. Kamataj is a complex of buildings full of ancient style. There are many people wearing wizard robes and walking hurriedly among them. There's a large square where many mages are exercising or practicing spells. Of course, judging from the proportion of people who exercise and practice spells, Kamataj is worthy of being a melee mage among all members. And these mages who exercised their bodies or practiced magic were still a small person when they were alive. He is Modu, a disciple of the Supreme Mage. He frowned and saw a blue portal. At this point in time, are you using the portal? Could it be some little mage? Are you late for class? Not at this time, at this point at their age. How could they be so embarrassed to be late? Wait, blue portal? Modu sensed something was wrong and yelled, an enemy is invading. You rookies, stay away from that portal. At this time, the mages training in a mage square are all new mages who have just learned magic and are weak in strength. Modu waved his hands, and 2 shields made of golden light appeared in his hands. At this time, his eyes were full of alertness. A very special portal. The energy used is not like the white magic used by Master Kamataj. Could it be that it uses the power of Mephisto from the dimension? Then, a guy who looked handsome but had a bit of a mean temperament walked out of the portal. Mordo realized that he was a human being and had no signs of being eroded by the dimension Mephisto. Who are you? Why did you break into Kamataj? Since you asked the question sincerely, I will tell you mercifully. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, and for love and peace, I am the handsome and charming positive character, Liu Qian. He is a superhero in the Marvel world, the founder of the Justice League, and has saved the Earth in times of crisis several times. He is a man who is determined to become the strongest in all the worlds. Liu Qian's face was serious, and his words were so tough that Modu was stunned for a while. And the cute new mages behind Modu were also talking about it. This guy looks so familiar. He said so much and it sounded so awesome. Do you have any impression? I know he's the Bicycle King, a very strong superhero. I have been a fan of him for a long time. Why did he choose such a low hero name? Ha ha ha. I don't know. Maybe his aesthetics is a little distorted. Liu Qian, no, you may just surf the internet pretty fast, and that guy, don't slander me. Your aesthetics is distorted. Your whole family's aesthetics is distorted. Modu was confused when he heard this. He is a more traditional mage. Although he surfs the internet, he doesn't pay much attention to this aspect. But I generally understood that the guy in front of me was a very strong superhero. After understanding his identity, Modu relaxed a little, but the spell in his hand did not dissipate, and he continued to ask questions. Why do you want to come to Kamal Taj? Ahem. As I said in my self-narration before, I am a positive character. I suddenly broke into Kamataj for the sake of world peace. Actually, it's like this, I came from the future, and there is a purple sweet potato spirit who wants to collect all the infinite gems, snap his fingers, and start family planning. Kill half of the life forms in the universe. Unfortunately, his plan succeeded. In order to reverse time and space and change the situation of the war, I have come to the present and want to take away the time stone and save half of the life forms in the universe with a snap of my fingers. Liu Qian's face is full of heroes, with a stubborn expression of wanting to defeat evil. Dr. Banner, who travels through time in the future and returns to the past. What he said are all my words. Mordo's heart skipped a beat. Time stone? Infinity stone? The only thing that fits Liu Qian's description is Kama Taj's magic eye of Agamotto. Could it be that what the man in front of me said was true? Half of all life forms in the universe. When he thought of this, Modu felt a kind of anger in his heart. What kind of guy is so crazy that he wants to kill half of the life forms in the universe? Although he traveled to the past, obtained the time gems, and collected the infinite gems, he could reverse the established fact with a snap of his fingers. This kind of thing is not in line with the laws and regulations of nature, but it is related to half of the life forms in the universe. Modu also fell into a tangle. After sighing, he said with firm eyes, I will take you to see the Supreme Master, and I will help you persuade the Supreme Master to lend you the Time Stone. I will be responsible for all consequences. Don't let my master be burdened with things that violate the laws of nature. Liu Qian, no, buddy, your master has already violated the laws of nature and secretly absorbed Doma's energy. At this time, a portal appeared, and a woman with bald hair and a strong style of painting walked out of it. Little friend, don't play tricks on my apprentice. You are not from the future. The Ancient One looked at his usually very steady disciple Modu, who was almost limping due to being fooled, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. At this time, two more guys appeared behind her, who looked very familiar to Liu Qian. They were the Mage King and Mage Cassius. Behind them were several old mage with long beards and gray hair. Are they all masters? But in my eyes, they are all fun. Ah Guang whispered in his mind. Host, don't be too arrogant. Be careful that the Ancient One imitates strange and will harass you endlessly. What the hell is unlimited harassment? Liu Qian replied to a Guang in his mind. It's just that you couldn't kill her, and then she used the time stone to trap you. Ah Guang explained in a low tone. Liu Qian curled his lips in disdain. Am I a shady person like Doomumu? I just need a flash of inspiration to break the bamboo time and the shackles of gems. It's simple. You should go back and be autistic. By the way, stop dating online, or be careful of meeting the Phantom Tank again. Ah Guang. This is what Liu Qian said to a Guang, but he was still a little cautious. It can be roughly described like this. Ancient One, stand up. Okay, everyone here is happy. Suddenly, Hannibal, who knows how to be a good person, Cassius stepped forward. You liar. You are not welcome in Kamaltaj. As he spoke, Cassius clasped his hands together, then pulled, and an invisible sharp blade appeared in his hand, aiming at Li Yuqian menacingly. Li Yuqian nodded Cassius calmly. I have a bit of an impression on you. I heard you were a good person. I don't know if it's true or not. It's useless to flatter me. Cassius fit his character's performance very well, showing the arrogance of a villain. Li Yuqian's whole body emitted red light, and psychokinesis spurted out, turning into invisible pressure and pressing on Cassius' body. In an instant, Cassius had a close face-to-face contact with the square. The Ancient One showed some helplessness. I apologize to you on behalf of my disciple. Let's go. I know your purpose. Go in and talk. Ancient One said and walked towards a wooden building. Li Yuqian shrugged. It was obvious that Ancient One was prepared to leave Cassius as a whetstone for Stanchi. The suppression of psychokinesis dispersed, and Li Yuqian walked towards Ancient One calmly. The Ancient One owns the Time Stone and the territory of Karmataj. It can escape the monks, but not the temple. She can also clearly see the future timeline. She is also a smart person, and those who work in the West are heroes, a truth that the Ancient One understands very well. Sure enough, Li Yuqian followed Ancient One to the back of a main hall. Ancient One found a seat and sat down, then waved his hand, and Li Yuqian also sat on the seat next to him. She activated the magic, and the eye of Agamotto on her chest slowly opened, and green light emanated from it, which was the Time Stone. I can lend it to you for a while, but you have to return it to me after you use it, and you have to do me a favor. Isn't that right? Get back to you. Li Yuqian was unhappy. It's all in my hands, and he still wants to pay it back. This doesn't fit with my personality. Ancient One's expression was calm. Anyway, after you come into contact with the Time Stone, you can activate those strange abilities of yours. It will be of no use to you later. You only hold it to satisfy your desire to collect. There are many parallel worlds in Marvel. Next time you can take one from another world and put it all together. The Supreme Mage from another world. You are the one who rides on the horse. I thank you. Then what help do you want from me? Li Yuqian felt that this guy with bald hair was not a good person, and there must be a conspiracy. Ancient One said calmly, It's very simple. Although Strange is the best choice to become the Supreme Mage, he also needs training. If something happens to him in the future, I hope you can help him. I'm a very busy man. I can save a world every minute. How can I have time to be a nanny? Although Li Yuqian will definitely come to join in the fun when the strange master plot begins, he must not suffer a loss when discussing this kind of thing. How about this? Kong Kong, will help you with your Kamataj's library. Li Yuqian felt that Kamal Taj was also very poor and had nothing good left, so he just wanted this. Ancient One nodded decisively, and Li Yuqian instantly felt like he had lost money. Li Yuqian pulled the Time Stone out of the eye of Agamotto. The hand holding the Time Stone was clenched, and finally, green light began to spread from the palm to the arm. Li Yuqian is in a hurry. What do you mean? Don't let your green light shine on my head, okay? Just for a moment, Li Yuqian felt that he had a lot more abilities. Time paused, time traveled, and the Time Stone was like a primer. He drew out many abilities from Li Yuqian's body. After using them, Li Yuqian directly stuffed the time gem back. It's farther north. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. A smile appeared on Ancient One's face, and he put away the Time Stone, with a cunning look of an old fox in his eyes. Li Yuqian felt an inexplicable chill in his back, feeling that someone was plotting against him. Something is wrong. 19 out of 10 is wrong. It's a pity that Li Yuqian couldn't think about it carefully. Ancient One suddenly became very enthusiastic and even invited Li Yuqian to have a meal at Kamataj. Li Yuqian didn't plan to eat it first, but Ancient One, an old man, actually said that he didn't dare to eat at Kamataj because he was afraid of being poisoned by her. What are these words? What words? I am so strong. I am afraid that you will poison me. Unless this meal is made by Cassius and made by one of his friends, what meal would I not dare to eat? Li Yuqian discovered that the food provided to the wizards by Kamatage was genuine. There is no taste at all, and there is very little meat. It feels like going to the temple to eat vegetarian food and rice. Is Kamatage still popular with the ascetic monks? No wonder Cassius becomes a traitor in the future. People are tired of eating ordinary food and have become cannibals. How can they get used to eating food like yours? Li Yuqian reluctantly ate some, and when he was about to leave, a fat man suddenly ran over and shouted, "Not good. The Supreme Mage has passed away." Li Yuqian, what happened? In an instant, all the magicians from the entire Karma Taj rushed out. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Did someone assassinate the Supreme Mage? He was the one who stayed with the Ancient One in the end. He killed the Supreme Mage. Li Yuqian poked himself with his finger, looking shocked. I'm not. Damn, I'm even more unjust than Do-E. At this time, the fat mage, who was the king, said breathlessly, "No, it's because he is old. He just went for a walk after dinner, looked at the sunset, and recalled his life. After the revolving door of life, he died. Li Yuqian is the temporary supreme mage appointed by the Ancient One. He can help us find the most suitable candidate to become the true supreme mage." Li Yuqian, Lao Deng, you definitely did it on purpose. Are you pretending to be dead and retiring? Okay. However, Li Yuqian changed his mind and thought that being the supreme mage seemed quite interesting. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try for a few days. He looked serious for a moment, looking at more and more mages. "Yes, Ancient One has handed you over to me. So, be my son." All the mages, what does it have to do with your son to be the temporary supreme mage? And why did you suddenly become so strong? Aguang, can you not cosplay Whitebeard? No, you little Asen. Can you stop staring at me all the time? How many times have I told you I am a straight man? And I know you guys are perverts, but I am the man you can have. Li Yuqian looked at him with disgust. Not far away, a mage with the appearance of Asen looked directly at him. This mage is the current librarian of Karmatage. After Li Yuqian inexplicably became the temporary supreme mage yesterday, he found that he didn't seem to have much work. The task and responsibility of the supreme mage is to deal with powerful dimensional Mephistas and evil creatures. But enemies worth dealing with at the level of the supreme mage are not so easy to encounter. There are naturally corresponding mages to deal with some weak evil creatures, dimensional Mephista believers, etc. on the earth. Li Yuqian found that he seemed to have used the title of supreme mage for nothing, and seemed to have nothing to do. I happened to have nothing to do, so I sneaked into the Kamathage library to see the secret method of Karmatage. As a result, this pervert kept looking at me, making me feel scared. If your guess is correct, this guy should be the guy who was beheaded by Cassius in the Doctor Strange plot, right? I love telling the truth. I don't like men. Although you're the supreme mage, you'd better not read those banned books. The mage who looked very much like Asen said in a stubborn tone. But his catchphrase made Li Yuqian very shocked. What? Do you like to tell the truth? Do you still want to fill my egg? Ahem, old one from Ancient One. You promised me before that I would be free to read all the books here, so you don't have to worry about it. Master Ah-san looked confused and a little overwhelmed, so he hesitated for a while and then started to look directly at Li Yuqian. I love telling the truth. On the one hand, I think Master Ancient One didn't speak clearly in the end. On the other hand, you read the book too fast, right? Haste makes waste. You disrespect knowledge very much, and you're easily obsessed with it, being contaminated by the knowledge contained in some taboo books. Li Yuqian, the guy in front of me, keeps talking his fists are hard, his fists are hard. Li Yuqian snapped his fingers on the spot, and a golden light appeared, then covering the entire face of Master Asen in front of him. The world is finally clean. Li Yuqian felt that Karmatage's spell was quite simple, except for borrowing other people's energy. Of course, Li Yuqian can use these magics without borrowing other people's energy. However, borrowing energy is so novel. Then you have to give it a try. Li Yuqian thought, closed his eyes, and began to communicate with the dimension Mephista according to Kamatage's secret method. Why are these white magic Mephistas so stingy? They can only use this little bit of white magic energy, which is useless. There's a limit to the energy given every day. The most outrageous thing is that after using this energy, you sign a contract. After you die, your soul will have to work for him? No, you are a capitalist reincarnated, right? I want to hang you from a street lamp. This Mephisto is quite good. It can lend so much energy without any requirements, but the energy quality is a bit low. But I borrowed a lot of energy and didn't ask for anything. Are you a philanthropist? It seems very informal. I guess it's some kind of dimensional evil god. Li Yuqian was happy, and with a wave of his hand, he borrowed the energy of the white magic Mephisto, as well as this seemingly irregular dimensional evil god. Anyway, I can't die, so I can't give my soul to you. How about using force? Haha, my sword is not bad at all. As for this seemingly irregular dimensional evil god, Li Yuqian examined it carefully and found out that there is something in the energy. As you use it, it will be eroded by energy. After the soul is eroded, the whole person will become a Mephisto in this dimension. Okay, you are worse than those white magic Mephisto capitalists. They just want me to work for them after I die, so you're better off. Energy erosion makes me die early without saying anything, and it also wants complete control of my soul. It's a pity that this little trick is of no use to me. Li Yuqian waved his hand and signed all the contracts that could be perceived. The energy of Mephisto in various dimensions poured into Li Yuqian's body. Then all the energy is purified before being absorbed into the body. When faced with sugar-coated bullets, of course you should throw away the bullets and eat the candy. It is impossible to pay back energy, and it is impossible to pay back energy in this life. Why should I pay back the energy I borrowed based on my ability? Jia. Li Yuqian perceived the condition of his body. He seemed to be a little stronger. Forget it. He wanted a bicycle for free. With cheerful steps, Li Yuqian ran to a pile of forbidden books and began to look for some dimensions of Mephisto that required specific rituals to communicate. At this time, on the other side, there is boundless darkness in a latitude. Even the cold and desolate restricted space in the universe is not as silent as this place. It seems that this world is naturally a restricted area of light and life. This is the dark dimension, and in the dark dimension, an unspeakable deep black mist trembled and surged violently. The next moment, two huge stars filled with purple particle special effects suddenly lit up in the black fog, giving the world an increasingly weird and indescribable tone. A huge and strange human face slowly appeared, and he showed a puzzled expression in an anthropomorphic manner. He is the master of the dark dimension and the #1 enemy of Karmatage, Domu. In the world guarded by that old guy from the Ancient One, someone actually wanted to sign a contract with him, which was a shame. Signing this kind of contract and working hard to influence people in the world and make them become his followers are two different concepts. The simplest way is to distinguish between interviews and those who directly sign a contract with you. You can give them more power, and you can also bury an important chess piece in that world. Jia. Domomu thought of this and first felt his breath. Very good, that old guy from Ancient One. However, one should not take it lightly. Duomi used more than a dozen testing methods in a row and decisively proved that this guy was indeed not the Ancient One. Then he waved his big hand. Darkness was endless, and a huge amount of energy poured into the man's body, along with the contract. Li Yuqian was delighted to feel that there was suddenly a lot of dark energy in his body. These Doma people are so weird. He quickly relied on the contract and sent a message. Domu, hurry, give more. In the dark dimension on the other side, Domu frowned. Is he another guy who is overwhelmed by power? Humph. If you want it, I'll give it to you, just so you can be brainwashed and corroded by my energy earlier. Duomu's energy was continuously transmitted, and Li Yuqian smiled even happier. Slowly, Duomu realized something was wrong. Why didn't he feel like he had any control over him? No, this guy is also a scumbag. The memory of being tricked by the Ancient One came to his mind, and Duomu instantly felt angry and evil. Just when Li Yuqian was having S*X for free, the energy that was constantly flowing towards him suddenly stopped. No, it's so incompetent, forget it. The short one is cute too. Li Yuqian murmured, and a ruthless suction force spread through the contract to the dark dimension on the other side. Duomumu, who was in Hongwon, really couldn't bear it anymore. Even the Ancient One was not so arrogant. I won't give it to you, so I'll rob it. Are you the evil god, or am I the evil god? Relying on the connection of the contract, Duomu was ready to rush directly in front of this old man and teach this guy a lesson. Even if this does no good to him at all, and he may even be severely beaten by the Ancient One using the 3 temple formations, it doesn't matter. I can't stand this tone. The runes representing Domu were floating in front of Li Yuqian, and waves of energy were absorbed by Li Yuqian. Since the Domu people are so kind, I won't be polite. The terrifying attraction continued to grow, and as it sucked in, suddenly a guy covered in pitch black and who looked like a shoehorn emerged from the rune. Li Yuqian was so frightened that he raised his hand and slapped him. It was a human-shaped face, but the face was dark and full of waves, and its general appearance was like a coconut heel turned into essence. He seemed ready to say something, but after being slapped by Li Yuqian, he had to hold back whatever he said. Li Yuqian took a closer look and found that this guy seemed to be Duo Chimu. Li Yuqian, someone caught me collecting wool, and I gave him a slap in the face. It was so embarrassing. Old Duo, look at you, I'm getting some dark dimension energy. Why did you come here in person? You're welcome. I'll get some more. Your silence means you acquiesce. Li Yuqian's body exuded red. Black flames slowly emerged, and the terrifying suction force was not concealed. As time passed, Domomu felt that his body was being hollowed out. Should I say it or not, the connection in the original contract is like a very thin straw. No matter how strong the suction force is here, it will only get that little energy. As a result, Domu came over by himself and expanded the straw, and the dark energy was like a flood. Li Yuqian, you're so polite. Just come and bring any gifts? Domomu, damn, are you being polite? Traitor, dog thief, rebel, I swear to kill you. Domomu suddenly felt that he could move, gradually extended his sharpness, and roared. Boy, I will fight with you. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. Even the runes representing Damumo were quickly disappearing. Li Yuqian, no, the promised master of the dark dimension, the big Domu. Why did you do this? Your personality is broken. Do you know that? Domomu, if you don't run away, my dark dimension will turn into a frozen pear and be sucked dry by you. Do you understand? Li Yuqian is not happy anymore. Why am I running so fast if I just smoke so many billion points more? However, it seems that these forbidden books also record that the power of the dark dimension can be stolen secretly. This is too inefficient. Forget it. Let's not do it. Li Yuqian curled his lips in disgust and started to try something else. Mephisto, a dimension that requires a specific contract ceremony. Time passed quickly. The next day, Li Yuqian was cursing. What's going on? Why doesn't anyone pay attention to me? Why is there still someone framed me as a gangster? Damn it. Li Yuqian patted the table and decided not to do it. He turned around and left the library. Then he touched his chin. He seemed to have forgotten something. Master Asen stayed aside and was restrained by Li Yuqian. Oh, I forgot about you. How embarrassing it is. Li Yuqian used his extremely exaggerated acting skills to free Master Asen from his restraints. You did it on purpose, right? Oh, you have discovered this. Who told you to bother me before? Li Yuqian's voice answered Master Asen's question. Master Asen, if I couldn't beat you, I would definitely have a 1v1 duel with you as a real man. With you and me without you. Li Yuqian patted him on the shoulder and said, Okay, I see your hall is dark, and there will be a bloody disaster in the future. Let me do you a favor and help you get through this bloody disaster. I don't need it. I'm just a librarian. What's the danger? Master Asan's voice was stiff, but his tone was full of disdain. To repay the bloody disaster, did I accidentally break my leg or arm while walking? You don't think I want it, do you? Li Yuqian looked at the trustworthy man in front of him and gave a thumbs up. Your guess is quite accurate. You're really going to die. Humph, Ga. As a mage, even if I die, I will die on the way to destroy evil creatures. That is my due responsibility. Li Yuqian, no. Your death is beyond your imagination. You enjoyed the same treatment as Louis XVI and was beheaded. Li Yuqian felt that this guy was going to talk endlessly again, so he turned around and left. It was difficult to persuade him. Damn it. I hope you will be on guard after hearing what I said. When you meet Cassius, run faster. There's probably something wrong with this guy. Otherwise, Ancient One would not have allowed Cassius to kill this guy. Only a few people died in the entire Doctor Strange series. The Ancient One didn't care if he wanted to die, but if you really think about it, it seems that not many people died. It's not because of this guy that when I saw the Ancient One, I thought about it, just like Tang Monk and Guanyin Bodhisattva in Journey to the West. As a result, Ancient One was left speechless by this guy. Haha. Li Yuqian took a walk around Kamatage and found that it seemed the same whether he was the supreme mage or not. When he was about to go back to his flat to become a homeboy, Li Yuqian saw the Kamatage trio. Cassius, Madhu, and Wang. Hey comrades, thank you for your hard work. Li Yuqian looked like a big leader inspecting the wage earners. Cassius, Madhu, and Wang. Hello, Master Supreme. Mordo and Wang responded promptly, but Cassius seemed very unhappy. Li Yuqian ignored the villain and patted the mage king on the shoulder. Very good, very energetic. I will call you Xiao Wang from now on. Little b asterisk 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 d. Xiao Wang's eyes were full of resentment. Li Yuqian almost failed and laughed. It's Xiao Wang, okay? Why do you still have an accent? My sister has an accent too. Xiao Wang looked at Li Yuqian speechlessly and actually called himself Xiao Wang. It looks like I'm more than 10 years older than you. Li Yuqian stretched out his finger and tapped it gently, and the mobile phone in Xiao Wang's pocket floated out. Then, after a burst of red light, the magic modification was completed. Okay, if anything happens to Karmatage, just call me directly. I have modified your mobile phone. It can be used in all worlds. There will be absolutely no signal. No, I can't get through. Xiao Wang also noticed that his mobile phone had undergone wonderful changes, and he became happy instantly. He also asked what the concept of Wanjia was. Kamatage said in the small class that he is a good student, and his mobile phone is now better than anything else. Okay. I promise to complete the task. Mordo and Cassius are full of disdain. They bought you with just a mobile phone, hum. Xiao Wang said that now he is his own leader and gives himself good things. Those who work in the West are heroes. I am called a man, able to bend and stretch.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.